Regretting Belle, pages 66 to 72. 21 November 1941, New York, New York. I've just finished making coffee when I hear your key slide into the lock. I reach for a second cup, set it on the table next to this morning's paper, and wait. I must say I was surprised when you called to say you were on your way over. I didn't think you'd have the nerve to look me in the eye. But then maybe that was the plan all along, a way to tell me without actually telling me. Perhaps you were afraid I'd make a scene, plead and rail that I'd never let you go. You needn't have worried. I won't chase after you. If you're determined to sell yourself to a man who isn't worthy of you, and it appears you are, then go. You're nearly perfect when you finally walk into the kitchen, looking like a fashion plate in your smart tweed suit and new hat. It's been snowing on and off all morning, and a few flakes still cling to your collar, leaving dark flecks of moisture as they melt. As usual, you're flawless. For a moment, I regret not putting on a shirt or shoes. What must I look like, standing here in nothing but trousers and an undershirt, my hair still wet from the shower? Then I think, no, it's fitting that this is how you'll remember me. Proof that you made the right choice after all. You stop just inside the doorway and stand very still, as if perplexed by my lack of greeting. I've been rehearsing my first words to you for more than an hour, but somehow I can't make myself say them. I've been dreading this day for so long, since the first time I kissed you, and now that it's come, I'm not prepared. Say something, I manage finally. You frown. What? Presumably you've come here to say something to me. Say it. I don't... What? In fact, you could have just told me over the phone and saved yourself the cost of the meter. You look me up and down as if I'm a stranger. Hemi, what's the matter with you? I cross to the table and pick up this morning's paper. Your photo, and Teddy's, looks up at me from the page, along with the headline, Wedding of the Season Set for June. I've committed the particulars to memory by now. Church of St. Paul and St. Andrew, Waldorf, Astoria, in a gown designed by English-American couturier Charles James. Congratulations, I say, pushing the paper into your hands. A June bride, and a reception at the Waldorf. How nice for you. You stare at it, and then at me. I didn't... Hemi, I had nothing to do with this. Your cheeks have gone a hot, splotchy pink, though I suspect that has more to do with the shame of being caught than with any real outrage. You're saying the New York Times ran a story about your upcoming nuptials without your say-so? Yes. They just made up a date and a venue. Your mouth works silently as you fumble for a response, your face growing more flushed by the minute. It wasn't me, Hemi. I swear to you. You stare at the headline again, then finally look up at me. This has Cece's fingerprints all over it. She's been nagging me for weeks. She obviously thought she could just give them a date, and once they'd printed it, I wouldn't be able to back out. I'll kill her. I eye you with folded arms, skeptical of your outrage. What business is it of your sister's when you get married? You still don't understand. None of this is about me. It's about a merger my father's trying to engineer with Teddy's father. But Teddy's parents are getting antsy. Apparently they've made some comments about me dragging my feet. And Teddy? Is he getting antsy? Teddy? You seem confused by the question, as if you've forgotten him in all of this. Your fiancé, I remind you coolly. You close your eyes, sighing wearily. We've barely seen each other since he and his father got back. His choice as much as mine. He's never said so, but I don't think he's any more eager to say I do than I am. It's our fathers who are hell-bent on getting us down the aisle. And apparently they're going to get their way. You glance at the article once more, then toss the paper on the table. No, they're not. So you've been saying, Hemi, Do you have any idea what it felt like to open up the paper this morning and see that headline? To realize you've just been stringing me along?
Hemi, I promise you.
You're always full of promises, Belle.
Because I mean them.
Then call the paper, right now.
What?
Call the Times and tell them they've got it wrong. Demand that they print a retraction, one that quotes you. You stare at me as if I've just asked you to walk down Fifth Avenue without your clothes.
I can't do that. Not yet. I need more time.
Time for what? The words erupt before I can check them, ringing off the kitchen walls. When will it be time? When you're halfway down the aisle?
That isn't fair.
Who isn't it fair for? For Teddy, your father? What about me, Belle? How long am I supposed to wait? I'm tired of playing the fool. I've tried to walk away to give you an out, but you keep reeling me back in. How many times am I supposed to fall for it? Your eyes pool with tears. You look away, your voice suddenly ragged.
What do you want from me?
And suddenly I see it. The toll all this has been taking on you. You become the prize in a game of emotional tug-of-war, and I've been too busy nursing my own ego to see just how badly you've begun to fray. I reach for you, pulling you into my arms. I want you to marry me, Belle. I want you to walk away from everything. I want us both to walk away, to live in a tent if that's all we can afford, and subsist on hamburgers and scrambled eggs. But most of all, I don't want you to be afraid anymore. You're weeping softly now, all your weight against me.
It isn't that simple.
But it is, I tell you softly. We'll just go away. Tomorrow, now, all you have to do is say yes. When your eyes lift to mine, I see a glimmer of promise, of hope.
What about the big story you're working on?
Oh, to hell with the story. Goldie can get someone else to finish it. By the time the thing goes to print, we'll be long gone.
Where?
Who knows? Who cares? Just say yes.
Yes,
you say, and your smile makes my chest feel like it will burst.
Yes, I'll run away with you and live in a tent.
A week later, we've begun making plans. We set the date for our departure to coincide with the trip your father's planned to Boston, which will give you a few weeks to prepare. I've already arranged the tickets, a sleeper car on the Broadway Limited. We'll stop in Chicago, find a justice of the peace, then spend a few days in the city, like proper honeymooners, before traveling on to California. We talk about going to England when the war ends, back to where I grew up, but that's not safe at the moment. There will be time for travel later, time for everything. For now, we'll content ourselves with San Francisco, as far away from your father as I can get you for now. It's delicious, this secret of ours. We're determined not to give the game away. Each of us trying to carry on as if nothing has changed, but inside I'm fit to burst. I feel like a schoolboy, unable to concentrate on anything for more than 10 minutes at a stretch, knowing we'll be away soon, just the two of us, beginning a new life together. I've said nothing to Goldie. She'll be livid when I go, without a word, without a thank you. She's been good to me, giving me this opportunity to prove myself. But lately I've started to worry that she's losing her objectivity, and I'm not sure I have the stomach for what comes next. The piece I've been working on has taken an unexpected turn in recent days. A somewhat disturbing turn, though our sources swear it's true. Still, it could end up being an elaborate ruse, some enemy of your father's looking to settle old business. No doubt he's collected his share of adversaries over the years. I have a few weeks yet to decide how to tell you, or if I'll tell you at all. You've enough to deal with just now, and it may come to nothing. I almost hope it does. It's hard to know where my professional loyalties end and my personal loyalties begin. It's precisely what Goldie warned me about the night we argued, and then again the next day when I moved out. How careful we needed to be about personal entanglements getting in the way of the truth. We must always remember the greater good, a constant mantra to me. But whose greater good? Right now, I'm a man with one aim, to get on that train and out of your father's clutches. I know how hard all this secrecy is. I'm a deceptive man by trade. Artifice, pretense, even outright lying when the need arises. It's part of the work I do. But you're different. All your life you've had loyalty to your father, to the family, drilled into your head, and here you are, planning the ultimate betrayal. No note, no phone call, no word of any kind, just gone. With me. I'm not foolish enough to think your resolve never wavers. I'm keenly aware of how little I bring to the table, and that from time to time you must question the wisdom of what you're about to do, what you'll be giving up. But you assure me that you will give it up. And so I continue to count the days until we're away from this city with its gritty streets and bankrupt glamour, when it will finally be just the two of us. I don't see you as often as I'd like. You're busy with your fake wedding plans. Sometimes days go by without a call, and then you appear with a bag of things for the trip. You've been buying up what you'll need carefully, so as not to draw attention. Drugstore items, cosmetics, shoes, and simple clothes. Things you'll need for the life we'll have in California. That life won't include operas or dinner parties, or anything requiring a couture gown. Will you miss it, I wonder? The thought comes creeping late at night, when I'm lying alone in the dark, wondering where you are and who you're with. I get up and turn on the lights to chase away the doubts and try to settle at my typewriter, reminding myself that you've promised to live in a tent if required. How silly of me to have pinned all my hopes on a suitcase. You remember the one, don't you? A large leather affair bought especially for the trip. I had your new initials stamped in gold on the top. You teared up when you saw it and traced your fingers over the letters. We talked about all the places we'd go, all the adventures we'd have when the war was over. Paris and Rome and Barcelona. Do you remember it, Belle? The plans and the promises. Do you remember us? Regretting Belle. Pages 73 to 86. 5 December 1941, New York, New York. Well, we've got here at last, the end of our story, or very nearly the end. It was always inevitable, I suppose, that the spell we wove during those brief, blissful weeks would unravel, that the day would come when you would be forced to choose between loyalty to your family and a life with me. But I never imagined that having made it, you would be able to walk away so cleanly. But time does funny things to the memory, twisting it into something convenient and crooked. And so I'll set the scene, in case the details have slipped your mind. It's the day before we're set to leave, and I've taken a taxi to the review building to do the thing I'm dreading. I've been wrestling with my conscience for some time, but made the decision only last night. I was tempted to handle the business by phone, but bad news is always best delivered in person, and the news I have to deliver today will come as very bad news indeed. Goldie is seated behind her desk, scanning a page of copy with a pencil caught between her teeth. She glances up, flashing me one of her too wide smiles.
Well, if it isn't my star reporter. Tell me you're here to say it's finished. I can't wait to see that bastard twisting in the wind.
Her smile slips suddenly, replaced with a frown as she registers my stony expression.
Oh, God. Please don't tell me there's a problem with the story.
The problem is with me, Goldie. She looks confused, but a little relieved, too.
Why? What's happened?
I'm leaving the paper. Leaving New York, actually. She stares at me, stunned.
You're... What?
This isn't what I want to do. I don't think it ever was. I wish I'd realized it sooner, but I realize it now. She pushes to her feet, her face like a storm cloud.
You can't be serious.
But I am. I leave tomorrow. Chicago, then California. There's a pause, a beat of confused silence as she glares at me.
If this is a shakedown for more money...
It's not a shakedown, Goldie. I'm just finished.
You're about to deliver the scoop of the decade. You can't just bail. What about the story? Is it finished?
No, and it won't be.
You said your sources were solid, that everything was checking out. What happened?
Nothing's happened. I just decided I can't go ahead with it. Even if I could absolutely prove what I've been told, which I probably can't, it's wrong to print it. Dragging up some poor woman's illness, putting an entire family through the ringer over something that might or might not have happened more than a decade ago. That isn't news. It's ghoulish speculation meant to bring a man to his knees, and as much as I despise the man in question, I've decided I don't want to be a part of it.
This is about her, isn't it? Your precious Belle. She batted those pretty eyes of hers, and you've turned to jelly. I knew you had an itch for her, but I never figured you for a guy who'd be led around by his zipper. How could you be so gullible when you know what's at stake? Her father is a dangerous man, a menace to everything this country's supposed to stand for, and he's got his eye on a congressional seat. Your story would put an end to those aspirations.
I don't dispute any of that, and I share your loathing. But you're going to have to find another way to make a case against him, because I can't put my name on the kind of story you're hoping to run. When you approached me about coming to work for you, I told you I wasn't interested in writing tabloid stuff. That's exactly what this piece is shaping up to be, which is why I've decided to scrap it. She sneers at me across the desk, hands splayed open on the blotter.
You got plenty interested when you met her, though, didn't you? Moved right in and cozied up to them all. Where were all your scruples then?
Her words find their target, and for a moment I'm silent. There's truth in what she says. I did cozy up to you. I convinced myself that it was in the interest of truth, that I was serving some high-minded journalistic purpose. But the lie collapsed the moment I kissed you. I'm not proud of any of it, I tell her quietly. But when this started, I thought you wanted a legitimate piece, an expose on a shady man with political aspirations. Instead, it's turned into a smear piece full of innuendo and lurid details no one's ever likely to prove. She rolls her eyes and snorts out a laugh.
Don't tell me you've gone and caught yourself a case of conscience. I hope not, for your sake. It can be fatal in this business.
Her eyes narrow suddenly, glittering and feline as they study me.
Or is it something else you've caught? Something with long legs and a trust fund?
I let the remark pass, refusing to take the bait. That's my business.
And the review is mine. This isn't a courthouse. It's a newspaper office. My job and yours is to print the news where we find it. What the public and the police choose to do with it is their business.
It's not my job anymore. That's what I came in to tell you. I'm done. Her face hardens.
Well, I guess I finally know who you were saving yourself for. Not that there was ever much doubt.
Goldie.
Get out!
She looks petulant suddenly. A child denied a toy that never really belonged to her.
Clear out your desk and go. You won't be hard to replace. And when I do replace you, which will take about 5 minutes, it'll be with someone who understands the job. Go to California and write your damn novel. It'd better be good, though, because you can bet your neck you're finished in this business.
I'm headed for my desk when I hear my name over the din. I turn to find her in her office doorway.
Leave your story notes, all of them, your contacts and your sources, every last scrap.
It's my story.
And it's my newspaper. I paid for the notes, the ink they're written with, the paper they're written on, and yes, the words themselves when you wrote them. I paid for it all.
I stare at her, disgusted that in spite of everything I've just said, she'd still consider pushing ahead with the story. I respected her once, embraced the things I thought she stood for. But she's become so caught up in her need to topple one man that she doesn't care who else she hurts in the process. I'm also aware that if she does manage to piece the story together again, my fingerprints will be all over it. Suddenly, I'm very glad that I've kept the grittiest details to myself. I can't stop her from digging it all back up when I'm gone, but I won't help her do it. I'm sorry. I've shredded them and thrown them in the bin. I turn and walk away then, headed for the bullpen and its messy warren of desks. I'm aware of the eyes fastened between my shoulder blades as I pore haphazardly through my desk, tossing some of the contents into a small paper sack, pitching others into the trash with unnecessary force. They'll be settling up on the office pool the minute I'm gone. I beat the last fellow, but fell short of the one before him. I know what they thought when I came to work here, and I know what they'll be thinking as I leave. It doesn't make a damn's worth of difference to me. Tomorrow, I start over, clean, with you. I'm not expecting to find you at the apartment when I return, but there you are on the sofa, a sheaf of papers clutched in your fist. You say nothing, just sit there with your face hard and white. It takes a moment to realize what's happened. You found my story notes, the ones I told Goldie I'd thrown away.
You wrote this?
Your hand trembles as you hold out the crumpled pages.
This filth.
There's nothing to say. No way to explain what you're holding without sounding like a liar. You weren't supposed to see it. Not like this.
Of that I'm certain.
Your glare is so full of venom, it's all I can do not to look away. But looking away would be the guilty thing to do. And so I stand there and let you pin me to the spot with those brittle amber eyes. I was going to tell you tonight, I say evenly. I was going to explain it all. You launch up off the sofa, hurling the papers at me. They flutter through the air like a cloud of angry wings before rustling to a stop at my feet.
That's what you think I'm upset about. How I found out. The things I told you. All the times we talked about her. You were taking it all down, wheedling the details from me so you could twist them into something foul. How could you write these lies? Why would you write them?
Nothing's been twisted, Belle. I've learned some things you didn't know. I never meant for you to learn about them like this, but I swear every word is true.
I don't believe you.
How can I blame you? The words sound clumsy coming out of my mouth, the plea of a man caught in his own lie. All the way home I rehearsed how I would tell you, the words I would use and how I would begin, but I can't recall any of it now. I'm utterly unprepared for the force of your anger.
Let me explain,
I say feebly. Well, sit down.
It says my mother was Jewish, and that my father, that he...
She was Jewish, I say quietly. And he did. You've gone still now, your eyes wide and unfocused as you attempt to process what I've said. I know it's hard to hear, Belle, but it's what happened. Your father had your mother put away, not because she was sick, but because he was ashamed of her. He'd begun making new friends, political friends, and he didn't want them to know he was married to a Jew.
No.
You shake your head repeatedly, as if my words are a swarm of bees you're trying to ward off.
My mother was French.
Yes, she was French. She was also Jewish. Her maiden name was Trèves. Her father, Julien, was the eldest son of a wealthy wine merchant from Bergerac. Her mother, Simone, was the daughter of a rabbi. There was a sister too, Agnes, who was 3 years younger than Hélène. Did your mother never talk about her family? You stand frozen, unblinking. Belle?
Yes,
you say, clearly dazed.
There were pictures. An album full of pictures. But she'd never said anything. No one knew.
Your father knew. Your eyes sharpen suddenly.
How long have you known?
The story has been evolving for some time.
Before or after we met?
I already see where you're going, but I can't lie. Before. At least some of it.
I see.
No, you don't. This isn't what it looks like. I promise you I had no idea where this would lead when I got involved in this part of it.
And how did you get involved?
It started with a call from a friend of your mother's.
Who?
I can't tell you that.
Can't or won't?
Both.
I'm just supposed to take your word.
There are rules about divulging sources. But I can tell you that the things she told us came from your mother's mouth. About how your father forced her to sever all ties with her family. How she was forbidden to speak a word of Yiddish or even French ever. And the threats he made if she ever breathed a word about her heritage to you or your sister. But she found a way to tell you anyway. The stories she used to tell, the words that weren't real words. You remember telling me about them, the songs and the prayers. They were Hebrew words, Belle. They were prayers in Hebrew. It was her way of sharing her faith, her heritage with you without your father knowing. A pair of tears tracks down your cheeks. You close your eyes, absorbing the pain of it. I search for something to say. Something that will comfort you and exonerate me, but there's nothing in the English language for this. I'm so sorry, Belle. But you're not interested in my apology. Your face has gone hard and blank.
The rest of what it says, about the day my mother died and the way she died. Her friend couldn't have known that.
No. She never visited your mother at Craig House, but she had her reasons for being suspicious. Not long before her breakdown, Hélène confided that she'd become afraid of your father. Unfortunately, her claims grew more and more outrageous, until one day she made the woman swear that if anything ever happened to her, she'd go to the police and tell them it was your father's doing. The woman began to question everything she'd been told. It sounded like the plot from a Hitchcock film. Then, a few weeks later, Hélène suffered her breakdown and was shipped off to Craig House. The woman's first reaction was relief that your mother would finally get the care she needed. But then, not quite a year later, she heard
that there'd been an accident.
The way you say it, so flat and empty, makes my gut twist. Your throat convulses as you turn your face away. This isn't how I wanted to tell you, but you were always going to know, and I was always going to be the one to have to tell you. But not like this. Never like this. Yes, I say gently, the way one soothes a child after a nightmare. They said it was an accident, but you told me yourself that it wasn't true. The hospital claimed she fell while holding a knife, and that by the time she was found it was too late, but that isn't what happened. There was a knife, but your mother didn't fall. She'd already tried to end her life twice. The first time by throwing herself down the stairs, and then by hacking at her wrists with the butter knife from her breakfast tray. They found her and stitched her up, but a few weeks later, she tried again and succeeded. Because your father paid a janitor to drop a utility knife in her room, the kind they use to cut up boxes. He wanted to make sure she made a proper job of it the next time, because he knew there would be a next time. You sag back onto the sofa, a sob bubbling up from your throat. I take a step toward you, but you hold out a hand, warding me off. The silence spools out, thick, unbearable. Finally, you look up at me.
Why now? If all of this is true, why are you just finding out about it now?
Because someone finally started asking questions. The hospital's version of events never smelled right. There was no way a utility knife should have been in a patient's room. And there was talk. Your father made an unscheduled visit just the day before, and apparently had a little chat with one of the janitors on your mother's floor. But no one had the guts to say what everyone was thinking, that Hélène's so-called accident might actually be a cover for something more sinister. Unfortunately, your father's name carries a lot of weight. Enough to squash the whispers, apparently. And a sanitarium charging thousands of dollars a month wouldn't have wanted the publicity. Better an accident than a suicide. Or worse. You eye me stonily, giving me no sign that what I've just said is registered.
You still haven't answered my question. Why did it take 13 years for this so-called friend to tell someone? And how did that someone happen to be you?
Her husband was an associate of your father's. When she shared her suspicions with him, he forbid her to say anything. A few years ago, he died, leaving her free to come forward, but so much time had passed, and your father had become even more powerful. She didn't believe anything would come of it.
And then a few months ago, out of the blue, she suddenly had a change of heart.
You're still not convinced, still trying to poke holes in my story. But at least you're asking questions. If I can just keep you talking, keep you listening, I can fix this. She did, as a matter of fact. When Lindbergh went to Iowa and said what he said, when she read his comments in the paper, blaming the Jews for Roosevelt's interventionist stance, she remembered something her husband said once. He said your father had praised Hitler as a visionary, predicting that one day this country would come to realize what Germany had, that the only good Jew was a dead Jew. That's when she knew she had to keep her promise to your mother. She felt the public should know what kind of man your father is.
And this janitor, the one who was supposedly paid to leave the knife in my mother's room, he's admitted this?
We've reached the part of the story where things start to get murky now, and admitting it isn't going to help me much. But I won't keep anything back. I have to tell you all of it. He can't admit anything. He's dead. He was quietly fired a week after your mother died, but he did a little bragging on his way out. 2 of the staff from that time, an orderly and another janitor, both heard him bragging that he'd cashed in on the French lady. You glare at me, both horrified and astonished.
So you were writing a story, accusing my father of, I don't even know what to call it, based on something a dead man is supposed to have said. And you learned all this because some woman claiming to be a friend of my mother's decided to pick up the phone and call you instead of the police.
She doesn't claim to have been a friend of your mother's. She was a friend of your mother's. I verified it. And she didn't call me, she called Goldie. She didn't think the police would take her seriously, not after so many years. But she thought the review might, or that we'd at least do a little digging.
Or maybe you and Goldie just cooked it all up to sell papers.
In boxing, it's called a sucker punch, the one you don't see coming. Yours lands squarely, low and crippling. That's what you think of me? That I'm some kind of tabloid hack?
This really isn't the day to ask what I think of you.
Belle, please,
don't.
I did all the legwork, checked out every lead because even I thought the story was too incredible to be believed. But it happened, Belle. I'm sure of it.
This was what you were after. That first night at the St. Regis. It was about this story.
Partly, yes, I say quietly. I didn't know all of it then. But Goldie had gotten the call from your mother's friend, and she told me where to look. I had no idea I was walking into anything like this. And then when I did...
You ran with it.
I thought it was important. But now... I just left Goldie's office. I told her I wasn't finishing the story, that I'd thrown all my notes in the trash. Your eyes slide to the felled pages on the carpet.
Another lie, since I've just found them on the desk beside your typewriter.
I was going to tear them up as soon as I got home, and then I was going to tell you, all of it. I didn't realize you'd be here when I got back.
You still don't understand. It isn't about you killing the story. It's about the fact that you were prepared to use my mother's illness to further your career, when you knew how hard losing her was for me. You claim to love me, but you betrayed my confidence to sell newspapers.
You knew I was working on a piece about your father.
About his business dealings, not my mother.
I couldn't not pursue the story, Belle. Not when it's about a man as powerful as your father. The public has a right to know.
And to hell with me, right?
I didn't mean... You're on your feet suddenly, hands clenched.
If you were so concerned about the public, why not turn your notes over to the police? I'll tell you why. Because that wouldn't sell nearly as many papers as this horror story. Is this how English newspapers operate? You print whatever you want, things you can't even prove, and then sit back and watch your readers tear the victim to shreds.
I stare at you, my gut twisting. During all my agonizing about how this conversation might go, I never once prepared for this, for you taking his side, for seeing him as the victim in all this. I understand that you're angry, I say quietly. I even understand why. What I can't understand is how, after everything I've told you, you can stand there and defend him to me.
This isn't about my father. It's about us. About not being able to trust you or believe anything you've ever said to me. You say you were going to tell me. When? After I'd snuck out of my father's house and boarded a train with you to Chicago. Do you know how that would have looked? Like I was part of it. Like I fed you information to take down my own father.
That's what's bothering you. What people would have thought. I just walked away from a story I've been working on for months. For you. Went back on my word as a journalist and set fire to any hope of getting another job in the newspaper business. For you. Does none of that matter? You regard me with empty eyes.
What do you want me to say? That I don't care about my mother being used as fodder for one of your stories? Or being made a fool of? That in your desperation to prove your journalistic bona fides, you haven't ruined everything? I'm sorry. I can't. Because you have. You've ruined everything.
You don't mean that. You can't. In less than 24 hours, the city and everything in it will be a memory for us. The life we planned, everything we talked about, starts the minute we step on that train. Nothing else matters. You look at me as if I've said something incomprehensible.
How can I get on that train now, when all I can think about is what else you have lied about, and what you might lie about next? All I'll be doing is trading a family I can't trust for a man I can't trust.
For the first time, it occurs to me that I could actually lose you over this. Belle, I swear to you. Your face is so steely, so completely devoid of expression, that the words dry up in my throat. I prefer that you rail at me, fly at me, strike me. Instead, you stand there, still and white, icy calm.
Don't you see?
You say at last.
It doesn't matter what you swear now. It will never matter, because I'll never believe you. You said you loved me, but you couldn't. Not if you could do something like this. I thought I knew you, but I don't know the man who could do what you meant to. And I don't want to.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I've made a mistake, Hemi. We're just too far apart. How we grew up, the things that matter to us, our sense of right and wrong, apparently. And running away won't change that. I should never have let you into my life. Some part of me knew that. You knew about Teddy, and you came at me anyway. Because I had something you wanted. And you got it too. Because I let down my guard. Now I see that you're no different from my father. You believe the ends justify the means. That nothing matters so long as you get what you want.
That isn't fair.
I agree.
Belle, please.
I have to go.
You retrieve your handbag from the arm of the sofa and walk to the door, then look back at me before reaching for the knob. I hold my breath, waiting for you to say something, but you just stand there, staring. You can't leave like this, Belle. We need to talk it through.
I have to go,
you say again, as if you haven't heard me. Will you be there tomorrow? At the station? I hold my breath, waiting. and then you're gone.
11. Ashlyn. Protracted neglect is both shameful and sad, and will likely result in reduced value, but there is nothing so unsettling, or so unforgivable, as intentionally inflicted damage. Ashlyn Greer. The Care and Feeding of Old Books. October 14, 1984. Rye, New Hampshire. Ashlyn rang the bell, then glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see Mrs. Warren and her plump spaniel lurking at the edge of the drive. The last place she'd expected to find herself on this chilly Sunday afternoon was Ethan's house, but here she was on his front steps, trying to tamp down her expectations. She'd been working in the bindery when Ethan called, inviting her over for chili. The invitation had been a pleasant surprise, but it was his hint at some sort of discovery that intrigued her most. He had also asked her to bring Regretting Belle so they could swap. He wanted to read Hemi's versions of events too. Apparently she wasn't the only one who'd become immersed in Belle and Hemi's story. Ethan was smiling when he pulled back the door, wearing jeans and a New England Patriots sweatshirt that was badly frayed at the collar. He grinned, noting the direction of her gaze. "No making fun of my lucky sweatshirt. I've had it since college." Ashlyn eyed him skeptically. "Are you sure it's lucky? The Pats haven't exactly been setting the world on fire the last few years." The smile morphed into a lopsided grin. "Maybe not, but you watch. One of these days they're going to get the right guy under center, and when they do, they're going to win so many Super Bowls that the entire country will hate them." He pulled back the door and waved her in. "Come in. It's wicked cold, as my father would say." In the kitchen, Ashlyn stripped off her jacket and scarf. There was a large pot simmering on the stove, and the air was fragrant with the mingled aromas of beef and spices. "Hungry?" "Starved, actually." "Me too. I've got the game on in the other room so I can keep up with the score. Are you a football fan?" "I know the difference between a screen pass and an out route, if that's what you mean." Ethan's brows shot up. "I'm impressed. Kirsten certainly wasn't a fan. She found my mild sports addiction enormously aggravating. Your ex was a lucky guy." Lucky wasn't quite how she thought of Daniel, but she decided to let that part of the remark pass. Actually, Daniel wasn't a sports fan. "I read up on football as a kid because I thought it would get my father's attention." "Did it?" "No. My dad pulled for the Pats, but he was never a huge football fan. He was crazy for baseball, though. Loved the Sox. He used to take me to Fenway when I was a kid. I loved those afternoons. When he was diagnosed and the doctors told us..." He looked away briefly. "I wanted to make sure we got back while he could still enjoy it." "It's nice that you made those memories." "Yeah, they were good days. Is your dad still alive?" Ashlyn shifted uncomfortably. "He died when I was 16, not long after my mother." Ethan's face softened. "Sorry, that's young to lose both parents. Do you have other family, siblings, aunts or uncles?" "Nope, it's just my books and me." "Yeah, me too." The moment seemed to expand, awkward and unfillable, as they stood looking at each other across the counter. It was Ethan who finally looked away. He moved to the stove and gave the pot a stir. "I'm just reheating this, and then we can dish it up. Can I get you a beer? Wine? Soda?" "A beer would be great, thanks. Can I do anything?" "You can keep an eye on the chili, make sure it doesn't stick." Ashlyn lifted the lid from the pot, releasing a cloud of fragrant steam, then picked up the wooden spoon. "You really made this? From scratch?" "Yep, chopped all the veggies myself. The beans were canned, though. I didn't start it till 10, so I had to take the shortcut." "It smells delicious. I haven't had chili in..." She broke off, abruptly letting go of the spoon. Ethan looked around the refrigerator door. "What happened? Did you just burn yourself?" "No, it's just..." She paused, flexing her fingers. "I'm fine." "Let me see." He was beside her now, reaching for her hand. "It's okay, really. It's just an old scar. It acts up sometimes, like pins and needles." Ethan caught her hand and gently unfurled her fingers. He frowned as he peered at her palm. "That's one hell of a scar. What happened?" Ashlyn squirmed under his regard. She didn't want to talk about the scar, or the day she'd gotten it. The memories were still too raw, and always too close to the surface. After weeks of dodging phone calls, she had agreed to meet Daniel for a drink. He'd pressed for dinner, thinking he could charm her out of going through with the divorce. But her objective for the meeting had been to decide who got the couch and which albums belonged to whom. It hadn't gone well, and she'd ended up walking out. She had just crossed the street to head back to the shop when she heard her name and turned. Daniel stood on the opposite side of the street, wearing his "this isn't over" expression. Time seemed to slow as he stepped off the curb. There was a white panel van and the sickening skid of tires. Then a jarring thump as Daniel's body somersaulted up onto the hood, then landed back on the pavement. Suddenly the air was full of shattered glass, shiny shards catching the light as they rained down into the street. She'd barely noticed the cut, too numb to feel anything, as she registered the slick of dark blood already pooling beneath Daniel's head, the impossible angles of his arms and legs. Killed instantly, the coroner's report said. A small mercy, but the sound of shattering glass still woke her now and then, along with Daniel's last words to her. Words she'd never repeated to anyone, not even her therapist. "It happened the night Daniel died," she replied finally, uncomfortably aware that Ethan had yet to let go of her hand. There was a van carrying a huge sheet of glass. When it struck him, glass went everywhere. At some point, I cut myself. I didn't know until one of the medics noticed the blood dripping from my hand. "I'm sorry." "It's fine." She withdrew her hand, tucking it out of sight. "Let's eat. You can tell me how far you've gotten with Belle's book, and I'll bring you up to speed on Hemi's. There have been some pretty significant developments since we talked. Plus, there are some things about your family, about Martin specifically, that I should warn you about before you start reading. It's not nice." Ethan nodded somberly. "To be honest, I'd be shocked if it was nice. But I think I'd prefer to read it for myself. It's not like I'm emotionally vested in any of it. They're basically strangers." Ashlyn wondered. It was one thing to grow up knowing your great-grandfather was a bully. It was another to learn he might have been complicit in the death of his wife. "Are you sure? We're talking about some pretty disturbing stuff." "Yes, I'm sure. Let's eat. When we're finished, I've got something to show you." It felt like Christmas morning as Ashlyn followed Ethan upstairs to the study. She'd done her best while they ate not to grill him about what he'd found, though it hadn't been easy. Instead, they had discussed the ins and outs of bookbinding and the curriculum Ethan was developing for a class he hoped to teach next year. Now, finally, her patience was about to be rewarded. Ethan flipped on the light as they entered. "Sorry about the mess. I thought I'd be through with it all in a couple of hours, but I got sidetracked." Ashlyn stood at the center of the room, surveying the chaos. 8 cartons of assorted files and office paraphernalia scattered in a messy semicircle, with several half-full trash bags stationed nearby. "You weren't kidding when you said your father was a pack rat." Ethan bent down and plucked something off the carpet. It was a paperweight, a clear glass sphere with a deep blue teardrop at its heart. He stared at it as he rolled it around in his palm. The man could come up with a reason for hanging on to anything. Didn't matter what it was. He'd find a reason. It drove my mother nuts. But in this case, it was a good thing. He waved her over to the desk. The old typewriter was still there, with the same blank sheet of paper wilting over the carriage, but the crumpled pages that had littered the floor were gone. Reaching around her, he opened the middle drawer and extracted a small bundle of papers. "I found these in one of the boxes. The last box, as luck would have it, tied with a piece of ribbon." "What are they?" "Letters, cards, photos. From Marion to my father." Ashlyn felt a little thrill as she dropped into the chair Ethan had pulled out for her and accepted the stack of correspondence. Unfortunately, the envelopes all seemed to be missing, which meant there were no return addresses. She lifted the first item from the stack, a birthday card with a set of golf clubs on the front. Happy birthday, nephew. It was dated 1956, signed simply Marion. But there was a brief note jotted in cursive on the opposite side. Thinking of you and Catherine. Kids are fine. We send our love. There were several more cards, birthday mostly, but there was also a blue and silver Hanukkah card with a menorah on the front. Wishing you peace and light. Each card included a brief note, mentions of the children mostly, but there was nothing earth-shattering about any of them. Next came a handful of letters, newsy but bland. Talk about the weather, about trips she'd recently taken, the work she continued to do on behalf of displaced children around the world. One included a pair of photos. She peered at the backs of both. Elise, age 11. Zachary, 13. Once again, Elise looked broody and serious, while Zachary grinned cheekily for the camera. He was handsome in his dark suit and tie, clutching a violin and bow in his fist, the way one might hold a dead cat, by the tail and slightly away from the body. Ashlyn folded the photos back into the letter and looked at Ethan. Are the rest of them like this? Just newsy letters and school photos? I was hoping for something a little more helpful. Keep going. You're almost there. The next piece was a letter dated 1967. Dearest Dickie, I hope this finds you well. It's been some time since I dropped you a line. The kids are both great, though I'm not sure I should still be calling them kids at this point. Zachary is wrapping up his graduate studies at Berklee College of Music. Elise is as brilliant as ever and is looking at master's programs. I'm hoping for either Yale or Princeton, but she's leaning toward Bar Ilan near Tel Aviv, which is an exceptional school but very far away. I suppose all mothers feel like this when it's time for their chicks to fly the nest. And speaking of chicks, I was delighted to receive the photo of my great-nephew in his Easter suit. He's growing up so fast. Cherish him while you have him. I apologize if I sound morose. I've been a little blue lately, now that the house is so empty. Family is on my mind. Do you by any chance know what happened to the photo album your mother used to keep with her papers? The one with the gold lettering on the front. It belonged to your grandmother, Hélène, and holds especially fond memories for me. Your mother claims to have thrown it away, but I have reason to believe that is not the case. I feel strongly that she not be allowed to keep it, as she held no affection for our mother. If there is any way to discover its whereabouts, I would be grateful. We've had our differences over the years, you and I, about the decisions I've made and how I've lived my life, but I hope you know how fond of you I've always been, and how much I regret the times we allowed sharp words to come between us. I will close for now. I'm off to a luncheon. When the weather warms, perhaps we can get together. You and Catherine are welcome to visit any time, though I suggest waiting until the mud season is over. The roads here can be frightful in spring. Love to all. Marion. Questions began to bubble as Ashlyn looked up at Ethan. She mentions tension between the two of them about decisions she made. I assume that's about Teddy and... Wait, you didn't find the album, did you? The one she asked your dad about? I did not. Ashlyn glowered at him as she slumped back in her chair. I was hoping for some big revelation, but nothing here gets us any closer to Marion, or to Hemi for that matter. Ethan pointed to the floor, where a folded piece of paper had slid from her lap and onto the carpet. Maybe you should look at that one. Ashlyn picked it up, laying it open on her knees. It was a concert schedule, creased into quarters, with a circle of red marker ringing a portion of the text. Boston Symphony Orchestra, August 4, 1969. Featured violinist Zachary Manning will be performing a selection of chamber pieces this weekend during his Boston debut. Manning's flawless technique and delicate approach have already drawn the attention of some of today's most important conductors and orchestras. A passionate performer, he is consistently praised for his refreshing interpretations and artistic sensitivity. Ashlyn looked up, bewildered. Am I missing something? Marion's son grew up to be a concert violinist and, from the sound of it, a fairly prominent one. I figured if we can track him down, we can at least find out if Marion's still alive. Ashlyn scanned the page again, dubious. This is dated 1969. What are the odds he's still performing, and that we can locate him if he is?" Ethan's mouth twitched, the beginning of a grin. "I already have." "What? How?" "I contacted a buddy at UNH, a music professor I used to play softball with, and asked him to check it out. And? And he called me this morning. Zachary Manning lives in Chicago and is currently with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra." Ashlyn stared at Ethan. For a man who'd shown zero interest in his aunt's story the first time they met, he was certainly proving resourceful. There was no way to know if Zachary Manning could or would lead them to Belle, but it was a step in the right direction. "You actually found him," she said, scanning the flyer again. "Yep." "So, what now?" "That's what we need to figure out. I'm not sure picking up the phone and saying, 'Hey, cuz, remember me? Is your mom still alive and kicking?' is a good idea." Ashlyn shot him a sideways look. "That's definitely not a good idea." "So what do I say? We met exactly once, when he was 15 and I was 5. How do I explain tracking him down now, after all this time?" "Maybe you could use your father's death. You could say you've been going through his things and you found some old letters and photos that you'd like to return to your aunt if he'll tell you how to get in touch with her." "Hey, that's good. It's also not a lie. If she is alive, she probably would want them back. But what do I say to her?" Ethan's intensity surprised her. "I thought you were against trying to find her." He nodded thoughtfully. "I was, but then I started reading, and I think you're right. There's no way she forgets Hemi. I also think she'd want the books back, if only to assure they don't end up in anyone else's hands. The question is how to accomplish it with a modicum of delicacy." Ashlyn tried to imagine what it would be like to get a call from a stranger who knew the most intimate details of her past. It wasn't a particularly pleasant thought. "I think you cross that bridge when you come to it. The first order of business is to find out if she's alive, and then see if you can get a number for her." While Ashlyn attempted to put the cards and letters back in order, Ethan wandered about the room, presumably mulling over how best to approach Zachary. She was looking for Marian's letter about Elaine's photo album when she noticed a hardcover edition of Aldous Huxley's Brave New World on the corner of the desk. It hadn't been there last week. She would have remembered, but it jumped out at her now. By his own admission, Ethan didn't read fiction, which meant it had probably belonged to his father. She ran a finger over the gray dust jacket with its oddly headless man. She felt it instantly, echoes pulling at her like an undertow. Unable to resist, she picked up the book, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in again. Waiting. But the echoes refused to resolve, like a dissonant chord scraping along her nerves. Self-doubt, inner turmoil. A man who'd lost his way and desperately wanted to find it again. A man searching for purpose, searching for himself. Ethan's book. Ethan's echoes. Turning to the title page, she found what she was looking for. Ethan, be brave and do the work, but do it your way. The world needs your voice. Dad. It was a gift from my father. Ashlyn started guiltily. She hadn't heard him approach, but he stood just behind her now. She closed the book and returned it to the desk, recalling the inscription she'd found in the battered copy of The Remains of the Day. It, too, had mentioned bravery. Be brave, she repeated. It's a lovely inscription. It was a thing with my dad. Bravery. A guiding principle. I was going through a rough patch when he gave it to me, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. My work. You didn't always want to write? No, I did. I just wasn't sure what I wanted to write. I had a friend, a guy I went to school with, who'd published a couple of novels. He thought it would be funny to send a manuscript of mine to his editor without telling me. One day, out of the blue, I get a call from a guy I've never heard of, offering me a 3-book deal based on the piece my pal had sent him. A political thriller series, of all things. Ashlyn let the words sink in. A 3-book deal, out of the blue. It was the kind of thing that happened in movies, not real life. That's amazing. But I thought you didn't do fiction. I don't. My friend bet me I couldn't write a 400-page novel in a year, so I did. I was just fooling around, trying to win the bet and shut him up. I never dreamed anyone would ever read it. It's the kind of thing every writer dreams of, being discovered. Maybe. But I didn't want to be discovered. I know it sounds elitist, but I didn't want to write that stuff. It was, however, what my wife wanted me to write. The advance was 6 figures, and all she could see were dollar signs and movie rights. She was already planning her red carpet ensemble when I told her I wasn't going to accept. I'm guessing she didn't take it well. She was furious. When we got married, she tried to get me to reconcile with the family. She thought if I got back in Corinne's good graces, I'd magically be back in the will. She lost her mind when I told her no. So when the book deal happened, she was determined to get her way. But she didn't. No, Ethan said tightly. So she found Tony, the personal trainer. But not before she dragged me to hell and back over that deal. That's when my father gave me the book, and why he wrote what he did. He knew I had things I wanted to say. He also knew that if I gave in to Kirsten, I'd never say them. So you turned down a 6-figure 3-book deal knowing your wife would be furious. Yeah. Ashlyn smiled at him over her shoulder. You were brave. Or stupid. It's never stupid to be brave. Yeah, the jury's still out on that one. For me, at least. Ashlyn studied him, noting, perhaps for the first time, the cloud that seemed to hover about his shoulders. He'd stood his ground with his wife, had made his father proud, and yet there was something that remained unsettled in him, something holding him back. I've never done anything brave in my life, she confided quietly. It was easier to just knuckle under, to be what people expected me to be. You should be proud you didn't. Ethan responded with a half-hearted shrug, then dropped into a worn leather club chair. So that's my sad little story. What about you? What happened with Daniel? You said you were in the middle of a divorce when he died. Ashlyn ran her eyes around the room, in search of a distraction. She didn't want to talk about Daniel, but it felt impolite to refuse when he'd just shared his own story. Rather than sit beside him, she opted for the edge of the hassock, positioning herself opposite him. She didn't have to tell it all, but she owed him something. We met at UNH. I was in one of his classes, and we started seeing each other on the quiet. The next thing I knew, we were married. It went off the rails pretty quickly after that, but I stayed. I wasn't brave. He was the one to leave? No, I left. What finally did it? Coming home at 3 p.m. to find a woman named Mary Beth in my kitchen, in my husband's bathrobe. Ethan winced. Ouch. I moved out that night. I felt like such a fool. I'd heard the rumors. The entire faculty knew what he was. But I was too enthralled to hear any of it. He was so brilliant, so talented. I couldn't see how manipulative he was. Until I could. And even then I stayed. Until Mary Beth. Even I couldn't unsee that. He was faculty at UNH? She nodded. He taught my creative writing class. Daniel Strayer was your husband? Ashlyn wished she weren't sitting directly across from him. Did you know him? Please say no, please say no, please say no. No, but I've heard the name. He'd been let go the month before I started. Reportedly after being investigated for some extracurricular activity with a student. Was that your doing? No, it wasn't me, but he thought it was. He thought everything was my fault. The night he died, we met for a drink to settle some of the property stuff. It didn't go well. And then when we left, she closed her eyes against the memories, then opened them again when she felt Ethan's touch. And then you got this, he said softly, taking her hand and turning it palm up. Ashlyn swallowed, suddenly off balance. Yes. Does it still hurt? His voice was unsettlingly soft, the room too warm. No, not now. I'm glad. What was happening? Her heart felt like it was tap dancing on her ribcage, and she couldn't seem to make her lungs expand. There hadn't been anyone since Daniel, and not really anyone before him. Certainly no one who made her feel the way she was feeling now. "You okay?" She blinked at him, aware that she'd been silent a long time. "Yeah, just—" Ethan abruptly let go of her hand. "Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." "You didn't. It's just been a while. I guess I'm out of practice. Not that I was ever in practice. I just meant—" "Oh, God, stop talking, Ashlyn. He touched your hand. He didn't invite you to his bedroom." Ethan's mouth curved softly. "I get it. I haven't been practicing much either. The divorce wrecked me, and then my dad got sick. There hasn't been much time for a social life. And to be honest, I've never been very good at this part. The wooing thing, I mean. Picking up on signals, social cues. I'm sorry if I overstepped." It was Ashlyn's turn to smile. He was nothing like she'd imagined him when he walked into the shop that night. He was charming and funny and kind. "You're doing fine," she told him shyly. "Wooing-wise, I mean." "We can go slow." Feathery little wings seemed to take flight in her belly as she met his gaze. "Slow is good." 12. Ashlyn. Books are rib and spine, blood and ink, the stuff of dreams dreamed and lives lived. One page, one day, one journey at a time. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. October 17, 1984. Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Ashlyn ran an eye over the legal pad perched on her knees, pleased with her notes for the shop's annual holiday newsletter. She was working in bed, writing in longhand with Frank Atwater's favorite Conklin fountain pen. She typed it up later so the typesetter could read it. But there was something deliciously old-fashioned about creating with pen and ink, like a direct line forged from head to hand. Normally, the entire issue would be written by now and already at the printers, but between the push to complete Gertrude's Nancy Drew books and the distraction of Hemi's and Belle's books, it had slipped her mind entirely. As it was, she was going to have to scramble to beat the printer's deadline, then get them addressed and mailed. She had just put down her pen and was considering a cup of tea when the phone rang. She glanced at the clock. Who on earth would be calling at 10 o'clock? "Hello? Is it too late?" "Ethan?" The sound of his voice both surprised and pleased her. He'd called on Monday to let her know he'd left a message with Zachary's assistant. Neither of them had mentioned the awkward moment from the night before, though the memory had drifted into her head several times over the course of the day, accompanied each time by an unsettling flush of warmth. "Yeah, it's me. I didn't wake you, did I?" "No, I was just working on the holiday newsletter for the store. Are you calling to tell me you just got off the phone with Zachary?" "Nope, still haven't heard back." "Well, it's only been a few days." "Yeah, I guess." He sounded distracted, distant. "You sound funny. What's up?" "I've been reading." "Oh, how far have you gotten?" "The stuff about Ellen in the asylum. I mean, holy hell." "I know. Are you okay?" "Yeah, just, processing." There was a pause as he pulled in a breath, then let it out heavily. "My Jewish great-grandmother married a Nazi sympathizer who locked her up to hide her from his Nazi-loving friends. How did I not know any of that? We're Jewish, or at least partly Jewish, and no one ever said a word. Did my father know? And if so, why keep it a secret? And then Marion, finding out the way she did. My God." He sounded genuinely rattled, and a little angry. "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yeah, it's just weird, I never thought of the Mannings as the ideal American family, but this is worse than anything I could have imagined." Ashlyn thought of her own parents, the mother who couldn't be bothered to save herself, the father who'd climbed up to the attic and put a shotgun under his chin because he wanted to shake his fist at God. There's no such thing as the ideal American family, Ethan. It's a myth, I guess. Have you finished Forever and Other Lies yet? Almost, and it isn't looking good on my end either. That's why I stopped. I needed a break. He sighed, weary or disgusted. Perhaps both. I guess we know what happens next, though, and whose fault it ended up being. Ashlyn considered this a moment. She'd thought so too at first, but now she wasn't so sure. She couldn't get past the echoes she picked up the first time she touched the books. The eerily similar fusion of bitterness and grief. People lied. Echoes didn't. Belle and Hemi both genuinely believed themselves to be the wronged party, which seemed to suggest that there was more to the story than they currently knew. Perhaps more than they'd ever know. But she couldn't say any of that to Ethan. Or maybe we just think we know and it was actually something else. You think there's something else coming? I'm just saying it feels like that wasn't all of it. He loved Belle, Ethan, enough to walk away from a story he clearly believed every word of. I could be wrong. Maybe it was enough to make Belle walk away. She was certainly furious, but my gut tells me there's something else. What makes you think that? Ashlyn hesitated, weighing how to answer. Do you believe in women's intuition? Yeah, I guess. Well then, we'll go with that. To be honest, I think I know all I want to. Ashlyn could hear the finality in his tone, and a part of her understood. He hadn't wanted to get involved to begin with, and now he'd learned things about his family that would make anyone reluctant to look deeper. I get it. I've been feeling a little like that too. I know there's not going to be a happy ending. Both of them make that clear right off the bat. And yet I find myself dragging my feet, dreading the rest of what's coming. I mean, I already know what's coming, but the actual how, who did what to whom and what happened after. But I will read it, all the way to the end, because I can't not know all of it, not when we've read this far. Ethan let out a groan. I suppose I should at least finish Belle's book. Or we could read them together, she suggested on impulse. Together, how would that work? Okay, not together, but we could do it over the phone. There aren't that many pages left in either book. We could take turns, with me reading from Forever and Other Lies and you regretting Belle. We could schedule a couple of reading dates. Well, not dates, but, set a regular time, maybe an hour, or less if you want. Unless you don't have time, and you probably don't with your writing. Never mind, it was a silly idea. No, Ethan said when she finally went quiet. Let's do it. Seriously? If it's going to count as a date, then yeah. A date. The mere word set off alarm bells in Ashlyn's head. Should she clarify, tell him that's not what she meant? Did it even matter? They'd be talking on the phone. How dangerous could it be? All right, then, a reading date. Should I pencil you in for tomorrow night? Actually, I was thinking we could start tonight. Would you mind? I'm not really ready to hang up. No, that's fine. It might be a good way to wind down. Like a bedtime story, Ethan supplied. Except those never worked for me. My mom used to read to me when I was a kid, but I'd fight falling asleep in order to keep her reading. Ashlyn liked that she could hear the smile in his voice. She set her pad and pen aside and settled back against the pillows. Do you think your mom ever read Belle's and Hemi's books? I don't know for sure, but it's hard to imagine her not reading them. My father would certainly have shown them to her. They talked about everything. No secrets. No secrets, Ashlyn said wistfully. What must that be like, to share everything? My parents weren't big on talking, unless you count screaming at each other, and then with Daniel, let's just say he did most of the talking in our relationship. He was the smart one, and I was just expected to do as I was told. The sad part is, for years I did. She stopped abruptly. Sorry, overshare. No, it's okay. I like that you feel comfortable telling me those things. And I get what you mean. I'm still trying to figure out how Kirsten and I ever got together. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Only one of the trains is you. My parents knew the first time they met her. They saw what I couldn't. Or wouldn't. I'm sorry.
Older but wiser, as they say.
But it's easy to become gun-shy when you've been burned badly enough, afraid to trust your own judgment. Friends keep trying to fix me up, but... There was a pause. A brief beat of silence.
There really hasn't been anyone since Daniel?
No.
No one in 4 years?
I told you, I don't do brave. Ethan chuckled.
It requires bravery to let a guy take you to dinner?
For me it does.
But reading on the phone, that's okay, right? That's safe.
It was Ashlyn's turn to chuckle. Were they flirting? She couldn't tell. It felt a little bit dangerous, but a little bit good, too. I think so, yes.
Good, then. I'll let you start if that's okay. I think I'd rather just listen tonight.
Once again, Ashlyn heard the weariness in his words. He was rattled, perhaps even a little disillusioned, despite all his feigned ancestral indifference. Yes, it's okay. She reached for the copy of Forever and Other Lies on the nightstand, opening to the place she'd marked with a scrap of blue ribbon, then sank back into the pillows and began to read.
Forever and Other Lies, pages 57 through 69. December 5th, 1941, New York, New York. I'm seething by the time I get back to the house. To have kept the truth from me, knowing full well you meant to publish every word, has shattered what I thought we had together. But the things you claim to have learned about my father have temporarily eclipsed the pain of your betrayal. All the way home, I tried to convince myself that you were lying when you wrote those vile things, that you'd invented them out of thin air to please Goldie, but I couldn't make myself believe it. Then I remembered Cece's warning about my father, how he saw all of us as chess pieces, and that sometimes the troublesome pieces disappeared, and I realized she meant our mother. Her illness and her Judaism had become troublesome, so he made our mother disappear, not just to Craig House, but for good. I go from room to room in search of my sister and answers. I find her in my father's study going through a stack of mail. She looks small behind his desk, diminished by the chair's wide leather shoulders. She glances up as I enter the room, then returns to the stack of envelopes on the blotter. My father is in Boston, preparing for one of his committee rallies, but his presence is all around us. The smell of his cigars, his lime-scented hair tonic, the pricey vintage cognac he serves his friends. It all hangs in the air, palpable and vaguely unnerving. My mouth is dry, suddenly. I've been rehearsing what to say during the drive back, but now that my sister is looking at me, the words want to stick in my throat. Finally, though, they tumble out. How long have you known our mother was Jewish? Cece's head comes up, her hands abruptly still. What? Jewish, I repeat emphatically. How long have you known our mother was Jewish? Her eyes dart toward the open door. For heaven's sake, lower your voice. The panic in her eyes tells me everything I need to know. Answer the question. She lifts a letter from the pile with feigned calm and uses a silver letter opener to slit the envelope in one clean stroke. She's in no hurry as she teases out the contents and scans them. Finally, she sets the page aside and looks up. To whom have you been talking? That's not an answer. No, it isn't. But I'm going to ask again. To whom have you been talking? Who I've been talking to doesn't matter. Oh, I think it matters a great deal. Shall I guess who it was? There's the hint of a smile as she says it. The effect is faintly chilling. It wouldn't be your newspaper friend from the Weekly Review, would it? The one you've been so cozy with of late. She's trying to divert the conversation, to put me on the defensive. So you're not even going to try to deny it? She tosses her head as if she's made some point. Neither are you, apparently. Did you know that's why Father sent her away? Because he was ashamed of her Jewishness? It sounds awkward and ugly coming out of my mouth, but then the things my father has been accused of are ugly. Cece folds her hands primly and places them on the blotter. He was ashamed of her because she embarrassed him in front of his friends. She was sick. She was weak. And there it is. Confirmation, were I still in need of it. You said once that Father sometimes made the chess pieces disappear. This is what you were talking about. Her. She was the troublesome chess piece. Cece pulls in a breath, then squares her shoulders. You know how she was. You were there that night. You saw and heard the same things I did, the same thing everyone did. Sobbing and ranting like a crazy woman. How much longer was he supposed to endure her tantrums? He had to send her away. And the accident? I press. The way she died. What about it? There are people who think it wasn't an accident. I hesitate, not sure I can actually say the rest out loud. Once I do, it's said. There's no taking it back. But I need to say it, to see her face when I say it. They think someone was paid to drop a knife in her room. That Father paid someone to drop a knife in her room. She stares at me, aghast. Don't be ridiculous. The look of horror on her face fills me with a strange relief. You didn't know. Know what? You're talking nonsense. Am I? I look her up and down, her rattled expression, her rigid posture. I don't think so, and I think you know it. She didn't die the way they said, Cece. It wasn't an accident. I see her needing to deny it, to dismiss it as impossible, and I almost feel sorry for her. The idea that her hero, the father she's worshipped and always striven to please, could be capable of something so horrifyingly cold-blooded has shaken her to her core. Of course it wasn't an accident, you little fool. We all know what she did and why. You said so yourself. She was sick. But no one was going to benefit from the truth coming out, especially if it got out that she tried twice before. Suicide is an ugly word. Of course they cleaned it up. I gape at her, incredulous. Not once had the word been mentioned in my presence, but it had clearly been mentioned in hers. You knew about the other times? Not at first, but after. The insurance people were sniffing around, asking questions. Father thought I should know. But not me. You were a child, she flings at me before lowering her voice. You have no idea how bad it was, how bad she was. There's a plea in her eyes now, a need to bring me over to her side, to his side. The press would have had a field day with her dramatics. It was all so sordid, so messy. You make it sound like it was her fault, like she deserved what happened to her. What do you want me to say? It was tragic, horrific, but it was also inevitable. It's why Father sent her there in the first place. He didn't know what else to do with her. She was out of control, spiraling deeper and deeper. It was only a matter of time. I listened to her, justifying, rationalizing, shifting the blame onto my mother, and I realize she's already absolved him. You don't care, do you, whether he did what they say or not? You don't care. For the love of God, will you listen to yourself? What you're suggesting is absurd. Her eyes harden suddenly, assessing me. And in case you've got any wild ideas, it would be a very bad idea to repeat a word of it to anyone. There's no missing her meaning. How like him she is, I realize with a wave of revulsion, trying to back me down with thinly veiled threats. Am I next, then? Another chess piece to be disposed of? Who knows? Maybe I'll have an accident, too. She gives me a pained look, as if dealing with an intractable child. I'd watch my step if I were you. She scoops the stack of mail from the desk then, and tucks it under her arm, signaling that our conversation is over. And don't go getting ideas. The Teddy matter is settled business. You walk down the aisle as planned. And until you do, you'll be staying close to home. You can't bully me into marrying someone I don't want to marry. She looks at me as if I've said something amusing. Of course we can. And you're looking at the proof. Do you think I wanted to marry George and have all these children? That being someone's wife was all I ever aspired to? It wasn't. But here I am, dancing to everyone else's tune for the good of the family, and soon it'll be your turn. I lift my chin, willing myself not to blink. And if I've made other plans? She stares at me with an infuriating calm, like a card sharp who knows she's holding the winning hand. These plans of yours, they wouldn't by any chance include a certain newspaper reporter, one with a seedy little apartment on 37th Street? She smiles, pleased with herself when she sees my mouth drop open. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? You're not nearly as clever as you think you are. I look away, feeling color creep into my cheeks. Her eyes are riveted to my face as she continues. I know how often you take the car out, where you go and how long you stay. I know about the groceries and the wine, and what I suspect are very cozy suppers. I know it all. You had me followed? I suspected the two of you might be involved the first time he came around. I saw you watching him, and him watching you, like a pair of hungry cats. I didn't care so long as you didn't botch the business with Teddy. A friend in the press can be a good thing to have. She pauses, flashing a feral smile, and something tells me he's very good. A little rough around the edges, perhaps, but that can be a plus. They say it's fun to go slumming now and then. Is it true? The crack of my palm against her cheek echoes off the study walls before I can check myself. Cece flinches, but her smile never slips. Still, I'm savagely glad to see the hot pink bloom of my handprint along her cheek. Right, she says with a cool nod. That's what I thought. I suppose Father knows? No, or not from me, at any rate. I decided as long as you were being discreet, I'd leave it alone. I assumed you'd be through with him by now, though. Instead, here you stand, ready to throw poor Teddy over for the paper boy. Hemi is worth 10 of Teddy. My God, you've actually fallen for him. A grubby little reporter paid to invent lurid tales about your own family. And please don't pretend all of this didn't come from him. You sound like a sappy schoolgirl. Well, he chose his mask wisely, I'll give him that. The remark stings, perhaps because it hits too close to the bone. You did choose wisely. And yet I find myself needing to defend you, too proud to concede that she's right. I feel myself wavering, wanting to justify what you've done, or at least your motives for doing it. But how am I any different from my sister if I'm willing to turn a blind eye to a betrayal simply because I can't bear the truth? And yet I cannot allow her this petty triumph. You're wrong about him, I say evenly. You've been wrong from the start. He was never going to be on your side. You thought you could buy him, use him to create some hero's narrative, but he was never going to do it. He's not for sale. Not for sale? She actually laughs, a high, mocking trill. You poor dolt. You never saw him coming. You're a would-be heiress, engaged to one of the most eligible men in the state, but he makes a play for you anyway. He woos you with that pretty face and that stuffy accent, and then, when he's got you on the hook, he begins to pry little bits of information out of you. He wants to know all about you, how you grew up, and what it was like being the daughter of such an important man. He sets up a little love nest so the two of you can be alone, away from the big bad world, and you play house together. All of this after he's managed to get himself invited to this house and into Father's inner circle. Did it never occur to you to ask yourself what he might hope to gain from all that romancing? Or what would happen once he had what he wanted? It sounds so obvious when she lays it all end to end like that, so completely and carefully orchestrated. Because that's exactly how it happened, right down to that first invitation to dinner and the fight we had after. You were in your element that night, smiling and nodding as my sister dragged you around the room, introducing you to people you would have never met otherwise. None of this is news, of course. You admitted as much to me. But knowing that she knows it too, that she sees me for the fool I've been, is a hard pill to swallow. Tears suddenly threaten. I try to blink them away, but Cece sees them and huffs impatiently. You little fool! The man doesn't have 2 nickels to his name, and you were prepared to throw away your entire life for him, to live on love, I suppose. Meanwhile, what have you been giving him? She rakes her eyes over me, slow and knowing. Nothing you can get back, I'll wager. He hasn't taken a cent from me. She brushes past me then, without so much as a glance. I wasn't talking about money. Hours later, I'm still uncertain what comes next. I've been working on a letter, 2 letters, actually, though I'm not certain I have the strength to finish either. I can't seem to stop weeping, but I have a decision to make. I've been wrestling with the words, with the impossible choice between my heart and my head. But how can I choose? It's as if I've been set adrift and there's no way back to you. No way back to anything. But I must choose, and soon. I wonder, too, how to deliver the letters once they're written. I could phone instead. Discretion seems pointless now that our secret is no longer secret. But the truth is, I'm putting it all on paper because I know I will never be brave enough to say what I almost certainly have to. Not once I've heard your voice, and yet I must say it, mustn't I? Goodbye. Cece was right. I have been naive about so many things, living in a fantasy world where the fairy princess and the handsome pauper ride off into the sunset, and the wicked king is never heard from again. But life doesn't work like that. The pauper isn't who he seems, and the king is all-powerful. There is no sunset, and the princess is a fool. I'm still at my writing desk when Cece enters without knocking. I'm startled by her sudden presence and annoyed that she feels entitled to enter without permission. I don't want her to see me like this. I sit stiffly as she eases her way into the room, peering past me at the sheet of blue notepaper in front of me. Writing a letter? She asks it so casually, as if we haven't just had a cataclysmic argument. I drag my diary across the half-written page and fold my hands over it. A poem, I lie, one I've been working on for several weeks. I didn't know you were writing again. She tries for a smile, then drops it when she realizes I'm not in the mood for smiles. May I see it? You've never cared about poetry before, mine least of all. In fact, I remember you running to Father once with a notebook of mine and getting me in trouble. She sighs wearily. Are we going to read through the entire catalogue of my sins? If you'd like. I push to my feet and step away from the desk, prepared to do battle again. Instead, Cece surprises me by fishing a freshly pressed handkerchief from her pocket and handing it to me. I accept it warily and blot my eyes. She wanders to the bed and drops down heavily. We shouldn't fight. I say nothing. I'm not interested in her olive branch. Look, I'm sorry about the things I said earlier. I didn't realize how serious it had gotten with the 2 of you, and you caught me off guard. You've always been the little sister, and when I see you wandering into trouble, I suppose I still feel a need to protect you. I can scarcely believe my ears. When have you ever protected me? She drops her gaze. I know we haven't been close, but that doesn't mean I don't care about you. We're family. I study her wide, soft eyes and turned-down mouth, and wonder who this stranger is sitting on my bed. Certainly no one I've ever met. She looks tired, even a bit shaken. I sit down beside her. stiff, silent. "You think me harsh," she says quietly. "And I suppose I am. Sometimes out of need, other times out of habit. But I've had so much responsibility since Mother died. And there's always been such a difference in our ages. I've never quite known how to be with you, how to straddle the line between mother and sister. But you're grown up now, a woman, not a child. We should be friends." Friends. I stare at her handkerchief, freshly pressed a moment ago, now wrung into a damp knot. We've barely been sisters, how can we ever be friends? Friends trust one another, and I don't trust anyone anymore. She brings her face close to mine, offering a tremulous smile. "Can we, do you think, put the harshness behind us?" She reaches for my hand, tracing her thumb over my knuckles. "Please?" The moment of softness, so unexpected, so unfamiliar, brings a fresh rush of tears. I try to hold them at bay, but it's useless. I crumple against her, sobbing. "Poor darling," she croons, patting my back. "It can't be as bad as all that." I let myself relax against her. Like a child who suffered a fall, I'm shaken and clingy, desperate for something sure to hold on to. And I'm suddenly so tired. "We're different people, you and I." Her voice is soft, almost maternal. "We may have different roles to play, but we're family, and always will be. Perhaps I've neglected you, even pushed you away. But it was because I didn't know how to take care of you properly. You were so different from me as a child, and so much like Hélène." Her voice falters, as if the mention of her mother's name causes her pain. "She and I weren't close the way you two were. You were always her favorite, and I suppose I was jealous. Then she got sick, and there was just Father. I was so desperate for his approval. I said and did whatever he wanted me to, but I hurt you in the process. Can you forgive me?" For as long as I can remember, I have craved my sister's love. When my mother went away and I was left on my own in this cold, enormous house, I longed for the kind of softness she's offering now. But after everything I've learned today, how can I even consider forgiving her? And yet the pull is there, the temptation to unclench my fists and take what's being offered. But I'm too exhausted to think about it now, too raw, too empty. She pats my hand as if something's been decided. "You're confused now and hurting. You think you can't live without this man, that he's your night and day, your entire world. But the truth is, you barely know him. All you know is what he's told you, what he wants you to believe. But a man who would try to turn you against your family was never going to make you happy. He doesn't understand our way of life. You deserve a man who cares about the things you care about, who can give you the kind of life you're used to. And your children. It's important to think about your children, about the kind of world they'll grow up in." I nod, barely registering her words. I just want to be alone, to digest all that's happened, all I've been told and all I haven't. My eyes slide to the scrap of blue notepaper just visible beneath my diary, the half-written letter waiting to be finished. And I remember the look on your face when you walked in and realized I'd found your notes, the guilt and the panic, the scramble to explain yourself. You asked as I was leaving if I would still be there tomorrow. I didn't answer because I didn't know. I still don't know. "Thank you," I say, pressing Cece's handkerchief back into her hands. "I'd like to be alone for a while. I have such a terrible headache." "Of course you do. You should lie down and close your eyes. But first go and wet a cloth for your eyes. You might make yourself a headache powder while you're at it. Or we can send to the druggist for something stronger, something to help you sleep. You'll see. Everything will look better after a little rest. Go on now. I'll turn back your covers while you get the cloth. In the bathroom, I prepare a powder and swallow it in 2 long gulps, retching as the last of it goes down. I stand over the sink, startled by my own reflection. For a moment, my mother looks back at me from the mirror. Raw, red-rimmed eyes, a cloud of messy dark hair, pale, tear-stained cheeks, exactly how she looked the last time I saw her. I wash away what's left of my makeup, then carry the washcloth back to bed. I'm startled to find Cece still hovering. She's turning back the bedspread, rounding up crumpled tissues. "There now," she says, smiling indulgently. "That's better. But promise me no more poetry today, poor thing. You look positively dreadful. Try to rest if you can. I'll send some tea up in a little while. We'll talk again when you're feeling better." I wait until she's gone and lock the door behind her, then return to my desk and my unfinished letters.
Regretting Belle, pages 87 to 92. 6 December 1952, London, England. 11 years on, and it still feels like yesterday. The wound still raw, still festering. The day you vanished from my life. Shall I tell you how it was? How it felt? Yes, I think I will. Because I shouldn't be the only one to remember that day. The sun slices through the bedroom blinds right on schedule. I roll off the bed, still in my clothes. I've waited all night for the phone to ring, listened for the scrape of your key in the lock. Neither came. But this is a good sign, I tell myself. If you weren't still planning to be at the station, you would surely have had the decency to at least pick up the phone. You wouldn't leave me standing alone on a train platform. And so my things are packed by the time the sun is fully up, my rented bureau emptied, the medicine cabinet in the tiny bathroom stripped bare. I arrive at Penn Station 2 hours before our appointed meeting time, our tickets tucked into the pocket of my coat, a pair of suitcases in one hand, and my father's old typewriter in the other. I enter from 7th Avenue, passing through the arcade of posh little shops, selling hats and scarves and perfume, and head toward the lunchroom where we've agreed to meet. I'm immediately swallowed up by the noisy pulse of the concourse. It's a massive space, with an intricate web of wrought iron arches and gleaming glass panels suspended overhead. The enormous clocks hanging at both ends remind me that I have quite an uncomfortable wait ahead of me. Eventually, I move to the waiting room, a cavernous chamber with stone columns, a high vaulted ceiling, and rows of wooden benches that look like church pews. It's less crowded here, quieter. The space reminds me of a cathedral, perhaps because I've been silently praying since I passed through the doors. I find a place beside a woman with an outlandishly feathered hat and enough luggage for an ocean voyage. She eyes me coolly, then nods. I nod back and settle in to pass the next hour. I scan the sea of faces as they blur past. None of them is likely to be yours. It's much too early. But I look anyway, on the off chance that you might be early too. Every dark-haired woman in a smart hat and heels sends my pulse careening. Several times I push to my feet, sure I've picked you out in the crowd. Then I settle back onto my bench, keenly aware that the woman beside me is growing annoyed. I don't care. I'm exhausted and edgy, checking my watch at 3-minute intervals, willing the hands to speed up and put me out of my misery. Eventually, it's time. I wander back to the lunchroom with our cases and station myself near the door to wait. By 2:45, I know you're not coming. Still, I head down the stairs to our platform, in case you're running late and decided to go straight to the train. I set down the cases and walk up and down, neck craned, desperate for a glimpse of you in the swarm of travelers. At precisely 3:04 p.m., the Limited pulls away from the platform. I stand watching, peering through each window as it moves past, hoping there's been some kind of mix-up about where we were supposed to meet. Then I remember both tickets are in my jacket pocket, and I realize the Limited will pull into Chicago tomorrow morning with an empty sleeper car. I should have seen it coming. Did see it, really. Your excuse-making, your foot-dragging. But I convinced myself we'd gotten past all that. I hated myself for my suspicions, for thinking you were looking for an excuse to run back to your family and your ridiculous fiancé. But in the end, I wound up handing you exactly what you were looking for. Still, you could have spared me the station. I'm numb by the time I return to my apartment. I slide the key into the lock, knowing before I walk through the door that I won't find you on the other side. I drop the suitcases and sag onto the sofa, not bothering to take off my hat and coat. I'm still sitting there when I see something slip beneath the door. It takes a moment to process what I'm seeing, an envelope with my name scribbled in black ink, and then I'm on my feet, scrambling for the door, stumbling over suitcases and nearly falling out into the hall. Belle! Your name echoes in the narrow hallway. But instead of you, I see a lanky boy with a tweed cap and a green coat scurrying toward the mouth of the stairs. He turns, wide-eyed, and goes still. His face is familiar. Your sister's boy, the quiet one you called Dickie. His mouth opens, but nothing comes out. Where's your aunt? I say as calmly as I can manage. Is she with you? He closes his mouth, shakes his head. You're here alone? He nods, still silent. I keep one eye on him as I bend down to retrieve the envelope from the floor. How did you get here? On my bike. I have to go now. I'm not supposed to talk to you. She said that? I'm supposed to just push the letter under the door and come straight back. Will you tell your aunt something for me? His eyes widen and he shakes his head. I'm not supposed to talk to you. He turns then and darts down the stairs. I carry the letter to the sofa and slide it out of the envelope, a single sheet of blue stationery. I stare at the page with its loopy, elegant lines. Pretty words meant to absolve you, but you needn't have bothered. It changes nothing. I've heard people say that at the most terrible moments of their lives, they felt as if the ground had been yanked out from under them. I always thought it a hyperbolic turn of phrase. Now I know better. That moment on the platform, when the train pulled away and I was left standing with the cases, I felt as if I'd been dropped into some bottomless abyss, all my tomorrows blank and empty. There's no forgetting a moment like that. No forgiveness. For us, the die was cast the moment that day's 3 p.m. Limited left the station without us. I crumple the note and toss it away, then go to the kitchen and retrieve the bottle of gin I tossed in the bin before I left. I pour myself a glass and swallow half of it in one go, welcoming the trail of fire it leaves on the way to my gut, the brief but woozy kick as it hits bottom. I've just topped up my glass when the phone rings. I stare at it, heart thumping against my ribs. I can't bear to hear your voice again, not if you're just going to repeat what's in the note, or worse, say you're sorry. I let it ring and ring. But what if you've changed your mind? I lift the receiver, clear my throat. Hello? I can't believe you didn't call, you bastard. Not you, Goldie. There's a kind of caving in my chest, the finishing blow. I tell myself to hang up, but I can't make my arm work. Instead, I stand there, clutching my glass of gin and let her screech. I was sure you'd come crawling back when you realized what an idiot you'd been, throwing away the kind of story every newspaper man dreams of, an honest-to-God bombshell, because you've developed a taste for some expensive bit of skirt.
I never took you for a fool, but I guess you are. So it looks like I'm going to have to be the bigger man here. And if I were in your shoes, I'd think very carefully.
Her consonants are thick and slushy, the way they get when she's been drinking. Still, she pushes on.
I'm going to give you one more chance to be a star, you British baboon. Not that you deserve it. And to prove I'm serious, I'm going to let you name your price. Hell, I'll even let you write the headline. But this offer comes with an expiration date. You've got 24 hours to make up your mind and get back to your desk, or I'll make someone else a star.
I swallow the rest of my gin and thump down the empty glass. I don't need 24 hours.
Forever and Other Lies, pages 70 through 76. December 7th, 1941, New York, New York. I slip out of the house before breakfast with nothing but my handbag, ducking out through the back door, then make my way along the service alley to the garage. Banks isn't about yet since my father's away and the garage is quiet. I lift the keys to the Chrysler from the pegboard on the wall and slide behind the wheel. I feel almost giddy as the motor purrs to life. I imagine you waiting for me across town, pacing and watching the clock, as eager as I am to begin our new life. Our tickets, the ones you bought for yesterday's limited, have gone to waste. How I wish I had decided sooner and left in time to make the train. We'd be in Chicago by now, perhaps on our way to the registrar's office. But we'll buy new tickets when we get to the station, and at long last wave farewell to New York. A day later than we'd planned, perhaps, but what's one day compared to a lifetime? It seems a reckless thing to do, to put my trust in you again after what I learned. But after all my weeping and wrestling, I realized I couldn't bear to lose you. But with Cece watching my every move, I didn't trust the phone, and so I paid Dickie $1 to deliver my letter on his way to the druggist. When I swore him to secrecy, he eyed me warily, so I wasn't entirely sure he'd see it through. But later he knocked on my door and told me the deed was done. He could barely look me in the eye, poor thing. He's not cut out for intrigue. I haven't left Cece a note. She'll know soon enough where I've gone. And by then, I'll have slipped the net for good, never to set foot in my father's house again. I keep my eye on my rearview mirror as I drive, recalling Cece's gleeful admission that she's been keeping tabs on me. I couldn't bear it if something were to go wrong now. I have to park a block and a half away from your building, then climb the narrow flight of stairs to the second floor. I'm a little lightheaded by the time I reach the top. I half expect to find you hovering in the open doorway, but you're not. I'm even more surprised when I try the knob and find it locked. I dig out my key and let myself in, nearly tripping over my suitcase sitting just inside the door. I wander through the rooms, casually at first, then more frantically, looking for you, looking for your suitcase. In the bedroom, the bureau is bare, the bed still made. The bathroom, too, has been emptied of your things. But that's normal, I tell myself, pushing down a mounting sense of unease. We're going away, and you've packed it all. That's why everything feels so empty, so unsettlingly quiet. I hunt for a note, but there isn't one. There isn't anything except an empty gin bottle in the sink. Every trace of you is gone. The room wobbles and sways. I close my eyes, waiting for it to stop. When I open them again, I spot the envelope on the floor near the couch, blue with your name on the front. The flap is open, its contents gone. I'm still staring at the envelope when a man in a rumpled shirt and a stained cardigan appears in the doorway. You can't be in here. I'm looking for the man who lives here. No one lives here, he says with a trace of annoyance. Tenant flew the coop last night. I blink at him as the words sink in. Flew the coop? Yes, ma'am. Knocked on my door around supper time to tell me he was clearing out. Said he'd wrapped up his work here and was off to cover the war. I didn't know you could still get over there, but maybe he's got connections. His type usually does. Suddenly there isn't enough air in the room, and I feel as if I'm about to slide to the floor. I grab for the arm of the sofa, dimly aware of the landlord's alarmed expression. "Hey, are you sick?" His eyes narrow, looking me up and down. "I remember you now. Coming around at odd hours, never staying long." The change in his expression makes my cheeks go hot. I consider denying it, assuring him he's mistaken, but it hardly matters now. I straighten and run a hand over my hair. Did he leave a forwarding address for his mail? No, nothing like that. He presses his lips together then, as if he's just grasped the situation. Left you flat, did he? I look away. It would seem so, yes. Tough break, but maybe you're better off. Any man who'd leave you to go play in a war needs his head examined. I stare at him, my throat too tight to reply. Well, if you're in need of an apartment, doll, this one's available. I can make you a good deal, too, since your fella paid the month out. The idea that I would want to live in this apartment is ridiculous, but it suddenly dawns on me that I have no backup plan. It never occurred to me that you wouldn't be here, or that I could have miscalculated so completely. Now, the thought of having to return to my father's house, to my sister's gloating smile, is more than I can bear. Hey, you okay? You don't look so good. I shake my head and move toward the door. He takes a step toward me as if to block my way, then points to the suitcase parked haphazardly inside the door. That yours? I glance at the suitcase, remembering the weeks I've spent carefully filling it. My trousseau, you teasingly called it. Yes, it's mine. Aren't you going to take it with you? No. I managed to make it down the stairs and all the way back to the car before falling apart. I lean my head against the icy steering wheel, the thrum of traffic muffled beyond the car windows. And finally, I break. How could you, Hemi? After everything, how could you do it? When you knew I was coming. I barely remember the drive back to my father's, or dropping the car off at the garage. Cece is in the foyer when I walk in, arranging a bowl of flowers. She peers at me over the blooms as I shrug off my coat, lingering on my face. My eyes feel swollen and gritty, as if I've spent the afternoon in a smoke-filled room. I expect her to demand to know where I've been, who I've seen. Instead, she inspects me briefly and returns to her gladiolas. I'm so relieved I could cry. I don't think I could bear another scene with her at this moment. I head for the staircase and manage to make it to the top. I'm so terribly tired all of a sudden, so utterly and completely empty. Finally, I reach my room and lock myself in. After washing my face and swallowing one of the sleeping powders Dickie brought from the druggist, I fall into the bed, craving only oblivion. Tomorrow I'll think about what to do. Tomorrow I'll make plans. I have no idea what time it is or how long I've been asleep when I hear Cece outside my door, cursing and banging, rattling the knob. "Open the door, for heaven's sake! Something's happened!" I'm still muzzy from sleep, but eventually her words penetrate. Something's happened. Scenarios tumble through my head as I scramble to sit up. You've changed your mind and come back. My father's gotten wind of our plans and cut his business trip short in order to deal with me. Or perhaps he's already dealt with you. The thought sends a chill through me. I bolt from the bed and hurry to unlock the door. Cece pushes in, grim-faced and out of breath. "The Japanese have bombed the naval base at Pearl Harbor. They just broke in on the radio with a reporter who's there. You could hear the bombs going off in the background, things exploding. It sounds bad." It takes a moment for my brain to shift gears. Not you, not my father. The Japanese. How could it happen? A sneak attack, they say. Planes downed, ships on fire. God knows how many killed. They think Manila's been hit, too. Roosevelt will get his war now. They're probably popping the champagne corks as we speak. I stare at her, horrified. That's what she's thinking at this moment. No outrage over men dying. No anguish for widowed wives and orphaned children. Just resentment that my father's precious cause, the gift to Hitler of a neutral United States, is almost certainly lost. Has the president spoken? No, but he will. This is exactly what he's been praying for. You think the president of the United States has been praying that we'd be attacked and hundreds of people would be killed? You still don't understand, do you? Who's pulling the strings and why? This wasn't a random attack. It was orchestrated to drag us into the war. The Jews and the communists want us to use our money and our resources to fight their war for them. Why should we? Let them raise their own army and fend for themselves. Cece's words stun me. The people you're talking about. Our mother was one of them. Her blood, Jewish blood, runs through your veins the same as mine. They are us. Never say that again. Not in this house. Not anywhere. Her eyes glitter coldly as she regards me, reminding me of the night of my mother's breakdown. I flash back to that moment on the stairs, her queer little smile and inexplicable words. Now we'll see. And afterward, how she slid into my mother's place and systematically removed every trace of her from our lives. He's done this to you, I say, seeing her clearly, seeing it all clearly. He poisoned you against her, little by little, and then he rewarded you for it. He taught you to be ashamed of her, ashamed of yourself, because you're like her. We're both like her. I'm not like her, Cece shrieks. I'm an American, a real American, and so are my children. I have a duty to protect our name and our way of life, to keep it unpolluted. Suddenly my father is staring back at me. The hardness, the hatred, the steely superiority. I see it all in my sister. Hemi was right about you, about both of you. He had you pegged from the start. Ah, yes, the paper boy. She flashes a chilly smile. Come to think of it, why aren't you with him now, having lunch in his squalid little walk-up? The smile hardens. Or have you miscalculated again? Her words hit me like a dash of cold water. I want to deny it, but how can I when I've been such a fool about everything? She tips her head to one side and feigns a little pout. Poor thing. Has he finished with you? If I were you, I'd count myself lucky that I managed to escape relatively unscathed. Her eyebrows lift ever so slightly. Assuming you have, of course. Get out. She turns, then glances back at me. I'm not sure when Father will be home, but it won't be long now, and he isn't likely to be in a very good mood when he arrives. I'd think long and hard before mentioning Hélène or the paper boy. I can promise it won't end well. Forever and Other Lies. Pages 77 through 80. December 10th, 1941, New York, New York. I've spent 3 days in a kind of twilight. 3 days believing I've been hurt as deeply as it's possible to be hurt. But I'm wrong. There's more to come. Shall I tell you how it was? How it felt? It only seems fair. I'm still avoiding my sister, keeping to my room when I know she's home. I've nothing to say to her, though I suspect at some point she and my father will have a great deal to say to me. About you, about Teddy, about my duty to the family. Because in the end, it always comes back to duty. They have no idea what I've already given up, the scandal they were spared for my sake. I despise Cece for being right about you, and myself for being so completely taken in. I find myself reliving every moment you and I spent together, every word, every kiss, every touch, looking for something I should have seen but didn't. Perhaps she's right, though. Perhaps I have dodged a bullet. And perhaps in a few years, 100 or so, I may even believe it. But it doesn't feel that way just now. I wait every day for the mail to arrive, hoping there will be something from you. A letter telling me where you are, asking me to come to you, or at least explaining why you did what you did. There hasn't been, of course, and there won't be. Some part of me knows that. But there has been a telegram from my father. Cece made sure it was on this morning's breakfast tray. It seems the Boston rally has been cancelled, though my father plans to remain for another week. Since the attack on Pearl Harbor, Lindbergh's beloved America First Committee has begun to fray, and my father and his friends are hoping to hold it together. The last line is about me, a directive to keep an eye on me until he can come home and deal with me properly. My sister is toying with me, dangling his return like a threat. I don't care. I refuse to be bullied or remain in this house full of hatred and secrets. He'll cut me off without a cent, but I have some money of my own, from the trust my mother left me when she died. Not a lot by my father's standards, but enough for an easy life by almost anyone else's. That I will leave here has been decided. It's the where I haven't quite settled yet. I had pinned all my hopes on California, but that's when it was us. I'm not sure I could bear it now. I should hate you. I do hate you. But I can't help wondering where you are, what you're doing, and if you ever think of me. I shouldn't care. You're not worth my tears. But of course I care. You knew that when you left. The war has begun in earnest. It's just Japan for now, but it's only a matter of time until Roosevelt declares on Germany, too. I think of you, of your impassioned speeches about our moral responsibility to join the Europeans in their fight against the Nazis. You were right about every bit of it, but all I can think of are the horrors of the last war, the blood and death and gore, and you somewhere in the middle of it, writing it all down for the sake of history. Your leaving has left me in a kind of strange twilight, a limbo of drowsy days and sleepless nights. I can't seem to get my footing back. But time is running out. I need to make my plans, but I can't think here, with the walls tight around me. I strip out of my robe and throw on the first thing I find in my closet. I hold my breath as I step out into the hall, expecting to be waylaid and sent back to my room. But there's no sign of Cece as I make my way downstairs. Outside, the air is cold and sharp. I welcome the sting of it as I head down Park Avenue. I have no idea where I'm going, certainly not anywhere I might be recognized. The last thing I want is to run into someone I know, to be forced to smile and make small talk. I keep my head down and walk briskly for several blocks. Gradually, the scenery changes, stately houses giving way to brownstones, and then to squatty brick apartment houses with shops tucked beneath, their windows decorated for the holidays. A pharmacy, a shoe repair shop, a music store with used clarinets and violins in the window. I study the parade of determined faces coming toward me, all too busy to pay me much mind. It feels good to be anonymous, to gaze at face after face without fear of being known. And then I realize what I'm doing. I'm looking for you. Your face, your shoulders, your long-legged gait. Somewhere in that swift-moving river of humanity. It's a ridiculous thing to hope. So ridiculous I feel the clutch of tears in my throat. I reverse course abruptly, nearly blundering into a woman with several packages in her arms. Something about her is familiar. The thin mouth and faintly bird-like nose. Lisa. Her name pops into my head. No, Lissa, a seamstress at one of the dress shops I frequent. I pivot away from her, ducking behind a nearby newsstand. I pretend to browse the racks of magazines, papers, and tabloids. And then I see it, a grainy rendition of my parents' wedding photo, staring back at me from the front page of the New York Weekly Review, along with a garish headline, "Gruesome Asylum Death Raises Fresh Eyebrows." My legs go limp, and for a moment I think I'm going to be sick right there on the street. I wait until the sensation passes, then pull a copy from the rack. I'm shaking all over, and the words shift and blur as I read, but the story is all too familiar. Multiple suicide attempts, an unexplained knife, the thinly veiled suggestion that what had previously been labeled an accident might not have been an accident at all. There's more on the second page, a laundry list of anti-Semitic and pro-Nazi groups with which my father is said to be affiliated, a longer list than I knew, and finally, the thinly veiled suggestion that he may have gone to nefarious lengths to conceal his wife's Jewish heritage. At the bottom of the second page are 2 additional photos, one of me and one of Cece, with our names. You haven't left anything out, not even me. "Buy it or put it back, lady. This ain't a library." I glance up to find a man with wind-burned cheeks and a day's worth of beard glaring at me. I close the paper and toss it down, too numb to feel relief that he appears not to recognize me. He will by tomorrow. By tomorrow, everyone will. Forever and Other Lies, pages 81 through 83. December 18th, 1941, New York, New York. There will be no wedding in June. Teddy's parents have made it official, expressing shock and dismay at the Weekly Review's recent revelations about my father. I suspect they'll waste little time before arranging another matrimonial merger. There are faces to save, after all, and what better way to paper over their son's brief but unfortunate engagement to me than to wed him to some new and unsullied bride, preferably one with pure Gentile bloodlines. My face will not be saved. I'm the jilted one, unworthy in light of the scandal that has tainted my family, which in light of my transgressions seems only fair. It's a relief to no longer be thought of as an asset, a thing to be dealt or traded, but it's made me strangely invisible. My father has barely spoken to me since his return from Boston. He's occupied just now trying to salvage his business interests, which appear to be in free fall. I suspect his newfound visibility has kept him from acting on his first impulse, which was likely to pack me off to some godforsaken place, the way he did my mother. In that way, at least, your vulgar little exposé has protected me. It took several days, but eventually, the most lurid details elbowed past the war news. The other papers have picked it up now as well, as you surely knew they would. How proud you must be to have pulled it off. Father's enemies are ringing bells and drinking champagne. He's threatening a libel suit, but his lawyers warn that a trial would only keep the thing alive and require him to answer uncomfortable questions, publicly and under oath. Wiser, they say, to roundly deny the allegations and let the thing die a natural death. And so we are all in scandal mode. The phone rings morning and night, and the press is camped out on the street in front of the house, waiting to pounce on anyone who happens to enter or exit, rendering us all virtual prisoners. I'm beyond caring about any of it, but Cece's mood pivots between grief and outrage as one by one her friends find reasons to cancel lunches and teas and card games. The usual invitations to holiday parties haven't come, and she's been asked to resign from several of her women's clubs. I wish I could feign sympathy, but I can't. There's an old adage about chickens coming home to roost that keeps popping into my head. I do feel bad for her children, who've been pulled out of school and handed over to a brigade of tutors who come to the house 3 days a week via the kitchen entrance. It seems I've made rather a mess for everyone, welcoming a viper into our midst. Poor Dickie seems to be taking it the hardest, avoiding my gaze when we happen to pass in the corridor or on the stairs. I suppose he resents being enlisted to deliver my letter that night, to have, in his mind, unwittingly been a part of his family's downfall. I wish I could explain that nothing in the letter had any bearing on what's happening now, that the damage had already been done, and that it was done by you. But Cece has forbidden me to speak to any of them. It's not so terrible. None of them, except Dickie, ever paid me much mind. I do regret losing his affection, though. Such a sweet and guileless boy, so unlike the rest of us. For now, I'll bide my time and get my affairs in order. I must plant myself somewhere, put down roots, and make a life of some kind. I'm not sure what that life will look like. I never planned beyond you. I never imagined I would have to. My mistake. I wonder now and then if you ever wonder about me, if when you close your eyes you still see my face, hear my voice, feel my touch, or am I already a part of your past, a shadow that briefly crossed your path, nebulous now and unshaped? I wonder how long it will be until I'm free of you, and what it will feel like when I am. I can't quite imagine it, looking inside myself and not finding you there, like a piece of me has been carved away, which I suppose it has. Perhaps I should count myself lucky, feel relief that I found out who you were before things went any further. But no, I don't think I'll let you off quite so easily.
Regretting Belle, pages 93 to 95. 31 December 1953, London, England. It seems another year is ending, all gone by in another hour or so. A fitting time to write our epilogue, I suppose, and put an end to this unhappy exercise. I was hoping for a kind of catharsis when I began it, or perhaps exorcism is a more appropriate word for what I had hoped to accomplish, to be released from my sins, and yours. A few scribbled pages, I told myself, and it would finally be over. I would let myself bleed until the bleeding was done, until I was emptied of you. How foolish I was to ever think it would be that simple. Still, there are a few things more to say. I'll begin with the story that appeared in the review shortly after I left the States. A story, I might add, I learned about purely by chance, nearly 2 full years after it was published. That this story happened to contain facts to which I was privy has no doubt led you to conclude that I had some hand in it. But it is a matter of record that the name attached to it was not mine. I gave you my word that day in my apartment, the last time I saw you, as it turns out, and I will not do so again. If you know me so little after all we shared, there's no point in trying to absolve myself. And now, in the interest of full disclosure, I will endeavor to flesh out some of the more glaring gaps in my narrative and the semblance of a life I've lived since I lost you. I was married once. Her name was Laura, a woman with dark hair and amber eyes. She looked like you, but she wasn't you, and I couldn't forgive her for it. She deserved better than I could offer, as I told her the night she left. She deserved to be happy and to make someone else happy. But that someone was never going to be me. You saw to that. From that very first night at the St. Regis, you have filled my brain, leaving no room for anyone else. Even with an ocean separating us, I could feel you, like the ache of a phantom limb. For a while, I had the war to distract me, and my work. There were stories that needed telling, atrocities that needed to be exposed, whether the world wanted to see them or not. Grinding hunger, gas chambers, the ovens, human beings reduced to ash. And then the liberation of the camps. Someone had to cover that too, so the world would know and never let it happen again. But after the war came an unbearable quiet, an emptiness riddled with wounds that had nothing to do with bullets and battlefields. And then suddenly there was Laura, sitting across from me at a dinner one night, a ghost promising second chances. We were married 4 weeks later. I meant to make a go of it, to cauterize the oozing places you left behind, but every time I looked at her, I felt the knife twist, and the bleeding would start all over again. She never knew why it didn't work. She never heard your name, or even knew you existed, but you were always there between us. The other woman. The only woman. I almost came looking for you once, in a moment of madness and perhaps more gin than was good for me. I thought if I saw your face one more time, I could walk away clean. I'd shut up the vault with all my memories inside and finally get on with the business of living. By morning, I'd come to my senses, of course. Or maybe I just ran out of gin. I can't remember. Instead, I dragged myself to my typewriter and banged out a pair of books about the war. They were well received and earned several prestigious awards, but they were cool, clinical things, bloodless, academic postmortems. I hated them. I was weary of war, of its tactics and mechanics and politics. I wanted to write something that felt alive, something with a pulse, but I couldn't get it off the ground. So many false starts and crumpled pages, wastebaskets full, mocking me for weeks on end. And then one night, I woke up in the dark, and you were there, the ache of that phantom limb throbbing with a vengeance, the pulse I'd been searching for. The words spilled out like poison, the story of us. Alas, dear Belle, it is a story without a happy ending, with no ending at all, really, only these few bitter lines. And so, as the old year dies and a new one begins, I will bring this bloody tale of ours to a close. I'll have it bound, I think, and make a present of it to you, a souvenir or a trophy. I shall leave that for you to decide. By the by, it might surprise you to know that every now and then I find myself thinking about that suitcase, wondering if anyone ever made use of it, or if it's shut up in some attic or basement somewhere, still full of your things. It doesn't matter. How could it, after all these years? Still, I do wonder. H.
13. Ashlyn. We develop a particular fondness for our favorite books, the way they feel and smell and sound, the memories they invoke, until they begin to exist for us as living, breathing things. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. October 21, 1984. Rye, New Hampshire. Ashlyn wrapped her arms tight about her body, warding off the breeze pushing in from the harbor. She couldn't help feeling a pang of disappointment as Ethan closed the copy of Regretting Belle and set it on the table between their chairs. It felt like the end of a movie, when the credits start to roll and you realize no one's going to ride off into the sunset. She had known, of course, but it still felt wrong somehow, unfinished. I can't believe that's really it. For Hemi, at least, Ethan replied. There's still the last of Belle's book to get through if you want. Ashlyn shook her head. No, not just now. It's not like we don't know how that one ends, too. Ethan frowned. You sound sad. I am a little. I guess I'm used to books where all the loose ends are tied up in a pretty bow. I knew this one wouldn't end with soaring violins, but it feels unfinished. And I'm not sure why. After everything, he never stopped loving her. Or hating her, apparently. He didn't hate her, Ethan. What would you call it? Despair. Ashlyn said quietly. He was heartbroken, grieving for someone he'd lost. So was Belle. They only pretended to hate one another because it felt safer, stronger. Ethan shrugged. Maybe. But to just no-show like that was pretty harsh. She could have let him know she wasn't coming. Instead, she bailed, just left him hanging. The response should have surprised Ashlyn, but didn't. She'd noticed it several times this week. The faint but palpable friction that had started creeping into their conversation, as if they'd each unconsciously stepped into the story, and assumed their respective gender roles. Without meaning to, they had chosen sides. She didn't leave him hanging, Ethan. She sent him a letter, presumably to tell him she was coming. If anyone bailed, it was Hemi. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to walk into that empty apartment? About the same as finding yourself alone on a train platform, I imagine. And we don't know what the letter said. We only know what Belle implies. What we do know is how Hemi reacted after reading it. He went straight for the gin, and it clearly wasn't to pour himself a celebratory shot. I'm not sure I blame him for disappearing. She'd been dragging her feet for weeks. How many times was he supposed to give her the benefit of the doubt? At some point, you have to call it, don't you? Maybe. But something doesn't add up. You said it yourself. We don't know what the letter said. You're assuming from Hemi's reaction that it was a Dear John letter, but why would Belle show up at his apartment if she'd just given him the boot? She expected him to be there, waiting for her. That argument goes both ways. If Hemi honestly believed she was coming and all was forgiven, why disappear? The only logical explanation is that the letter was a polite kiss-off. And to get even, he went ahead and published the story? Ethan blew out a breath. I'm not saying it was right, but at that point, what did he have to lose? He denies having anything to do with it. Ethan nodded, though not convincingly. He does. But both things can't be true, can they? People rewrite history, Ashlyn. They clean up their messes, often by dumping them over someone else's fence. I'm pretty sure that's what we've been reading. Two people trying to tidy up an ugly breakup. Ashlyn tipped her head back, watching the clouds overhead shred in the wind. Perhaps Ethan was right. Perhaps they were both to blame and hoped to exonerate themselves by rewriting the narrative. Over time, they may even have come to believe their own version of events. A lie, repeated often enough, eventually became the truth. Daniel taught her that. And yet the discrepancies between Belle's and Hemi's versions continue to niggle. She looked at Ethan squarely, not ready to concede his point. Does Hemi strike you as the kind of guy who'd go back on his word out of spite? Ethan propped his elbows on the railing and looked out over the harbor. Under normal circumstances, no. But Goldie waved a fistful of cash at precisely the right moment, and Hemi, a.k.a. Stephen Schwab, appears to have accepted her offer. It was true, though Ashlyn hated to admit it. Hemi had both means and motive, and the evidence suggesting he and Stephen Schwab were one and the same was hard to deny. I called Ruth a few days ago and asked her to try to find the actual story. Unfortunately, there isn't much out there from the review. The paper shut down in 1946, but maybe the piece is still floating around on microfilm somewhere. And then what? Say we find the story. What have we proven? Come to that, why do we need to prove anything? The truth is, we're never going to know for sure who did what to whom, and it doesn't matter. Whether we learn the truth or not, nothing changes. I know you don't want to hear this, but I think it's time to admit we're running out of road. Ashlyn answered with a grudging nod. I just can't help feeling we've missed something. They loved each other, enough to throw away everything in order to be together. And then something went wrong, something that shouldn't have. You don't find it strange that they're both so bitter, both convinced that they were the real victim? Ethan rolled his eyes. Have you ever known a couple who split up where both parties didn't think they were the real victim? If you ask me, it's a whitewash job on both their parts. I don't believe that. Ashlyn shot back. I don't believe they were trying to create an alternate version of history. They believed every word they wrote. Just wanting something to be true doesn't make it true, Ashlyn. I know that. Do you? Yes, but this isn't me just wanting it to be true, Ethan. It is true. I'm certain of it. Ethan cocked an eye at her. You're certain? Ashlyn bit her lip, checking an impulse to blurt out that yes, she was certain, and why she was certain. He didn't understand, but then how could he? Unless she told him everything. Ethan was watching her, waiting for a response. Ashlyn? She reached for her beer and took a long pull. Was she actually considering this? revealing a secret she'd never felt safe enough to share with Daniel, simply to make her point, risking whatever it was that might be starting between them. "Can I tell you something?" she said quietly. "Something that's going to sound a little weird." "Okay, a lot weird." Ethan straightened, as if sensing the conversation was about to change. "Sure. I have this thing. This gift. There's a name for it. Psychometry. Most people think it's made up, but it's real. At least for me." She paused for another sip of beer before continuing. "I can feel things. Echoes, I call them." He was frowning now, clearly perplexed. "Echoes? They're what's left behind when we touch something. You, me, we all leave echoes, and we leave them on the things we touch, like a residue. The stronger our feelings when we touch an object, the stronger the echoes. And I can read them, with my hands, with all of me, I suppose. At least that's how it feels." She went quiet then, holding her breath as she attempted to glean his reaction. She could see him trying to work it out in his head, weighing what he'd just heard against the academic side of his nature. Finally, a furrow appeared between his brows. "You're saying everything you touch gives off these echoes?" Ashlyn released the breath she'd been holding. A question was good. "Not everything, no. At least not for me. For me, it's just books." "Books?" "Yes." He stared at her, blank-faced, as he tried to digest what he'd been told. "And you just happen to own a bookstore?" "Go figure, right?" When?" He paused, shaking his head. "I don't even know what to ask. What must that be like? All day, every day, surrounded by books that are talking to you. How do you hear yourself think?" Ashlyn couldn't help smiling at his description. "It isn't like that. It's not words, it's emotion, feelings that come through like tiny vibrations. But it only happens when I touch a book. I can feel what the owner felt when they were reading it. Or, in this case, when the authors were writing them. That's why I'm certain there was something else going on with Hemi and Belle, because I feel it when I touch the books. The same betrayal and loss from both of them, the same certainty that they'd been betrayed by the other." Ethan shook his head, clearly struggling to comprehend. "I'm sorry. I'm still trying to get my head around this. You're saying you can read Belle's emotions, and Hemi's, with your fingers, all these years later. How is that even possible?" Ashlyn shrugged. "I don't know. It just is. But these books are different from anything I've ever come across. The feelings on both sides are so strong, and so similar. They're just flipped, like mirror images. I know it sounds crazy, and maybe I am obsessing a little, but this isn't some romantic fantasy I'm indulging. I feel it in my bones. There was a reason they both believed they'd been betrayed by the other. I felt it the first time I touched the books, and I still feel it." To her relief, Ethan gave no sign that he found any of this implausible, though he did take several moments to process. "Have you always been able to do it?" he asked finally. "It started when I was 12. At first, I thought everyone could do it. Then I did some reading about it." She looked down at the beer bottle in her hand, scraping at the soggy label with her thumbnail. "Turns out I'm a bit of a freak. Or maybe you're just more tuned in than most people." She scrunched one eye as she looked at him. "You don't think it's weird?" "Oh, I think it's totally weird. I also think it's amazing." Ashlyn found her throat suddenly choked with tears. "Thank you." "For calling you weird?" "For taking me seriously." She blinked hard and looked away. "I don't talk about it much, or at all, really. When I told my mother, she made me swear not to breathe a word to anyone, especially not my father, who would say it was the devil's work. The only person I ever told was Frank Atwater, the man who used to own the store. And now you." Ethan came to stand beside her, and for a moment they stood elbow to elbow, watching a pair of gulls skim over the harbor's silvery surface. The tide was going out. In another few hours the water would have retreated completely, exposing a stretch of dull gray mud, providing a veritable buffet for hungry gulls and kittiwakes. "You never told Daniel?" Ethan asked at last. "I could never have trusted him with something like that, given him that kind of weapon to use against me." Ethan studied her a moment, his expression thoughtful. "But you trusted me?" "Yes." "Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you did. But why?" Ashlyn ducked her head, shy suddenly. "You told me that first night that you weren't interested in your family history. But you've been so great about letting me pick your brain, so patient with all my questions. I guess I wanted you to understand why it's so personal for me." Ethan stared at his hands where they gripped the railing, quiet again as the breeze whipped the hair back from his forehead. "Before," he said finally, awkwardly, "I didn't mean to make light of how you feel. I get now why you're so invested. But it's different for me. I'm not sure how I even got involved. I should be upstairs writing, or at least working on finals. Instead, I'm up to my ears in some romantic whodunit, and I have no idea how it happened, except that it gave me an excuse to keep seeing you." His final remark caught Ashlyn off guard. "You thought you needed an excuse?" "Didn't I?" The question brought a flush of warmth to her cheeks. "At first, maybe." He reached up to push a lock of hair out of her eyes. "And now?" It felt like the most natural thing in the world to lean into him, to melt into the circle of his arms, to yield when his lips touched hers. Natural and yet terrifying. It had been so long since she'd let herself surrender to anything, since she'd felt anything. Now, at a touch, all those denied sensations flooded through her, like the steps of some long-abandoned dance. The winding of his hands through her hair, the rasp of his breath against her cheek, the dizzying awareness of crumbling barriers. This is how it starts. Exactly like this. Ashlyn stiffened as the warning bells began to jangle, memories of another first kiss and all that had followed. She'd been so swept up, so eager to be loved, that she'd forgotten to protect herself. And here she was, on the verge of doing it again. Ethan must have registered her sudden misgivings. He eased out of the kiss and took a step back, looking uncertain and slightly off balance. "I seem to remember saying something about going slow. Should I say I'm sorry?" Ashlyn felt off balance too, registering both regret and relief as she looked up at him. "Are you sorry?" "No, but I don't want you to be either." She touched her fingers to her lips, recalling the delicious warmth of his mouth on hers. She wasn't sorry, but she wasn't sure that what had just happened was a good idea for either of them. "Ethan." He dropped his arms, stepping back. "I know." She nearly reached for him, then decided she'd only be sending mixed signals. "I'm not sorry about what just happened. In fact, part of me wonders what took us so long. But I'm not sure." He held up a hand. "It's okay. I get it." "No, you don't. I feel what you do. But there's a reason there hasn't been anyone since Daniel. A lot of reasons, actually. I'm better off by myself." "You don't know that. If there hasn't been anyone, you can't know it." "But I do, Ethan. I have too much baggage to bring to a relationship. And when I say baggage, I'm talking whole steamer trunks full. You deserve better than that." Ethan stared down at the railing, shoulders bunched tightly. "I'm not proposing, Ashlyn. I'm just asking you to keep the door open and to let me help you carry those bags now and then. No pressure, no strings." He reached for her hand. "You don't even have to give me an answer. Just stick around long enough to give me a chance." The muffled ring of the house phone suddenly interrupted the quiet. Ethan relinquished her hand with a groan. I need to get that. One of the professors is on baby watch, and I told him I'd cover his classes for a few days if he needed me to. He said he'd call tonight. Go, Ashlyn told him, relieved to be spared a response. I'll be in a minute. You're not going to sneak down the deck stairs and take off while I'm inside, right? You'll be here when I get back? Ashlyn shot him a grin. I'll be in a minute. Get the phone. She watched as he disappeared through the French doors, then saw the kitchen light go on. She took her time gathering their empty bottles and straightening the deck chairs. She needed a few minutes before she went in to digest what had just happened. Was she ready to let Ethan into her life? To risk loving and losing? Again. It would be lying to say she hadn't imagined it. She'd been imagining it since that first awkward moment in his study, the first uneasy inkling that something was happening between them. But nothing had come of it. They'd fallen into a kind of partnership after that, collaboration rather than courtship, and she'd convinced herself that it was for the best. Now suddenly things had escalated. She had opened the door and let him in, shared a part of herself that she hadn't even shared with Daniel, because she trusted him. But trust was a dangerous thing. So was love. And that was where this was headed if she didn't put the brakes on. Was she willing to take that kind of leap again, to give someone the power to shatter the small but careful life she'd managed to rebuild for herself? And there was something else to consider. The possibility that what they felt was merely a byproduct of their involvement with the books. What if they'd simply gotten caught up in Belle and Hemi's story, feeling things that were likely to fade as quickly as they had ignited? She had no answers, but the sun was nearly down and the temperature was dropping fast, the breeze off the harbor sharp against her cheeks. She had just stepped away from the railing when she heard the patio door open. She turned to find Ethan silhouetted in the doorway. She waited a moment, expecting an announcement, but he just stood there, his face in shadow. Well, is it a boy or a girl? Neither. It was Zachary. Her stomach did a little flip at the mention of the name. And Marion is alive and well, and living in Massachusetts, of all places. 14. Ashlyn. In the happiest times of my life, I have reached for my books. In the saddest times of my life, my books have reached back. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. October 25, 1984. Rye, New Hampshire. Ethan opened 2 beers while Ashlyn unpacked the lobster rolls and fries she had picked up on the way over. She'd been more than a little surprised when he called to suggest they get some dinner. They'd spoken twice during the week. Baby watch had finally resulted in an actual baby, which meant he'd been teaching double classes. And when he wasn't teaching, he was chained to his desk, polishing the chapters he'd promised his editor. Or maybe after their conversation on Sunday, he decided to give her a little space. To her relief, the kiss hadn't come up during either phone call. Instead, they'd just focused on the fact that it had been days since Zachary had agreed to call Marion and pass along a message from her great-nephew. 4 days. It wasn't a good sign. Apparently, Marion had little interest in reconnecting. In fairness, Zachary had warned Ethan that a return call was unlikely, as his mother was an extremely private person. Still, she had hoped Marion's affection for Richard Hillard might have tipped the scales in their favor. She'd clearly been too optimistic. They had agreed to wait a full week, then try once more before throwing in the towel. After that, short of stalking the woman, they were out of options. Ethan handed her a beer, then snuck around her to grab a fry from one of the takeout containers. How's the newsletter coming? Ashlyn raised her beer triumphantly. Done, and off to the printer as of this morning. I had to beg a little, but I should have it back before Thanksgiving. How about your new classes? Is it weird stepping in mid-semester? Ethan grabbed another fry followed by an onion ring. A little weird, yeah. You'd think college students would be over the whole slack when there's a substitute thing, but they're not. He paused, eyeing the lobster rolls Ashlyn had just pulled from the bag. "Hey, they look good. I've got a fire going if you want to eat in the great room, or we can just sit at the counter." "The fire sounds nice." "Good. You grab the beers and some napkins. I'll bring the food." He was sliding the styrofoam containers from the counter when the phone rang. They both went still, looked at the phone, then each other. Ashlyn held her breath as Ethan lifted the receiver, waiting for some sign that the call was what they hoped it was. "Yes, thank you. This is Ethan?" He was quiet a moment, listening, then slid his eyes to Ashlyn's nodding. After another moment, he clicked the speakerphone button and laid the handset on the counter. Ashlyn covered her mouth with both hands, smothering a gasp as a woman's voice suddenly filled the kitchen, low and smoky, just the way Hemi had described it. "My son said you have some letters and cards, things I sent your father over the years." "Yes," Ethan replied. "I also came across a few photos while clearing out his study. I thought you might like to have them back." "Yes," Marion said without hesitation. "I would, yes. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to see your father before he died. I was very fond of him." There was a stretch of silence, and then, "Did you happen to find anything else?" Ethan and Ashlyn exchanged looks. "The books, you mean?" "Yes." The single word, after such a lengthy pause, felt like a confession somehow. Reluctant, guilty. "Yes," Ethan answered. "They were in my father's study, too." "Both?" "Yes." "And you've read them, I take it?" Ethan hesitated, sliding his eyes back to Ashlyn's. She nodded. It seemed pointless to lie. "We did, yes. We weren't sure what they were." "Who is we?" Marion asked, sounding strangely wary. "Is there a wife?" "No, there's no wife. She's a friend. She's the one who actually found the books. We've been reading them together." "Well then, I suppose you'd better come up." "Up?" "To Marblehead. You have questions, I'm sure. Can you come on Saturday, you and your friend?" Ethan looked at Ashlyn, brows raised. Ashlyn nodded vigorously. It would mean closing for half a day, but there was no way she was passing up an opportunity like this. "In the afternoon," she whispered. "Yes," Ethan said. "We can come. In the afternoon." "Come at 3 and bring the letters. The address is 11 Hathaway Road. It's at the very end of the earth, so be sure you have a good map. And give yourself plenty of time." There was a click, followed by empty silence. Ethan hung up the handset, and for a moment they stared at each other. "Holy crap," he said finally. "She actually called. Zachary had me convinced she wouldn't." "She sounds formidable." He nodded gravely. "She did. Can you blame her, though? I doubt she ever imagined she'd be dealing with this after 40 years. "No, probably not. I noticed she didn't tell you to bring the books. She said bring the letters, but she didn't include the books. Maybe after all this time she doesn't want them back. I'm not sure I would." "We'll bring them, though," Ashlyn said. "They're hers." Ethan nodded as he went to the fridge for another beer. "Can you really make the trip on Saturday? What about the shop?" "I'll close at 1 and hang a sign on the door. My customers can do without me for half a day." "Okay, then. Road trip the day after tomorrow. You know what that means, right?" "You're going to need a good map?" "Yeah, that too. But actually, I was talking about the books. If we're bringing them back on Saturday, this is probably the last chance we'll have to read the final pages of Belle's book. What do you say? Are you up for a little after-dinner reading?"
Forever and Other Lies, pages 84 through 85. December 19th, 1941, New York, New York. I've made my plans. No one knows what they are yet, though I doubt anyone would try to dissuade me if they did. I'm a pariah now, the architect of my family's downfall, and a glaring example of what happens when a woman follows her passion instead of the rules. I've settled on California after all, a tiny harbor town on the northern coast called Half Moon Bay. No one's ever heard of the place, but during Prohibition, its craggy, fog-drenched coast made it a favorite of Canadian bootleggers. I must admit I like the irony. It's as far away from my family as it's possible to get just now, and as good a place as any to wait out the war. I leave the day after tomorrow. No one will miss me, and I will miss no one, except you. But then you were only ever a figment of my imagination. Still, I owe you one debt. Were it not for you and your precious Goldie, I would never have learned about my mother's heritage, my heritage now. So for that, and only that, I am grateful. I have made a trip to Craig House in Beacon to see the place where she died. I didn't go in. I meant to, but I couldn't in the end. Still, I had to see it for myself, to walk its grounds and feel her there. It looked just like the picture in the review, a gloomy place for all its antiquated grandeur. I've decided not to remember her there, but to instead hold fast to the memories we made in her room, where we spent so many afternoons singing and telling stories. I've tried to find the photo album she kept, the one she used to tell her stories. I would like to at least have something of her to take with me, but Cece claims to have thrown it away. Perhaps it's best I travel light. There's so little about this part of my life I wish to remember. I've been back to Rose Hollow, too. I don't know why I went. It's closed up now for the season, the horses and trainers all gone to Saratoga. The house and barns all shut up until spring. I unlocked the stable and went inside, stood where we stood the first time you kissed me, and tried to remember what you'd said or done to blind me so completely. Not that I'm likely to ever be so foolish again. You've taught me a great deal. The follow-up stories have finally slowed to a drip, and the press has at long last decamped, gone away to pick the bones of some other family. This will make my defection easier to achieve, as there are no more reporters loitering on the sidewalks, no uncomfortable questions to slow me down. Time is of the essence now. I must make a future for myself, carve out a life without you. It will not be the life I imagined for myself, but one way or another, it will be the life I'll have chosen. Forever and Other Lies, pages 86 through 99. June 14th, 1955, Marblehead, Massachusetts. At long last, I've settled down to write this final chapter. I admit I had to wrestle myself into the chair. The urge to abandon the thing has been pressing on me. It felt pointless when I began it, turning over such settled ground, rattling the bones of ghosts best left quiet. Yet here I sit, with the sun streaming in, and nothing left to do but place the headstone, as it were. I've taken no pleasure in it. Words are your realm, not mine, but I felt compelled to correct the many inaccuracies in your version of our unfortunate entanglement. You will, I hope, forgive its technical faults. It's been some time since I attempted to put feelings to paper, but I have done my best, and will send it along to you the moment I've had it bound to match yours, via our usual messenger, of course. I will also be returning the sadly warped version you sent me. I certainly don't want it. I do hope this will be the last favor my nephew will be asked to perform concerning us. Poor Dickie. He hardly knew what to make of your mysterious package when it arrived. In fact, he nearly tossed it in the trash. How I wish he had. Until it arrived, I had forgotten you. Or was at least content to believe I had. And now I, too, will finish with a bit of housekeeping. Not that you deserve a word from me, but I will take some small satisfaction in knowing that I've managed to make a life for myself. A good life, for the most part, once I put myself back together. It was terrible at first, after you left. Losing you that way without any real goodbye seemed unbearable. I thought briefly about tracking you down, of making some hideous scene until you begged my forgiveness. And then the story broke, and I realized forgiveness was no longer possible. It took a few days. Germany and Italy had just declared war on the U.S., and Europe was all anyone could talk about. But eventually other papers picked it up, and the thing caught fire. In the space of 2 weeks, my father's world came down around his ears. He was hounded almost entirely from business, then lost the rest of his fortune trying to salvage the remains. He was also banned from his club, shunned by the very men he had courted so carefully over the years. If that was your intention, you succeeded beyond your wildest dreams. I suppose I should have felt some sense of culpability for my role in bringing down the House of Manning, but I felt none. Instead, I got on a train and headed west, desperate for anonymity. I found it, too, using my mother's maiden name. You could do that then, go to some new place and reinvent yourself. No one ever asked for proof of anything in those days. You just gave them a name, and that was who you were. I lived quietly there and made friends. One very special friend from whom the war had taken everything. She was kind to me when I had stopped believing in kindness, and blessed me with a gift I've been trying to repay ever since. But those are private things, memories to which you have no right, and so I will skip ahead. For the first time in my life, the idea of family, of true family, had become very important to me. When the war ended, I started writing letters, trying to locate my mother's family. The men were all gone, buried or scattered by the war, but I managed to find my mother's sister, Agnes, and several cousins who had fled across the border to Switzerland to escape the occupation. When France was liberated, they returned to their vineyard. My aunt and I wrote letters. They were agonizingly slow in coming and difficult to read when they did. They had lost so much. The land was a ruin, the house stripped bare, but they were determined to resurrect the vineyard, and I knew I needed to go. I needed to belong to them, to belong to their story, and in almost no time at all, I did. Being there in the home where my mother grew up, surrounded by the people she loved, was like getting a piece of her back. I learned the prayers she wasn't allowed to say, learned the names she was told to forget. Her traditions, the ones she was forced to deny, became my traditions too. Her language, my language. Her faith, my faith. Now years later, it's how I keep her memory alive, by honoring the woman whose memory you tainted with your story. While in France, I also learned about the work the OSC, the Œuvre de Secours aux Enfants, was doing to find homes for displaced children. There were so many, all with nothing and no one. It was heartbreaking to see, and a reminder that there were worse things than a lost love. And so began my life's work. You said something once that I never forgot. You said people like me never accomplish anything meaningful because we don't have to. All anyone expects from us is that we dress well and throw a good party. It stung at the time because I knew you were only half teasing. Well, I have done something meaningful, not because I had to, but because I chose to. And when my aunt passed away and I returned to the States, I continued that work. As for marriage, that was never in the cards for me, which is not to say I've been lonely. Far from it. My life has been full and rewarding. I never once thought of trying to find you. At least not seriously. The part of me that believed in such things, in heroes and sunsets and happy endings, died the day your story appeared in that rag. You'll think me bitter, and I was for a time, a very long time. I felt I had paid a higher price for our recklessness than you, as the woman invariably does, and I wanted to punish you. But there's no point, really, in keeping score. We've gone on with our lives, totted up our wins and losses. You've no doubt made mistakes, and I've certainly made mine. You were the first, but there have been others. Some I've managed to forgive myself for. As for the rest, I continue to atone. But I have learned this. In every wound, there is a gift, even the self-inflicted ones. You smashed me to bits when you left, carved my heart into tiny pieces, but chance put me back together again. I learned that I could bear the memory of your face after all. I will never be completely free of you. Your voice, your smile, even that little cleft in your chin will never be far from my thoughts, my cross and my consolation. At least I can say I didn't walk away empty-handed. As for the suitcase, I have no idea what might have become of it. Perhaps your landlord sold it, or gave the contents to his wife. I've never given it much thought. Perhaps because they were never really my things. They belonged to another woman, to Belle, the woman you left behind. But that woman no longer exists. She became someone else that day, and she got on with her life. M.
15. Ashlyn. The number of lives we are capable of living is limited only by the number of books we choose to read. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. October 27, 1984. Marblehead, Massachusetts. It was a glorious day for a drive. Chilly and clear, with a bright autumn sun shining through gold-leafed trees. Ashlyn had closed the shop at 1 and eaten a sandwich in the car on the way to Ethan's. They had opted to take his Audi, and she was perfectly happy to let him drive. Marion had been right about needing a good map. It had taken them a little over an hour to get to Marblehead, but once there they found the jumble of narrow roads, and even narrower coastal side streets tricky to navigate. It didn't help that many of the street signs were either obscured by foliage, weathered beyond reading, or missing entirely. But eventually they managed to find Hathaway Road, which traced along a rocky, crescent-shaped cove and offered a breathtaking stretch of silver-gray sea. The house stood on a high granite bluff, an impressive 3-story cape of softly weathered gray and white, with a columned portico, a cluster of red brick chimneys, and a pair of eyebrow dormers that gave the house a vaguely face-like appearance. Ashlyn hugged her tote to her chest as Ethan pulled up the drive. Inside, the books were tucked safely in their clear plastic sleeves. She'd be giving them up today, and the thought made her sad. But they belonged to Marion, if she wanted them, and in a way it felt right, like they were finally coming home. Ethan shut off the car and opened his door. The sound of the sea rushed in with a breeze, the distant pull and rush of waves against the rock-strewn shore. "Ready?" "Ready." Marion answered the bell almost immediately, as if she'd been hovering nearby. Ashlyn ventured a smile as the door pulled back. It wasn't returned, reminding her that despite Marion's invitation, their intrusion into her life was an unwelcome one. She was surprisingly tall, almost willowy, in a tailored pantsuit of charcoal gray silk. Her blouse was the color of daffodils, and the cleverly knotted scarf at her throat gave her a crisp, tailored air. Minimal makeup, single pearl studs, and a sleek chestnut chignon rounded out her town and country ensemble. She looked like money, or at least what Ashlyn always imagined money to look like, polished and beautiful, untouched somehow by time, despite her 60-plus years. Marion stepped back from the doorway, nodding with what felt like resignation. "Come in, then, and take off your coats. I suspect you'll be staying a while." The smell of lemon oil and beeswax greeted them as they stepped inside. The entry hall was long and low, with a beamed ceiling and gleaming dark-paneled walls. There was a wide staircase with a heavy banister leading to the second floor, and the collection of heavily framed artwork ascending up the wall gave the space a slightly museum-like feel. Marian hung up their coats, then led them through a parlor furnished with an impressive collection of 18th-century antiques, all polished to a high sheen. It was a beautiful room, spacious and surprisingly bright despite the mostly dark furniture. But the real showpiece was a stunning baby grand that took up one full corner of the room. Ashlyn squinted to read the lettering stenciled in gold above the keys. Sauter. She wasn't familiar with the name, but it was clearly an expensive instrument. What a beautiful piano. Zachary's, Marian said, her face softening ever so slightly. I bought it when he was 10. He discovered the violin the following year. It's been gathering dust ever since, but I can't bear to get rid of it. I keep telling myself I'll learn to play one day, but I never do anything about it. It's handy for displaying pictures, though. She pointed to the small collection of framed photos reflected in the piano's glossy black surface. That's him in the black frame, taken 3 or 4 years ago now. Ashlyn studied the face in the photograph, lean and undeniably handsome. Piercing blue eyes, a thin straight nose, a heavy wave of dark hair pushed back off his forehead. But it was his mouth, full and faintly sensual, that held her attention. Perhaps it had to do with a smile he seemed to be suppressing. It reminded her of his boyhood photos. Even then, he'd had an infectious smile. He's very handsome, Ashlyn said. Beautiful eyes. He was always a charmer. That's Elise in the red frame, his sister. The photo was reminiscent of those she had seen of Elise as a child. The same light eyes and strawberry blonde mane. The same sober expression. Her head was tipped to one side, but her gaze as she faced the camera was clear and unflinching, almost brash. Such a serious girl, Marian said fondly, but a fierce heart. I can see that, Ashlyn said, smiling. Marian stepped to the doorway, waving them through. I was about to brew a pot of tea when you arrived. I thought we'd go out to the sun porch to talk. They passed through a formal dining room with deep red walls, a long table with seating for 10, and an antique sideboard lined with colorful plates and pitchers. It was like something from a magazine, everything polished and picture-perfect. The kitchen was large and almost startlingly bright, with a bank of windows looking out over a pebbled beach and a small placid cove. Beyond the cove, a blue-gray sea stretched toward the horizon, flat and shimmery under the autumn sun. A farm table of scrubbed pine sat in front of the windows, adorned with a simple vase of sunflowers. On the opposite wall, a hutch lined with stoneware pitchers gave the room a French country feel, in stark contrast to the more formal living and dining rooms. So, you're Ethan, Marian said, running her amber eyes over him with a peculiar intensity. I am. You look like your father. He was always a good-looking boy. You're taller, though. Zachary says you're teaching at the University of New Hampshire, and that you've written several books. Dickie must have been so proud of you, following in his footsteps. A teacher and a writer. Ethan frowned. I don't remember us talking about my work. You didn't. Zachary did a little checking after he spoke to you to make sure you were above board. A pretty basic guy was how he described you. 32, professor, writer, divorced, no children. What, no credit report? Marian's lips curled faintly. Don't bristle. Zachary's just protective, and it seems only fair, with you knowing all my secrets, that I know at least a little about you, to level the playing field, as it were. She looked at Ashlyn then, assessing her coolly. You're the friend, the one who found the books. Yes, Ashlyn said awkwardly. I'm Ashlyn Greer. She remembered the books suddenly and, after a bit of fumbling, extracted them from her tote. Marian eyed them almost warily, her hands pinned to her sides, as if she were afraid to even touch them. "Put them over there," she said finally, "on the hutch." Ashlyn did as she was told, placing the books beside a blue and white spatterware bowl, then pulled out the packet of cards and letters and laid them on top. She exchanged an uncomfortable glance with Ethan as Marian proceeded to prepare the tea, equipping a lacquered tray with cups and saucers and a plate of sugar-dusted cookies. The tension was palpable as the minutes spun out, marked only by the steady tick-tock of the clock above the stove. When the tea was finally ready, Marian lifted the tray and nodded toward a pair of French doors. "Get that, will one of you? It's too cold to go out on the deck, but the view's almost as nice on the porch, and it's much warmer." The porch was fashioned entirely of glass, like a greenhouse, and ran nearly the full length of the house. Ashlyn went still as she took in the view, a stunning vista of sea and sky. She hadn't realized the back of the house hovered out over the water. The realization left her a little dizzy. "It's like standing at the edge of the world," she said with undisguised awe. "It's breathtaking." Marian's face softened into a near smile. "It's why I bought the place. I glassed in the porch so I could enjoy it all year round." They settled at a white wicker table with chairs covered in floral chintz. Marian filled 3 pretty china cups and handed them around. "Help yourself to cream and sugar, and the cookies are fresh from the bakery downtown." Another awkward silence fell, this one marked by the clinking of spoons as they quietly doctored their tea. Ashlyn had just reached for a cookie when Marian set down her spoon and turned her gaze on Ethan. "I'm sorry I wasn't at either of your parents' funerals. Dickie and I had fallen out by the time your mother got sick, but I would have been there for him if I had known. And then he got sick. I was out of the country when he died. I didn't find out until I got back, and a friend mentioned seeing it in the paper. If I hadn't been so pig-headed. I didn't know you at all, but I felt so badly. I should have at least called." "It was as much my fault as yours," Ethan said. "It honestly never crossed my mind to get in touch with you. Growing up, you were just a name, but I knew you and my father were close for a while." "We were," she sighed as if the memory pained her. "We were very close. He was always better than the rest of us, even as a boy, and dependable. That's why we ended up reconnecting after I came back from France. I needed a favor, so I looked him up." "What kind of favor?" "There was a portrait of my mother that used to hang in our dining room. She was wearing a deep blue gown with a spray of lilies pinned to her shoulder, and her hair was all done up. It disappeared not long after my father sent her to Craig House. My sister claimed not to know what happened to it, but I didn't believe her. It irked me to think she might have squirreled it away someplace. So I asked him to do a little poking around. He never found it, but he called a few weeks later to ask me a favor. He was about to graduate from college, and he'd met someone he was crazy about, but my sister didn't approve." "My mother?" Ethan said quietly. "Catherine, yes. He was head over heels, poor boy. But his mother had someone else in mind. Someone more suitable. I was the only person he knew who'd ever stood up to the family, and he thought I might have some advice on how to navigate the situation." "And did you?" "I told him to walk away, to run if necessary. From them, from the money, from whatever it was they were holding over him. I told him to screw the Mannings, pardon my French, and follow his heart, since he was apparently the only one of us who actually had one. I'm glad he found happiness. Heaven knows not many of us did." Ashlyn had been quiet, content to hang back and observe, but Marian's last remark struck a slightly false note. Richard hadn't been the only member of the Manning clan with a heart. She could still feel the memory of Belle's echoes in her fingers, the way they had arced through her the first time she touched Forever and Other Lies. The heartbreak so raw, it had made the book hard to hold. But it wasn't her place to say so. Ethan looked awkward holding his teacup and saucer in front of him. uncomfortable and out of place. But his smile was comfortable, genuinely warm. "Thank you. He and my mother both spoke fondly of you, but I've never heard the full story." Marian took a cookie from the plate and broke off a small piece, then brushed the crumbs from her fingers. "He brought Catherine to meet me a few weeks later. She was so lovely, and she was obviously crazy about him. I told him not to be an idiot, that when it was right, and he shouldn't wait for anything, or let anything come between them. She hated that you and my father fell out, but I never knew what happened." Marian looked away, a shadow briefly darkening her face. "He broke a promise, and I lost my temper. I'm sorry about it now, very sorry. Now what else would you like to know?" Ethan put down his cup and saucer and sat back in his chair. "I'd like to know about the books, how they ended up in my father's study, how he wound up in the middle of it all. He wound up in the middle of it the way he always did, poor man. He was pressed into service." "I don't know what that means." "It means he was minding his business one day when a package arrived from London, a book wrapped in brown paper with a note asking him to pass it along to me, unopened. He nearly threw it away. He didn't trust Hemi, nor should he have after what he'd done to the family. But he sent it in the end. Why send it to my father instead of you? Hemi had no idea where I was living. Almost no one did in those days. Scandal has a way of making privacy rather precious. Dickie was easier to find because of his writing, I suppose. And there was a bit of history there." "You mean the letter he delivered for you?" A flicker of emotion ruffled Marian's careful composure, a brief ripple of surprise or discomfort. "Yes, the letter. It was pretty presumptuous to assume my father would do what he was asking. Hemi was nothing if not presumptuous." Her eyes clouded, and for a moment she seemed to lose the thread of the conversation. When she looked up again, her eyes were clear, but raw with memory. "He believed the ends justified the means, even with me. How else would he have the nerve to send me that book full of lies? You've read all of it by now, I take it. Both of you?" "Yes," Ethan replied evenly. "He called me Belle, but there was no Belle, certainly not the one he wrote about. She was a figment of his imagination, an invention." "And your book was meant to correct the record," Ashlyn said quietly. Marian's gaze remained fixed on some distant point beyond the glass walls, her eyes wide and empty. "The things he wrote," she said finally, "the distortions and the lies. I couldn't let him remember it that way. He blames me, but he knows. We both know." Ashlyn caught Ethan's eye, flashing him an "I told you so" look. It was exactly the point she'd been trying to make about things not adding up. The more she learned, the less she was convinced that either of them actually knew the truth. Ethan was frowning, pulling thoughtfully at his lower lip. "I'm still not clear about how both books, Hemi's and the one you wrote, ended up in my father's study." "I'm getting to that," Marian replied tightly. She lifted her cup, sipping daintily, then carefully returned it to its saucer. "When I finished Forever and Other Lies, I sent it to one of those places that will print your book for you. I sent Hemi's book with it, and asked them to make mine look just like his. It cost a pretty penny, too. As soon as it came back, I sent both books to Dickie and asked him to mail them back to Hemi, as a set. I'm not sure why. I suppose I wanted him to know I could give as good as I got." Ashlyn tried to imagine Hemi's reaction when he opened the package containing both books. "And how did he respond?" Marian eyed her without expression. "He didn't. Not a word?" She shrugged. "He'd vented his spleen, and I'd done the same. What else was there to say?" Ethan looked confused. "If my father did as you asked, and sent them to Hemi, how did they end up back in his study?" Marian's expression darkened, and she shifted in her chair. "A few years later, Hemi phoned Dickie out of the blue and asked if the two of them could meet for a drink. Dickie should have known better, but he agreed. Naturally, I came up in the conversation. He told Dickie that we'd made plans to run away together, but that I'd backed out because I was too proud to marry a man with nothing. It wasn't true, of course. Dickie, of all people, should have known that. He knew better than anyone what losing Hemi had cost me. She paused, shaking her head sadly. Deep down, he meant well. He always meant well. But, she shrugged, but he broke his promise. Ethan still looked confused. What was the promise? Your father and I had an agreement. We made it one day after a ferocious argument. He'd been pestering me about the past, about how things had ended with Hemi. He thought I was being too harsh, unreasonable, he called me. And cruel. Me. Cruel. She paused, shaking her head as if baffled. After everything, he still believed there was a way to go back and fix things. I didn't want his opinion, not about that. I told him that if we were to remain friends, he must promise never to mention Hemi's name to me again. Unfortunately, the promise I extracted said nothing about him speaking my name to Hemi. When Hemi called, Dickie let it slip that I was scheduled to speak at a conference in Boston the next day, and that afterward we planned to meet for lunch. At least he said it was a slip. At any rate, Hemi wrangled an invitation. Your father agreed, promising to bow out when I arrived. I imagine he thought we'd sip champagne, look into each other's eyes, and live happily ever after. The silly romantic fool. But when you're happy in love, you think everyone else should be too. Thank heavens for technical difficulties, or who knows what kind of scene there might have been. What happened? There was a problem with the hotel slide projector, and we were late getting started. I called a restaurant to let Dickie know I'd been held up. When I asked the hostess if Richard Hillard had already been seated, she said, yes, both gentlemen had already arrived. When I questioned her, she described Dickie's guest as a tall, good-looking British fellow. And I knew. I asked her to call your father to the phone. He didn't even bother to deny it. In fact, he tried to convince me to come anyway. I was livid. I never dreamed he would do something so underhanded when he knew. Marian abruptly fell silent, as if she'd said more than intended. She toyed with a heavy garnet ring on her right hand, spinning it slowly, mindlessly around her finger. He knew how it was after Hemi left, she said finally, her voice low and filled with pain. He knew everything. Which is why I was astonished that he could betray me in that way. He was always testing me, trying to soften the ground. But I never dreamed he'd go behind my back that way. At least I was spared the business at the restaurant. You didn't go? Ashlyn asked. The question seemed to astonish her. Why on earth would I go? I told him I hoped they'd both choke on their soup, and I hung up. He called me that night and tried to fix things. I probably would have forgiven him if he hadn't started in again, pushing Hemi at me, insisting I call him. He wouldn't let it go. We fought again. A week later, he called to tell me Hemi had gone back to England, but that he'd left both books with him, asking that they be given to me. I told him he could burn them for all I cared, and I hung up. It was the last we spoke. Ethan looked stunned. That's why the two of you stopped talking? Because of the books? It wasn't about the books, Ethan. It was about loyalty. Your father set me up to be ambushed. Ethan folded his napkin carefully and laid it on the table. It was lunch in a public place, not a dark alley in a shady part of town. I don't think he saw it as an ambush. You don't understand. Marian's cup had begun to rattle in its saucer. She set it down carefully and dropped her eyes to her lap. To look him in the eye after so many years. After all the lies, all the deception. Her voice fell to a near whisper. It wasn't possible. You mean the story? Ashlyn said softly. Marian blinked at Ashlyn once. Twice. Yes, the story. Of course I mean the story. She closed her eyes, as if remembering caused her physical pain. He swore he wouldn't print it. But there it was, My mother's picture. My picture. All of us. And that awful headline splashed across the front page. I couldn't believe he'd done it.
He claims he didn't, Ashlyn pointed out gently. In the book.
Marian's chin came up a notch. He claims all sorts of things. But there were things in that article that could only have come from me. Private things that belonged to me. She paused briefly, squeezing her eyes shut. He thought if he could hide behind an alias, that I wouldn't know it was him. But I knew. It could only have been him.
Ashlyn blinked at her. An alias?
Stephen Schwab. Marian said flatly. Another convenient invention.
Ashlyn glanced at Ethan, wondering if he was connecting the dots too. Marian believed Schwab was an alias. Marian didn't know Stephen Schwab. Hemi wasn't Stephen Schwab.
He wasn't, Ashlyn blurted. An invention, I mean. He worked for Goldie at some point, and even appeared with her in several photos. They were apparently living together when she died. Word is she left him a tidy portion of her estate. Marian sat a moment with this new information, presumably digesting the possibility that for years she'd been wrongly accusing Hemi. Finally, she met Ashlyn's gaze. How is it you happen to know all of this? Ashlyn looked down at the teacup balanced on her knee, her cheeks suddenly warm. I was convinced that Hemi was Stephen Schwab. There were so many similarities. They both worked for Spencer Publishing. They were both aspiring novelists. They were both involved with Goldie. It didn't seem like such a leap. I have no idea who this Schwab fellow was, and I don't care that his name happened to be on that story. Only one person could have written those things, because I only shared them with one person. And that person's name is Hugh Garrett.
Ashlyn went still as she registered the name, her mind scurrying back over snippets of Regretting Belle. Turns of phrase, literary cadence, word choices. Hugh Garrett. It couldn't be. And yet she was absolutely certain it was. Of course it was. You're talking about Hugh Garrett, the author?
The very same. Ethan was watching them, clearly at a loss. He's a novelist, Ashlyn explained. An incredibly successful novelist, with more than 20 books to his name, almost all of them bestsellers. She turned back to Marian. You were in love with Hugh Garrett? He wasn't famous then. Well, he's certainly famous now. He just released a new novel last month. It went straight to #1, like they all do. Have you read any of his books? Marian held her gaze a bit longer than was comfortable. Just the one. Right, of course. I just wondered. I know what you wondered. And the answer is no. I've never been curious. I know all I need to. I have no idea who this Schwab fellow was, and I don't care that his name was on that story. Only one person could have written it. Coming from anyone else, the response would have felt implausible. But Marian Manning had made her own nephew promise to never speak Hemi's name. It wasn't hard to imagine her walling herself off from anything that might remind her of him. She was studying Ashlyn now, her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I believe it's my turn to ask a question now. Why do you care? What is my love life to you? Ethan leaned forward in his chair, apparently feeling the need to step in. It was Ashlyn who actually found the books. She was combing through some boxes I brought to a second-hand shop when she came across Regretting Belle. Your book turned up a week later in a different box. Marian stared at him. You gave them away. I didn't know what they were. I needed to clear some shelf space, so I boxed up everything that looked like fiction. The next thing I know, I get a call about a pair of books with no authors. I had no idea what she was talking about. Marian nodded, appearing to accept his answer, then turned back to Ashlyn. What is your interest, Miss Greer? Why have you gone to so much trouble?
Ashlyn felt pinned by those large, wide-set eyes, uncomfortably exposed. How could she answer truthfully without mentioning the echoes? "I thought they were beautiful," she replied earnestly. "And heartbreaking. I kept hoping there would be a different ending. It was like there was a piece of the story missing, like something had been left out." "What?" The one-word response erupted from Marian like a hiccup, involuntary and abrupt. Ashlyn took a sip of her tea, then lingered for a second sip. Had she imagined it? The startled blink? The almost imperceptible stiffening of her shoulders? Without meaning to, she had overstepped. "I only meant we wish things could have turned out differently." "So do I. But never mind about that." She smiled suddenly, a broad, almost beatific smile that made Ashlyn faintly nervous. "You said 'we' just now. I assume you were referring to yourself and Ethan. Are you and my great-nephew an item, as we used to say in my day? I can't quite make the two of you out." All at once, Ashlyn understood the smile. She had turned the tables, deploying a personal question of her own to throw her opponent off guard. Clever. Effective, too, she realized, since she had absolutely no idea how to respond. "We're still trying to make each other out," Ethan said, jumping in to fill the silence. "We only met a few weeks ago." Marian's smile lost its sharp edges. "Because of the books?" "Yes." "I'm glad," she said quietly, her gaze drifting back to the window. "Glad to know something good has come from all the hurt." She rose then and flicked on a pair of lamps at the far end of the porch. "It's getting dark so early now. Will you stay for supper? Nothing fancy, just some stew I threw together this morning. But I've got a good burgundy to go with it, and some fresh bread from the bakery." Ethan looked at Ashlyn. "Do you need to get back?" "Please don't rush off," Marian said with a hopeful smile. "Stay a while and let me look at you. It's nice to remember Dickie, and there's so much catching up to do. I promise to answer all your questions if you stay. Or most of them, at any rate." 16. Ashlyn. Enemies exist in many forms, all of which may affect both longevity and well-being. One must at all times be vigilant against invaders, both seen and unseen. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. Marian hadn't lied about the burgundy. Apparently she developed quite a palate during her time in France, and maintained a nice cellar. Halfway through the stew, Ethan had opened a second bottle. Now they lingered around the table in Marian's large, bright kitchen, sipping from enormous balloon glasses, while Marian talked about the nonprofit she'd started almost 30 years ago, and the work they continued to do around the world. Eventually, and perhaps predictably, she moved on to her children, bragging about their many accomplishments. Zachary had become one of the world's most sought-after violinists, performing for heads of state all over the world, and had just rejoined the Chicago Symphony after a 5-month European tour. He and his fiancée were planning to marry in the spring. Elise was currently a professor of women's studies at Yeshiva University in New York, and the mother of 3 beautiful girls. It made Ashlyn happy to know that after all the heartache, Marian had enjoyed a full and happy life. "To the proud grandma," she said, raising her glass to their hostess. "How old are your granddaughters?" "Lida is 6, Dahlia is 8, and Mila, who I call my big girl, is 11. I wish they lived closer. I miss them since they moved away, but Elise brings them to see me when she can, and I'll see them next week when I'm in Boston." "You're going to Boston?" "There's an awards banquet, a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's to do with the foundation." She paused for a sip of wine, then made a face. "That's how you know you're getting old. They start giving you Lifetime Achievement Awards. It's nice of them, but honestly,
I'd rather they just mail me the thing. I'm not much on cities these days. But Elise and the girls are coming to the banquet, which will be nice. They all got new dresses, so they're very excited. Ethan reached across the table to refill their glasses before topping off his own. You haven't mentioned your sister. Marian's smile evaporated. Your grandmother. Corinne, yes. Is she still alive? I assume so. I haven't heard otherwise, though I doubt I would have been notified. We haven't spoken since I came home with the children, almost 35 years. And the rest of her kids? I know about Robert's plane being shot down, and that one of the girls passed away a few years back, but I don't know anything about the others. Anne and Christine. She shrugged. I've no idea where they are now. I burned all those bridges, I'm happy to say. Zachary and Elise are my family, and my mother's people in France. The children grew very attached to their cousins during our visit. They're still in touch, I'm happy to say. Visit? The word came as a surprise to Ashlyn. I just assumed you adopted Elise and Zachary while you were in France. You didn't mention them in the book. Marian flashed Ashlyn a look of annoyance. I didn't see the need to mention them. They have nothing to do with what happened back then. Nothing to do with him. I only meant I wasn't clear on the timing. I thought you adopted them because of your work with the OSE. Marian's expression softened, as it did any time she spoke of her children. It was the other way around, actually. My work with the OSE while I was abroad was because of the children. I saw the toll war took on families long before I ever set foot in France. The European refugees, the ones who came over before we stopped accepting them, told terrible stories about what was happening back home. One of them, an Austrian woman who'd fled the Nazis, became my friend when I lived in California. Johanna Meitner was her name. Wait, I have a picture of her. She left the kitchen briefly, returning moments later with a photograph in a simple silver frame. She handed it to Ashlyn. That's her, Johanna. Ashlyn studied the face staring back at her from behind the small rectangle of glass. An angular face, with sad, pale eyes and a thick fringe of straw-colored hair. She'd been a beauty once, but something, the war presumably, had dimmed that beauty, leaving her with a vaguely haunted expression. She also appeared to be supporting a gently rounded belly. Was she pregnant when this was taken? Marian took back the frame, hugging it to her chest. She was. Her eyes glazed over as she continued to speak, her voice flat and almost robotic, as if she were retrieving the story from some dark place in her memory. Her husband, Janusz, was a violinist with influential connections. When he learned Johanna was pregnant, he used those connections to arrange for her and their son to leave Austria and come to the States. He was supposed to follow a few weeks later, but he was caught with forged papers and arrested. He died a short time later in one of the camps. She never learned which, but it didn't matter. He was gone and she was alone in a strange country, with a baby on the way. And another child to care for, Ashlyn added grimly. Yes, Marian said quietly. Another child. How did the two of you become friends? She lived in the house next to mine. She was so lost, broken, really, after all that had happened. She was certainly in no shape to be having a baby, but babies come on their own schedule. She needed someone to look after her, to cook and clean and take her mind off things. I was at her house more than I was at mine. We became close, like sisters. She taught me how to prepare for the Sabbath, how to cook the food and say the blessing. The three of us became a family. And then Elise was born. Ashlyn's heart caught in her throat. She was Elise's mother? Marian blinked away tears. Yes. And Zachary is Elise's brother. Marian's voice faltered, and her eyes slid away. Johanna died a few days after Elise was born. She'd lost so much blood. So much everything. The doctor knew she wouldn't make it. She knew it too. She didn't have any fight left. She asked for a pen and paper, then asked me to call her rabbi, to witness what she'd written. Her eyes were shiny with tears now. She wanted me to take Elise, to raise her as my own. It never occurred to me to say no. She had no one else, and she knew I would love her, love them, as my own. We were already a family, and we would go on being a family. She made the rabbi promise to act as witness to make sure her wishes were carried out. When he agreed, she closed her eyes and let go. Marian put down the photo and blotted her eyes with her napkin. I'm sorry to blubber. All these years later, it's still hard to think of her. Ashlyn fought the urge to reach for Marian's hand. I can't imagine taking on 2 children as a single woman. Was it difficult? Formally adopting them, I mean. She shook her head. It wasn't like it is now, with 10 families vying for every child. The orphanages were full and the entire world was at war. The men were all gone and women had to go to work. No one was looking for a ready-made family, except me. The biggest hurdle was not being married, but Rabbi Lamb vouched for me, and I found a good lawyer to help me navigate all the legal hoops. How old was Zachary at the time? Marian folded her napkin carefully and laid it aside. He'd just turned 2. Ashlyn shook her head. A toddler and a newborn? How on earth did you manage? It wasn't as hard as you might think. There was a terrible fuss when we came back to the States, of course. I made the mistake of returning to New York. No one knew who I was in California, but when I came back to the city, it didn't take the press long to sniff me out. When they learned I'd come back from France with a pair of children in tow, they assumed I was married. When they realized I wasn't and that the children were adopted, they created this myth that I'd gone to France specifically to rescue a pair of Jewish war orphans. The stories were ridiculous. To hear them tell it, I crawled through the mud with a bayonet between my teeth and liberated them from Drancy. Of course, I was driven to this selfless act of heroism because of the story in the review, because I'd learned that my mother was a Jew. It was a complete circus, and completely untrue. But it's hard to stop a train once it's gotten momentum. Your father must have been thrilled, Ethan observed dryly. Marian shot him the thinnest of smiles. Not especially, no. Naturally, Corinne was livid, too. The rumors about my mother's death had just started to die down, and there I was, back in the news again with my poor Jewish orphans, resurrecting the scandal. Zachary and Elise couldn't understand what all the fuss was about. Another smile, this one softer. The papers made it sound like I saved them, but the truth is, they saved me. I was so lost after the business with Hemi. Johanna and the children gave me something to care about, something to focus on besides my woes and the war. And then after the war, you took the children to France? Ashlyn said, still trying to fill in the blanks. Marian fixed her with a pointed stare. You are full of questions, aren't you? Yes, we went to France, to Bergerac. My aunt's health was failing, and I wanted to go while there was still time. The children loved it there. They learned French and a little Yiddish, and all about growing grapes. It was good for them, good for all of us. And of course there was my work with the OSE. It was hard, but rewarding. Do Elise and Zachary know they were adopted? Marian squared her shoulders as if miffed by the question. Of course they know. I told them when I thought they were old enough to understand. I've told them everything. Ashlyn picked up Johanna Meitner's photograph again, studying it. I can see Elise in her. She has the same coloring and the same angular face. Marian's eyes narrowed. I wasn't aware that you knew my daughter. I don't, but Ethan showed me some photos his parents had of the children. They're with the cards and letters we brought back. Marian seemed to relax. Yes, of course. I'm just finding all of this a little unnerving. People I've never laid eyes on until today know the most intimate details of my life. It's as if someone's been snooping in my diary, which I suppose you have. When I wrote those things, they were for Hemi's eyes. I never imagined the books falling into anyone else's hands, let alone having to explain any of it.
I know, Ashlyn replied. For what it's worth, we never imagined we'd meet you face to face. It wasn't until Ethan came across an old concert flyer that we figured out how to find Zachary. He told me about that. Boston, I think it was. I wish he was still there, but he's done so well for himself and he's happy. No parent could ask for more. And it's wonderful that he takes after his father. Does he remember him at all, do you think?
Marian blinked at her. I'm sorry. What?
You said Janusz was a violinist. I wondered if that's why Zachary decided to learn as well, because he remembered his father playing.
No, he doesn't remember. She lifted her glass then, draining the last of her wine. He was too young, and Janusz was always away. He remembers Johanna, though, or thinks he does. I used to tell them stories about her, usually at bedtime. I wanted them to know her, to know they had two mothers. But no father, Ethan pointed out. Did you ever think of marrying? Marian dismissed the question with a wave of her hand. I didn't have time for a husband. I was too busy, and I didn't need to be married. Between the children and my work, I had everything I needed. She pushed back from the table then and checked her watch. Look, we've talked the evening away. It's after 10.
Ashlyn stood and began gathering their empty glasses. We're sorry to have taken so much of your time. We'll help you clean up and then get out of your hair.
No, leave it for me. It's not much, and the fog is already settling in. I'll be awfully put out if you end up in a ditch. Go get your coats on. I'll meet you in the foyer.
They were buttoned up and ready to go by the time Marian reappeared, carrying a bottle of wine. She handed it to Ethan, then pressed a kiss to his cheek.
La famille trêve sincère, for the two of you to share, lovely with cheese and fruit. Ethan examined the label. This is from your family's vineyard. Your family, too, she reminded him. Perhaps someday you and Ashlyn will go. Your French cousins would love to meet you, I'm sure. Ethan shot Ashlyn a lopsided smile. Guess we'd better start brushing up on our French. Don't leave it too long, Marian admonished with a hint of gravity. Time has a way of getting away from you. Things happen, and before you know it, you've missed your chance. All right, we'll do it soon. She reached up to touch his cheek, letting her hand linger. They're good people, your cousins. You should know them. And Zachary and Elise, too. And the girls. Please say you'll come back, both of you, and maybe stay a few days. I don't want us to be strangers anymore.
Ethan smiled awkwardly as he shifted the bottle into the crook of his arm.
I'm sorry about the time we missed. I promise to do better.
Marian returned his smile, eyes bright with unshed tears.
We both will. Now go, and please drive safely. I'm looking forward to spending more time with Dickie's boy and his friend.
17. Ashlyn. Outer condition isn't always indicative of what may lay inside. Perform a thorough assessment, and above all, know when to call in a professional. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. Ashlyn settled back against the leather seats as they left the crooked streets of Marblehead behind. A thick fog had rolled in after dark, shrouding the world in a cold, cottony haze, and the wine had made her drowsy. Beside her, Ethan was unusually quiet, his eyes trained on the road, presumably digesting the day's events. There had been a nice moment in the foyer as they were leaving, when Marian touched his cheek,
and told him she didn't want them to be strangers. There had also been the slightly awkward moment when he'd committed to the two of them going to France together. Almost certainly a placation on Ethan's part, but he'd seemed genuinely moved at the time. Maybe he would go at some point and meet his French cousins. She hoped so. She turned to look at him, his profile lit an eerie blue-green by the dashboard lights. He looked pensive and a little subdued. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" "I don't know. It was a pretty full day and you seem kind of quiet. I thought talking about your parents might have upset you." "No, it was nice, actually. I liked hearing that Marion could tell my mom was head over heels for my dad. It's nice to think of them like that, like young lovers. We never think of our parents that way, as people with dreams and passions. They're just parents." Ashlyn preferred not to think of her parents at all, and let the remark pass. "Well, we certainly have a clearer picture of things now. How your father ended up with the books, why he and Belle lost touch. It's a shame. She seemed genuinely fond of him, and I think she was really glad to meet you." "Eventually, maybe, but she seemed wary at first, like she thought we were there to interrogate her. I was surprised when she finally opened up. I was surprised about a lot, actually. She wasn't what I expected." "What did you expect?" "I guess I pictured her older, more matronly. I certainly wasn't prepared for the woman who answered the door. I knew she was beautiful, my mother always said she was, but I didn't expect her to still be beautiful." "She is, though, isn't she? She's also pretty marvelous, adopting a pair of war orphans, raising them to become very impressive adults, entirely on her own. I don't care how much money you've got, that's a big job. Then starting a nonprofit to help orphaned children all over the world. And to top it off, she makes stew. No wonder she wanted Hemi to know she's lived a full and meaningful life." "She did say she was too busy for a husband." "Oh, she was definitely busy. Though I'd bet my last dollar that isn't why she never married. I'm guessing it had to do with how things ended with Hemi. You never forget what it feels like to have someone you love hurt you so completely, and to know they did it intentionally." "Are we still talking about Marion?" Ashlyn could feel him looking at her and turned her face to the window. "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Ethan continued to look at her, waiting for her to say more. When she didn't, he let the matter drop. "At least we know his name now. Hugh Garrett." Ashlyn felt herself relax. I nearly fell out of my chair when she said it. We knew he was a writer. He talked about writing a couple of books about the war, but I never dreamed he'd turn out to be a best-selling author, let alone one so prolific. Marion must have been terrified that their story would show up in a bookshop window one day. Ethan scrubbed a hand over his chin, frowning. "I wonder why it didn't." "Maybe it did," Ashlyn blurted, not sure why the thought hadn't occurred to her immediately. All he'd need to do is change a few names, slap on a new title, and bang, ready-made bestseller. No one but Marion would recognize the story, and she admits she's never read any of his books. I've read a few, but not all. He specializes in heartbreak, real crying jag stuff. He could have done it and we just don't know. Ethan pulled to a stop at a traffic light and turned to her. "You're going to go out and buy all his books now, aren't you?" "Buy them? No. Read all his cover blurbs to see if anything sounds familiar? Absolutely. In fact, if it weren't almost midnight, I'd make you drive to the nearest bookstore right now. Plus, I'm curious to know what he looks like. I'm sure he uses the usual headshot on his jackets, but I can't say I ever paid much attention. Come to think of it, I seem to remember there being a few of his books in the boxes you brought to Kevin's shop." The light turned green. Ethan flipped on the wipers to clear the windshield, then hit the accelerator. "Those would have belonged to my mother. She loved a good cry." "Do you think she knew Hemi and Hugh Garrett were one and the same?" "I don't know. My father certainly must have, and I can't imagine him keeping it from her. Like I said, they didn't have secrets." Ashlyn was quiet a moment, mulling over bits of the day's conversation. So much had finally been made clear, and yet she couldn't help feeling there were things Marian had been unwilling to share. There had been a palpable carefulness to her responses, a thoughtful, almost wary parsing of words. It was a skill she'd perfected herself over the years, knowing what to leave out when answering an uncomfortable question. "Before," Ethan said, nudging Ashlyn from her thoughts, "when you said I was quiet, you were a little bit right. It was weird today. All those years hearing bits and pieces from my parents about this woman I'd never met. And then there I was this afternoon, sitting on her porch, listening to her talk about them. I think my dad would be glad we met in spite of their falling out. It's a shame they couldn't have patched things up before he died, but I can see why she was so upset with him. His motives in arranging the lunch might have been pure, but for Marian, it felt like another betrayal, and by the only member of her family she thought she could trust. I don't know what happened or why, but I know my father, and he would never have done anything to purposely betray her. He obviously thought she and Hemi had things they needed to talk out." Ashlyn considered this. She'd never met Richard Hillard, but she'd heard enough to take Ethan's word about his father's motives. Marian had mentioned several times that Hemi had been a repeated point of contention between them, that he kept pushing him at her. What she hadn't said was why. Was it possible that Dickie had known the true circumstance surrounding Hemi and Belle's separation? It might explain why he was so determined to reunite them. But why would Marian remain so adamant? "Did you notice anything odd today while Marian was talking? Anything that felt a little off?" "Off?" "I can't put my finger on it, but there were times when she seemed almost defensive. I'd ask her something and she'd change the subject or deflect with a question of her own. It was like there was some line she refused to cross, and any time we got close to it, she shut down. I'm not sure I'd call it odd. We're talking about some pretty tough memories, not to mention being interrogated by two people she didn't know from Adam. I'd probably act weird too. Frankly, I'm surprised she shared what she did." "Yeah, I guess." She still wasn't convinced, but it had been a long day, and there was a lot to digest. She relaxed against the headrest, sinking into the leather seat. She wished she hadn't left her car at Ethan's. She dreaded having to drive home. "We've still got an hour," Ethan said, as if reading her thoughts. "Why don't you close your eyes? I'll wake you when we get home." "The fog's getting worse. I should stay awake, in case you need a second set of eyes." "I'm good. Get some sleep." Ashlyn had no idea how long she'd been out when the muffled crunch of tires on gravel woke her. She sat up, blinking at the windshield and the wall of fog shredding in the headlight's twin beams. "Wow." She turned her neck to the left, then the right, working out a kink. "Sorry I passed out on you." "No worries, we're almost home." She squinted at the windshield as he rounded a curve, still trying to get her bearings. She couldn't make out anything through the fog. "I hate driving and stuff like this. I always feel like I'm about to go over a cliff. Please tell me you can see where you're going." "We're only a few minutes from the house. I could drive this road blindfolded." Ashlyn let out a groan. "Why doesn't that make me feel better?" "You can stay, you know." Ashlyn's head came around more sharply than she'd intended. "What?" "You don't have to drive home tonight. You can stay at my place." "Oh, no, I'll be fine, thanks." By the time they pulled into the driveway, Ashlyn had retrieved her tote and was reaching for the door handle, ready to make a hasty exit from the car. "Thanks for driving. It was a good day." Ethan shut off the car and looked over at her. "Seriously, stay." "I'm good, really. It's 20 minutes, tops." "I don't think you should drive. It's late and you're tired. To quote Aunt Marian, I'd be very put out if you ended up in a ditch." Ashlyn smiled in spite of herself. "I promise to steer clear of all ditches." She slid out of the car then and out into the fog, dragging her tote up onto her shoulder. "Oh, I almost forgot the wine." She was still fumbling to extract the bottle of Sancerre from the tote when Ethan came around the car to stand in front of her. "Stay." His voice was thick, oddly muffled against the fog's insular quiet. Not with me. That's not what I'm asking. I'd just like you to be here when I wake up in the morning, under the same roof. Does that sound strange? Ashlyn shook her head. It sounded lovely, actually. No, it doesn't sound strange. Just faintly terrifying. There was a smile in his voice when he spoke again. I can offer you your choice of 5 bedrooms, 2 of which overlook the harbor, and all of which have doors that lock. I can't offer you a monogrammed bathrobe, but I'm fairly sure I can scare up an old t-shirt for you to sleep in. There's also a nice continental breakfast, if that influences your decision. I'm not worried about door locks, Ethan. It isn't about not trusting you. Then what is it about? She closed her eyes, willing the question away. It was the conversation she'd been avoiding, the truth she'd been skirting for weeks. Trusting me, I guess. To sleep in my guest room? It sounded ridiculous when he put it that way, as if she were worried she might not be able to control herself with him in the next room. But she'd been on this particular precipice before, and to say it had ended badly would be the understatement of the century. She had leapt too soon, fallen too hard, and left herself open to all that came after. She couldn't risk making that mistake again. There'd be no coming back if she did. She'd built a life for herself after Daniel's death. Small, careful, safe. It should be enough. Ethan, stay, he said again, softer this time, but more insistent somehow. I get that you're scared. I don't know why, but I get it. You don't owe me your story. You don't owe me anything. But I'm a pretty good listener if you're in the mood to share. Or we can just curl up on the couch and watch movies all night, and you don't have to tell me anything. Just stay. No strings. Won't that just confuse things? Confuse things? Ethan repeated, as if the question were utterly ridiculous. Ashlyn, from the moment I met you, I've been confused about everything. This is the first thing I haven't been confused about. When Marion asked about us today, you froze. You didn't know how to answer. But I did. I knew exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to say, yes, Marion, we're an item. And then she reminded me that it was the books that brought us together. Well, the mystery is solved, and we no longer have the books, and I'm afraid if I let you leave tonight, that'll be it. You won't have a reason to see me again. You think I'm going to just disappear? I don't know what I think. I just know I don't want this to be the end, and it feels like it might be. I said it before, and I'm saying it again in case I wasn't clear the last time. I want to see what we're like together, to see if there's an us, without Hemi and Belle. Ashlyn studied him, the sharp lines of his face muted now by the fog. But she didn't need to see his face. His shoulders were bunched, his posture stiff, as if braced for a blow. She wasn't the only one taking a risk. Okay, then. Okay, what? Okay, I'll stay. We can make scrambled eggs if you want. Ashlyn frowned at him. You're hungry? No, but that's what couples always seem to do in the movies late at night. Make scrambled eggs together. Plus, it sounded safe. And I want you to feel safe. I'll settle for a mug of hot tea and some honey if you have it. It's freezing out here. Inside, Ethan lit a fire, while Ashlyn located a box of Earl Grey and saw to the tea. When she finished, they settled on the sofa with their mugs. They sipped in silence for a time, listening to the crackle and huff of the flames in the grate. Eventually, the quiet grew heavy. So, what now? Ashlyn asked, aware that he'd been waiting for her to speak. Well, we could tell ghost stories like we used to do at camp. I think I've got a flashlight around here someplace for effect. Or we can talk. I pretty much bared my soul to you out there in the driveway, which, by the way, isn't usually my style. Now it's your turn. You've given me scraps here and there, stuff about your dad and your divorce, but I suspect there's more to know. Like what? Like why you're so scared. Of me. Of us. He set down his mug and reached for her hand, curling his fingers around her closed fist. I'm assuming it has to do with Daniel. You told me he cheated on you, but there was something else, wasn't there? Something worse. Ashlyn stared at their tightly furled hands, warm and comfortable. But inside her closed fist, she could feel the sting of old memories, of broken glass and screeching tires. Yes, there was something else. Something much worse. She opened her mouth and closed it again, shaking her head. I don't know how to talk about this with someone I'm not paying by the hour. Ethan gave her fingers a squeeze. Maybe start from the beginning. The beginning. Yes. All right. She closed her eyes, pulled in a breath. I told you when my mother's cancer came back that she refused treatment, that she chose to die. But I left out the part about my father going up to the attic a few months later and shooting himself while my 16th birthday party was happening. Oh, Jesus. Ashlyn. She turned her face away, afraid if she continued to look at him, she wouldn't be able to get through the rest. I went to live with my grandmother after that. I changed schools and spent every other Thursday on a therapist's couch, a specialist in family trauma. I learned coping skills, healthy grieving, they call it. In time, I adjusted, or learned to pretend I had. I couldn't bear to talk about it anymore, so I pretended I was fine. I finished school and got accepted to UNH, and then I met Daniel. She extricated her hand from Ethan's and stood, needing to put distance between them. She began to pace, arms clasped tight to her body. I never saw him coming. He was always careful in his choice of targets and a consummate actor. I fell for every bit of it. I told him everything, introduced him to all my demons. I gave him the power to hurt me, and he used it. The student in your bathrobe? Mary Beth, Ashlyn said quietly. She was hardly the first, but she was the catalyst for me leaving. I filed for divorce the next day. He never thought I'd go through with it. When I told him I wasn't coming back, he started hanging around outside the shop, watching me from across the street. He'd call at all hours, begging me to take him back one minute, calling me a bitch the next. His novel still hadn't sold, and he was on the verge of being fired from the university. His entire life was spiraling out of control. Naturally, it was all my fault. Please tell me you called the police. The question made Ashlyn cringe. She hadn't, but there hadn't been a day in the last 3+ years that she hadn't wondered if things might have ended differently if she had. I didn't. He had enough troubles, and I didn't want to add to them. But I couldn't go back no matter how bad things got for him. I called him one afternoon and asked him to meet me for a drink. He thought I wanted to work things out. Instead, I handed him a list of how I thought our personal property should be divided. It was the last straw. Ethan was watching her closely now, steeling himself for whatever might be coming. Last straw? Meaning? Ashlyn moved to the fireplace, her back to him as she stared into the fire. He started to make a scene, so I got up and left. I'd already crossed the street by the time he came out of the bar. I heard my name and turned. He was standing on the curb, looking straight at me with this weird expression. There was a van coming down the street, the kind that carries those big sheets of glass. He watched it come closer. And then he stepped off the curb. She heard Ethan's ragged intake of breath, his long, slow exhale. My God. His expression when she turned to face him was one of genuine horror. She squared her shoulders, bracing herself to say the rest. Just before he stepped into the road, there was a split second. He looked up at me and smiled. Then he called out, "Say hello to Dr. Sullivan." Who is Dr. Sullivan was my therapist. The one I used to see every other Thursday after my father shot himself. Ethan's face went slack. You're saying... I'm saying he knew exactly what he was doing. And he knew I knew it. He knew what it would do to me, that I'd come apart.
"This is what you meant in the car," he said softly, "when you talked about someone you love hurting you intentionally."
Yes.
"I'm so sorry, Ashlyn. But at least the bastard didn't succeed. I mean, here you are."
He did, actually. Or nearly did.
It was an uncomfortable thing to share, to admit that Daniel's attempt to unravel her had nearly worked, but she needed him to know it all, to understand why they were a bad idea, why she was a bad idea.
3 people, she said thickly. 3 people who were supposed to love me. And they all left. On purpose. With a track record like that, it's hard not to think it's you. That something about you isn't enough. I ended up on another therapist's couch, Tuesdays this time instead of Thursdays, for more than a year.
Ethan was silent for what felt like a long time. Finally, he dragged a hand through his hair.
"I get it now,"
he said quietly.
"I get it, and I have no idea what to say, except that I'm sorry. For him to do that, knowing what you'd been through, it's inconceivable.
For a while, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it.
You didn't, though."
No.
Ethan's face became a watery blur as she met his gaze, the tears she'd been fighting suddenly spilling free.
It wasn't an accident, and it wasn't an act of despair. It was about having the last word.
"Damn it,"
Ethan whispered, brushing at her tears with the back of his hand.
"Damn the bastard. And damn me, too, for pushing you to talk about it."
Ashlyn shook her head, sending another pair of tears sliding down her cheeks.
It's okay.
She meant it, too. It felt as if a weight had been lifted from her chest, as if trusting herself to say the words aloud, not to a therapist, but to someone she cared for, someone who cared for her in return, had robbed them of their power. The rest came spilling out then, things she'd never told anyone, dark things that brought a fresh round of tears. But these new tears were tears of relief, of liberation and clarity. Suddenly, in that moment, she realized she could forgive Daniel. Not only for his final act of brutality, but for all of it. The manipulation, the infidelity, the hundreds of tiny cruelties that had made up their marriage. But perhaps even more astonishing, she realized she could forgive herself. For giving him power over her, for seeing too late who he really was, and for staying long after she knew. Ethan held both her hands as she spoke, remaining silent when she ran out of words. The quiet stretched, leaving only the crackle of flames between them. She looked up at him, managing a shaky smile.
You said you were a good listener. And you are. Thank you.
I'm glad you felt you could trust me.
You asked me once if there really hadn't been anyone since Daniel. Now you know why. Because I swore I'd never trust anyone again.
But you can trust me, Ashlyn. If you want me.
Did she want him? She touched her palm to his cheek. On some level, she already knew the answer, had known it for weeks. As always, it was a matter of trust. Not of Ethan, but of herself. I think I might, she said softly, as much to herself as to him. She waited a beat before pressing her mouth to his, a moment to savor the dizzying thrum of her pulse, a moment to be sure. And she was. His breath caught as she touched her lips to his, a swift, sharp inhalation that seemed to draw her closer. Deeper. She heard his startled groan as his arms tightened around her, his mouth soft and shockingly warm as it opened to hers. She had surprised him, surprised herself, too, and the knowledge sent something primal and delicious spiraling through her. There was a brief pang of alarm as the kiss began to deepen, a slim window of uncertainty when it might still have been possible to pull away. They were careening toward something irrevocable, a step that would make extrication both messy and painful. But she wanted this, wanted him, and whatever came next. Ethan seemed to sense her decision in that moment. He pulled away and looked down at her, his breathing heavy. At the risk of blowing the moment, I need to know what this means. I don't want to get it wrong, for either of us.
It means I want to be here when you wake up tomorrow. And maybe the day after that, if it's what you still want, me with all my baggage.
His mouth curved, slow, delicious. I guess that means we're an item.
I guess it does.
She pulled his mouth down to hers then, both a promise and a plea. She still couldn't say how far she was willing to leap, but she had forced herself to look down and at least judge the distance of the fall. It was a start, and maybe this time she wouldn't fall alone. 18. Ashlyn. Maintain a safe distance from known threats. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. October 28, 1984. Rye, New Hampshire. Ashlyn opened her eyes to an achingly blue sky and sunlight streaming through unfamiliar blinds. It took a moment to get her bearings, to remember where she was and why. Ethan. The space beside her was empty now, but the sheets were still warm. He hadn't been up long. She lingered beneath the sheets, savoring the moment. It had been years since she'd awakened in a bed that wasn't hers. Years since she had allowed herself to be touched, held, loved. Now the memory of Ethan's lovemaking was seared into both her memory and her flesh, like the echoes of a book, never to be erased. She waited for the inevitable wave of regret, the realization that it had been a mistake to let him into her life, and into her heart, because he was there, too. But none came. Instead, she felt a dreamy and delicious languor, the whole body tenderness of muscles newly awakened. When she finally threw back the covers, she was startled to find her clothes scattered across the carpet, hastily shed last night along with Ethan's. She left them, opting for the thick terry cloth robe draped over the foot of the bed. She slipped it on, inhaling the scent of him as she wandered to the sliding glass doors, overlooking a small terrace and the harbor beyond. Was the view always this stunning? Or was it the events of last night that made the world look so fresh and bright? Following the scent of brewing coffee, she padded downstairs to the kitchen. Ethan was at the stove wielding a spatula. He turned when he heard her enter, flashing a sheepish smile. "Coffee?" "Yes, please." He filled a mug and handed it to her, along with a spoon, then pointed to the cream and sugar. She doctored her mug, then sipped. "This is good," she said, not meeting his gaze. She wasn't well versed in morning-after conversation. "Thanks." He sipped from his own mug, eyeing her over the rim. "Everything okay? With us, I mean. With last night?" She grinned, charmed by his awkwardness. Apparently he was no more versed in morning-after conversation than she. "Everything's very okay." "No buyer's remorse?" "None." His shoulders relaxed as he turned back to the stove. "You might want to revise your opinion after breakfast. I'm making pancakes, or attempting to, and the jury's still out. Want to grab us some silverware?" Ashlyn laid out the place settings while Ethan churned out a stack of pancakes and a plate of perfectly browned sausage links. In 8 years of marriage, Daniel had never made her so much as a piece of toast. On impulse, she slipped behind Ethan and pressed a kiss to his shoulder. He turned, surprised but smiling. "What was that for?" "Pick something." "What would you like to do today?" he asked as they settled down to breakfast. "Assuming you don't have to work, that is." The question caught her off guard. She hadn't thought beyond breakfast. "I don't, actually. It's Sunday. But shouldn't you try to get some writing done now that we've wrapped up the Belle and Hemi mystery? Your publisher awaits." I probably should, but I'd rather spend the day with you. And I've finally started making some progress, so I've earned a break. We could hit Hillcrest Farm for cider, donuts, and music. Maybe see a movie. Or we could go to a bookstore. Ah, I forgot we talked about that last night. I just think it's worth checking to see if Hugh Garrett ever used Belle and Hemi's story as inspiration for one of his books. And then after, we can hit Hillcrest. I never turned down a cider donut. The phone rang before Ethan could respond. He put down the syrup bottle and held up both hands. "Grab that, would you? I'm all sticky." Ashlyn did as asked, though she felt awkward answering Ethan's phone. "Hello? Ashlyn, is that you? It's Marion." "Yes, it's me. Whatever are you doing at my nephew's house at this hour?" She laughed then, making it clear that the question had been a rhetorical one. "I'm glad you two finally figured it out." Ashlyn's cheeks went hot. "Ethan's right here. I'll put him on." No, that isn't necessary. Listen, I've had a thought. Why don't the two of you come to Boston next Thursday? Elise will be there with the girls, and I'd love for her to meet the two of you. You could stay over and come to the blasted awards dinner on Friday. Maybe even make a weekend of it. Take in a show or see some of the museums. That's very kind of you, but I'd better give you to Ethan. She covered the mouthpiece as she passed the handset to him. It's Marion. She wants us to go to Boston on Thursday for dinner, then stay over for the award thing on Friday. But I have the store. You should go, though. Elise is going to be there. It would be nice for you two to meet. Ethan wiped his hands and took the phone from her, listening and nodding as Marion repeated her offer. I wish we could, he said finally. Unfortunately, I've agreed to pick up some extra classes for a friend, and Ashlyn has the store. But we might be able to swing a late dinner on Thursday. He raised his eyes to Ashlyn. Maybe 8? Ashlyn nodded, pleased at the thought of seeing Marion again. They could leave as soon as she closed the shop, then drive back after. Ethan returned to his breakfast after wrapping up the call. 8 o'clock Thursday, he told her over the rim of his coffee mug. She said she'd call once she booked the reservation. He grinned as he picked up his knife and fork and sliced into a sausage link. Time to meet the rest of the family. After breakfast, they headed to Portsmouth and their local Walden Books. Ashlyn took a deep breath as they entered the store, inhaling the mingled scents of paper and new ink. It always struck her as a medicinal smell, oily and faintly antiseptic, like iodine. Not unpleasant, but quite different from the woody, smoky, faintly sweet smell she associated with her own shop. Being in the presence of so many new books felt strange. Shelves and shelves of volumes without pasts, without echoes. They were blank slates now. But one day they would have histories of their own, lives quite separate from the stories captured between their covers. Something about the promise of stories yet to be written made Ashlyn happy as they made their way to the fiction and literature section. Ethan whistled softly when she pointed to a shelf lined with Hugh Garrett titles. You weren't kidding when you said he was prolific. There are... He paused, trailing a finger over the spines as he counted. 16 books here. And that isn't all of them. She pulled a hardcover from the shelf, presumably his most recent, since there were 3 copies, all facing out. A window to look out of. On the jacket, a dark-haired woman peered through a rain-spattered window, her pale face slightly out of focus, obscured by water droplets. Look. Ashlyn held up the book, pointing to the woman. It could be her. Ethan looked skeptical. It could be anyone. He was right, of course, but there was something haunting about the cover image, something to do with a deliberate blurring of the woman's face. She turned back the cover, scanning the blurb printed on the inside flap. The synopsis bore no resemblance to Belle and Hemi's story. She picked up a second and read it, then a third. Nothing felt remotely familiar. But on every cover, the same woman, or at least the same type of woman. A woman who looked like Belle. She had just finished with the 8th book and was attempting to reshelve it when it slipped from her hand and thumped to the floor. She bent to retrieve it. then froze as she saw the author's photo staring up at her, piercing blue eyes and a head full of thick dark hair, a startlingly sensual mouth. He was distinguished, handsome, and familiar in a way she couldn't explain. As if she'd seen his face somewhere in passing. And then it suddenly hit her. She had seen his face. Yesterday. Ethan. She scooped the book from the floor, holding it up. It's him. Ethan frowned. Of course it's him. It says so right there. No, look. It's him. Ethan narrowed his eyes on the photo. Finally, he saw it. You've got to be kidding me. It's Zachary, she breathed. Hugh Garrett is Zachary's father. Jesus. Ethan dragged a hand through his hair, eyes still glued to the photo. Could we be wrong? Belle looked at the photo again, recalling something Belle had written near the end of Forever and Other Lies. I will never be completely free of you. Your voice, your smile, even that little cleft in your chin will never be far from my thoughts, my cross and my consolation. At the time, she had assumed it had to do with memories, the kind that never left you. Now she realized it was something else entirely. No, she said finally. That's Zachary's face. Look at the eyes, the mouth, the shape of his jaw. It's him to a T, just 40 years older. And it explains Marian's evasiveness, the way she kept deflecting and changing the subject. She must have been pregnant when she left New York, and she made up the story about him being Johanna's to conceal it. It also explains why Zachary and Elise look nothing alike. They don't share a biological parent. I'm guessing Hemi doesn't know he has a son. I'd hardly think so. There's no mention of either child in Forever and Other Lies. She wrote about her work, her family in France, but nothing about her children. A woman doesn't forget her children, and certainly not a woman like Marian, who's clearly the proudest mother on the planet. The omission was intentional. We can't be sure of any of that. I think we can. At the end of the book, she wrote something about Hemi not having the right to know about some parts of her life. This was what she meant. Zachary. My God. We're supposed to have dinner with her on Thursday, and with Elise. This is going to be awkward. We can't let it be awkward, Ethan. She can't know we know. She's kept this secret for 43 years. We should let her keep it, if that's what she wants. 19. Ashlyn. I love an author the more for having been himself a lover of books. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. November 1, 1984. Boston, Massachusetts. Ashlyn couldn't help feeling awed as she and Ethan stepped into the lobby of the Parker House Hotel. She had visited before, not as an actual guest but as a sightseer, hoping to soak up some of the rarefied air. Strolling through the lobby with its coffered ceilings and gleaming chandeliers was like stepping into another time. But it was the history of the place that she truly loved. Built in 1855, the Parker House had once been home to the Saturday Club, hosting the likes of Nathaniel Hawthorne, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and Oliver Wendell Holmes. Other notable guests included Charles Dickens, who had resided at the hotel for 5 months in 1867, and the villainous John Wilkes Booth, just 2 years prior. There were rumors that the hotel was haunted, particularly the 10th floor. The hotel cheerfully embraced this part of its lore and was said to keep a registry of alleged spectral events for interested guests. Ashlyn found the idea charming. If books had echoes, why not buildings, chairs, tables, lamps? She liked to think that Dickens and Wadsworth might be chatting in some quiet corner, bickering over an obscure bit of literary minutia, or lingering over a glass of port in the bar, which had once been a library said to contain more than 3,000 books. But tonight, she and Ethan would be dining with the latest recipient of the Children's Welfare Network Lifetime Achievement Award. The hostess informed them that the rest of their party had already been seated and offered to show them to their table. Ashlyn spotted Marion immediately, seated with a tall blonde and a trio of fidgeting little girls.
Mila, Dahlia, and Lita.
Ashlyn whispered to Ethan.
I'm pretty sure Mila is the oldest.
Ethan gave her hand a squeeze.
Got it. Thanks.
Marion's face lit up when she saw them approach. She leaned toward Mila to whisper something, who then whispered something to the other girls, who immediately stopped fidgeting and sat up straight. Ashlyn felt a twinge of nerves when they finally arrived at the table, as if she had just arrived for a job interview.
Ethan.
Ashlyn, Marion said when they had settled themselves in the 2 empty chairs. I'm so glad you could come. This is my daughter Elise. Girls, this is my nephew Son and your cousin Ethan, and his girlfriend Ashlyn. Ashlyn ducked her head shyly. She hadn't thought about how she might be introduced, but found she rather liked being referred to as Ethan's girlfriend. She nodded at the girls, who were staring at her with wide, curious eyes. It's especially nice to meet the 3 of you. Your grandmother has told me a lot about you.
Only the good bits, though,
Marion whispered, sending the girls into a chorus of giggles. Elise was sizing them up with pale gray eyes, reminding Ashlyn of a photo Ethan had shown her, of a very serious girl with a sharp face and a brash expression. She'd changed surprisingly little since it was taken. Her face was still sharp and triangular, her gaze guarded. And why not? They had appeared out of nowhere, inserting themselves into Marion's cozy and well-brought-up family. A little wariness wasn't unreasonable. My mother tells me you own a rare bookshop in Portsmouth, she said to Ashlyn, and that you and Ethan met because of some old books he found in Dickie's library. Out of the corner of her eye, Ashlyn saw Marion's shoulders tense. Apparently Elise didn't know about the books. That's right, Ashlyn replied smoothly. Ethan ran across a few obscure titles while he was clearing space on his father's shelves, and they ended up in my hands. I'm fascinated by old books. Anything interesting? Not to anyone but the authors, Ashlyn answered, and saw Marion's shoulders relax. That's too bad. It would have been fun, wouldn't it, to stumble onto some long-lost book by a famous author, Tolstoy or Trollope or someone. You hear about it happening. She turned to Ethan then. It was sweet of you to track Mom down to return those old letters. Zachary called to tell me he'd heard from you. He wasn't sure you were legit at first. Then he remembered you from that time we stayed with your parents and decided it was okay. She was awfully fond of Dickie. She says you teach at UNH like he did, and that you've already written 2 books. Pretty impressive for someone your age. Ethan smiled sheepishly. Not as impressive as it sounds, but thanks. With the ice broken, the conversation flowed with surprising ease, covering a wide variety of topics, including Ethan's current work in progress, Elise's ongoing quest for tenure, and the glowing reviews that had come in after Zachary's recent European tour. By the time their server arrived with coffee and the Parker house's world-famous Boston cream pie, Elise was bragging about her mother's nonprofit and the work she continued to do on behalf of war-orphaned children. Marion was clearly embarrassed by her daughter's praise. I do wish you'd stop, Elise. You're boring Ashlyn and Ethan to death. On the contrary, Ashlyn corrected, and she meant it. The more she learned about Marion, the more impressed she was. It's easy to see why they're giving you that award tomorrow night. You have so much to be proud of. I've been very lucky in my life, Marion said, beaming at her daughter and the girls. I was born into the kind of privilege most people never know. I walked away from most of it, but not all. There was some money when my mother died. Money my father couldn't touch. It gave me certain freedoms. I was able to pursue the work that was important to me and give my children the kind of life I wanted them to have. But mostly, I've been blessed to have such wonderful children. They're both so bright and so talented, and they were such troopers growing up. I dragged them around quite a lot when we were young. I yanked them away from their friends in California to live on a wreck of a vineyard in Bergerac. They had to learn French so they could attend school. And then, just when they'd fallen in love with farm life and their French cousins, I dragged them back here. Yes, Elise interjected with a laugh. You brought us to Marblehead, to that big drafty house. We thought we'd freeze to death that first winter. But then summer came and we learned to swim and sail and dig for clams, and we knew we'd come home. The girls love it too. They can't wait to get back this summer. They're all going to be in Uncle Zachary's wedding, and they're over the moon about it, aren't you, my darlings? The girls barely acknowledged their mother's question. That it was well past their bedtime was evident. Lita was heavy-eyed and sullen, and Dahlia and Mila were squabbling over the last bite of dessert. I wish Zachary could have made it this weekend, Marion said as she signed the dinner check and closed it back up in its little leather folder. Not for the award dinner, but for tonight. It would have been nice for him to meet you in person. But he's just back from tour and doesn't dare take more time away. I wish he lived closer. I so hoped he'd end up here in Boston. She smiled sadly. I miss his face. Ashlyn and Ethan exchanged a quick glance. You never know, Elise said, curling an arm around the drowsy Lita and pulling her close. He may still. The girls would love it if he moved closer. I would too, I suppose, though I'd never let him know it, the big fathead. Ashlyn couldn't help smiling. Elise's fondness for her brother was plain, despite her attempt to pretend otherwise. Were the two of you close growing up? When we were little, we were inseparable. We moved a lot, so we became each other's best friends. But when we got older, we made new friends and found our own interests. Poor Mom. We fought like cats and dogs during our teens. I was very bookish, very serious about everything, and my brother's never taken anything seriously. Except his music, of course, so we were always butting heads. But we've always had each other's backs. Nothing has ever changed that, or ever will. Ashlyn shot Ethan another knowing glance, realizing too late that Marion had witnessed the exchange. Her eyes held Ashlyn's as the seconds stretched, an uneasy acknowledgement and an unspoken plea for silence. Well, Elise said, oblivious to the look that had just passed between Ashlyn and her mother. I hate to be the one to break up this party, but I need to get the girls up to the room. I promised I'd call Jeffrey before 11. It's been a wonderful evening. I hope we'll see you both at Mom's this summer. I'll make sure you get an invite to the wedding. And you could come for the holidays. We'll teach you to play dreidel. I warn you, though, we're ruthless. She pushed back her chair, grinning. And with that word of warning, I'll say good night. Dahlia and Mila slid off their chairs, clearly relieved that the evening was winding to a close. But Lita had already nodded off, her pale head hanging limply to one side. Elise dragged an enormous tote up onto her shoulder, her mommy bag, then leaned down to pull the sleeping Lita up into her arms. The child whimpered, struggling briefly, before going slack again. Elise fought to keep the tote on her shoulder as she made a second attempt to lift her, but the seemingly boneless Lita was in no shape to cooperate. Finally, she turned to Ethan. At the risk of being presumptuous, I couldn't, by any chance, prevail upon you to assume your new role as cousin and carry this one up to my room while I wrangle these two to the elevator? I used to be able to juggle all three, but Lita's gotten so big, it's hard enough handling them when they're all awake. Ethan stood and held out his arms. Hand her over, if you think she won't mind. At this point, she's past minding anything. Thank you so much. Ashlyn couldn't help smiling as she watched Ethan take Lita into his arms. She sagged against him, sighing sleepily as she burrowed her face into the crook of his neck, her legs automatically twining about his hips. Her eyes opened briefly, heavy-lidded and swimming with confusion, as she looked for her mother. Elise smoothed a hand over her blonde head. Ethan's going to carry you up so Mommy can get your sisters to the room. Elise explained softly. Then I'll call Daddy and you can talk to him if you're still awake. How does that sound? Lita tilted her head back just long enough to find Ethan's face, before slumping onto his shoulder again. Sleepy. Yes, baby, sleep. I'll tuck you in as soon as we get upstairs and you can talk to Daddy tomorrow. Marion mouthed a thank you to Ethan, then blew Elise and the girls good-night kisses. I'll talk to you in the morning, honey. Say hello to Jeffrey, and tell him I wish he could have been here. I will. It was so good to meet you, Ashlyn. Come on, girls, time to go. Ashlyn watched as Elise and Ethan retreated with the girls. He was going to be the kind of cousin the girls would quickly come to adore. More of an uncle, really. And Elise seemed to have no qualms about welcoming him to the family. It was a shame they didn't live closer. Marian watched until they were gone, then settled back in her chair and looked squarely at Ashlyn. How long have you known? Ashlyn dropped her gaze, caught off guard by Marian's frankness, but there was no point in pretending she didn't understand the question. Only a few days. How did you figure it out? You showed us Zachary's picture the day we were at your house. The next day we were at a bookstore and saw Hugh Garrett's photo, Hemi's photo. He's the spitting image of his father. Marian nodded, her smile bittersweet. He is, isn't he? The story about Johanna was mostly true, except the part about Zachary being her son. Marian took a sip of water. Her hands were trembling when she put down the glass. I suspected I was pregnant when I left New York. By the time I got to California, I was sure. I bought myself a cheap gold band and invented a husband, a pilot who flew for the RAF and was shot down while providing cover for a supply convoy. I got so good at telling the story I almost believed it myself. When Zachary was born, no one batted an eye. But I hated California. Some places just feel wrong. You don't know why, they just do. Maybe it had to do with Hemi not being there. But I couldn't go back to New York with a child. Corinne would have known the truth in an instant, and I didn't trust my father. I was trying to figure out where to go when Johanna moved in next door. She was alone and so scared. She'd already lost a son, a husband, her parents, and she had a new baby on the way. So I stayed. And then when Elise was born and she knew she was... She broke off, her words suddenly choked with emotion. When she asked me to take her. You saw a way to legitimize Zachary, Ashlyn supplied gently. No, but she did. Her eyes swam with tears. She blinked them away and took another sip of water. The day I brought Elise home, I went to Johanna's room. I was still in shock. I couldn't believe she was gone. But I remembered her saying she'd left me something in her bureau. I found it in the top drawer, an envelope with my name on the front. Inside was a birth certificate for a male child named Zachary, the son she lost before coming to the States, and a note. Ashlyn said nothing, though she was pretty sure she knew what was coming, a brilliant and stunning act of generosity. It said, If you're reading this, my spirit has gone to God. Do not grieve for me, but if the child has survived, I leave it to your care, to love and rear as your own. I leave you also my sweet Zachary's name. This is your way home, Marian, your way to wash all clean. You will have to change his name, of course, but he will have a sister now. May God keep you safe and well, and bless you for all your kindnesses. Achot. Ashley frowned. I don't know that last word. Achot, was it? It's Hebrew. It means sister. Ashlyn pressed a hand to her mouth, overwhelmed by the thought of a young mother having to write such a letter, the heartbreak of knowing she was unlikely to survive the birth of her child, and the trust it must have taken to give that child over to a woman who, 5 months earlier, had been a stranger. No wonder Marian had committed every word to memory. She was lucky to have you, Ashlyn said quietly. I can't imagine having to make that kind of decision or write that kind of letter. I don't know when she wrote it, but she knew she wasn't coming home before we left for the hospital. I think she was just tired of fighting. It still astonishes me that she could think of me at such a time. But you knew what she was suggesting in the letter? Yes, I knew. I used to talk about going home someday. She knew I couldn't, though, and why. And so she made me a gift of her dead son's name, to wash all clean. By claiming Zachary was Elise's older brother and not my natural child, we would both be free of the stigma of illegitimacy. The certificate was dated October 9, 1941, 9 months before Thomas was born. But I knew I could make it work. And I did. I never went back to New York, not to live anyway. I was still afraid of my father, but I could go where I wanted and start over fresh. And I did. We did. In Marblehead. Yes. She managed a watery smile. In the house at the end of the earth. When Ethan and I figured it out, we agreed not to say anything. We honestly didn't mean for it to come up tonight, or ever. Thank you for that. But I saw you look at Ethan when Elise was talking about Zachary, and I knew you knew. I suppose it doesn't matter now. Zachary is all grown up and long past needing my protection. If anything, he's become my protector, and I love him for it. He knows, by the way. They both do. All of it? Marian looked away uncomfortably. I didn't name names, if that's what you're asking. But I sat them down and explained that biologically they weren't really brother and sister. Zachary was 14. Elise was 12. I wanted to wait until they were a little older, but Elise started asking questions about why she and Zachary looked nothing alike. One of her classmates put the bug in her ear and she wouldn't let it go. So I had the talk. How did they take it? Zachary shrugged and asked if he could have a snack. Elise took a little longer to come around. She didn't care about me having a baby out of wedlock. I actually think she thought that part was brave. But she was terribly upset that I'd lied about Zachary. She's always been that way, swift to punish if you don't live up to her standards. I was afraid it would come between them. If anything, it made them closer. That's like her, too. She has a big heart. She just hides it behind all that ferocity. Later, when Zachary and I were alone, I asked if he wanted to know who his father was. I told him I might be able to arrange for them to meet if he wanted me to. And he said no? He said he didn't think it was fair to Elise, that he'd have a father and she wouldn't. He said he'd never had a father before, so why did he need one now? He thought the three of us were doing just fine. Ashlyn couldn't help being impressed. What an incredible way to look at it. Marian smiled. That's how he is. He rolls with things. And we were happy. Though I wonder sometimes if he said no because he thought I wanted him to. He always seemed aware of my need for privacy, even if he didn't understand why I needed it. Or maybe he just didn't want to upset the balance of things. It would have been a wedge between him and Elise, and he was always very careful about that sort of thing. About maintaining their relationship as siblings, even after they knew the truth. Hemi suddenly entering the picture would have been awkward. Ashlyn understood. It's clear from the way Elise talks about Zachary that they're very close. A father who was his but not hers suddenly turning up might have put a dent in that bond. But what about Hemi? Didn't he have a right to know he had a son? Did you ever consider telling Hemi? Only every day. Marian's face seemed close to crumpling. She sighed, briefly closing her eyes. And I would have, for Zachary's sake. I'd actually resigned myself to it. But when Zachary said no, I was relieved. Telling him would mean opening a door I wasn't ready to reopen. As far as I was concerned, that door closed forever the day he went back on his word and printed that story. There was no way back after that, for either of us. Ashlyn nodded. I guess I get it. I just thought if he knew... Marian's eyes flashed with annoyance. I know what you thought, that he would have married me for the sake of our son, and we would have lived happily ever after. You sound like Dickie. Ashlyn sat back in her chair, processing Marian's response. He knew about Zachary? You forget. My nephew actually knew Hemi. It took all of 5 minutes for him to solve the mystery of my son's paternity, and to start lecturing me about how I was wrong to keep the truth from Hemi. Not just wrong for Zachary's sake, or even for Hemi's, but for my own. All those years later, he still believed we could put it back together. But I didn't want Hemi like that, and he apparently didn't want me at all.
How can you say that? He wanted to marry you.
Once, perhaps, but he never came looking for me. Never called or wrote a single letter.
He wrote you a book,
Ashlyn reminded her pointedly. She nodded warily. Yes, he did. I remember the day it came. When I read the inscription, I thought he'd found out about Zachary, that he was asking how I could have kept his son from him. Then I started reading and realized it was just another attempt to paint himself as the injured party. He wasn't interested in the truth or in me. It felt like a vindication, proof that he didn't deserve to know. I'm sure it looks terrible to an outsider, heartless and selfish. And perhaps it was. But Zachary was happy growing up, and that's what I cared about. I loved him enough for both of us, and always will. The rest of it doesn't matter anymore.
I'm not sure I believe that,
Ashlyn replied softly.
I'm not even sure you do.
Marian studied her, neatly manicured fingertips drumming on the white tablecloth. I asked you before, and I'll ask you again. What is all this to you?
I don't know. I realize it isn't any of my business, but I can't help feeling that you two were truly meant to be together, that what happened was all a terrible mistake.
Marian smiled sadly. You're so young, still naive enough to believe love conquers all. I used to think so too, 1,000,000 years ago, but I've grown wiser since then. She paused, shaking her head dolefully. Sometimes it does. More often it doesn't.
Ashlyn considered her reply carefully.
Marian's pain was palpable, despite her efforts to pretend otherwise.
I'm not nearly as naive as you think,
she said at last, her voice tinged with sympathy.
I know all about love not working out. I know how badly it hurts when someone you trust betrays you, how all you want to do is hide from the world because you can't believe you could have made such a colossal mistake, entrusting someone so unworthy with your heart. I know all this because I've made that kind of mistake myself. I gave my heart to someone who never really loved me. But you didn't. Hemi loved you, Marian, and I suspect he never stopped. Just as I suspect you never stopped loving him.
Marian sat stonily, refusing to either confirm or deny Ashlyn's suspicions.
You could find him, Marian. It wouldn't be hard. And finally tell him the truth. All of it, the way you just told me. Not for Hemi's or Zachary's sake, but for yours.
Dickie was right about that. Whatever happened all those years ago, whatever happens going forward, you both deserve closure. Marian's expression remained stony. You talk as if you think there's some way back for us, that words can fix what happened more than 40 years ago. But there was never going to be a happily ever after for us, Ashlyn. Not then, and certainly not now.
This isn't about happily ever after,
Ashlyn told her evenly.
It's about choosing to let go of the blame and the anger, to leave it in the past. And it's about forgiveness.
Forgiveness, Marian repeated, not quite meeting her eyes. Such an easy word to say, but harder to achieve. Forgiving would mean I'd be left with only the memories, stripped of the blame and anger, as you say. And I don't believe I could bear them that way. Ashlyn understood. She was all too familiar with the need to cloak memories in anger, to insulate herself with bitterness and blame. But she also remembered the almost immediate sense of freedom she had experienced when she finally realized she could forgive Daniel. He'd been dead nearly 4 years and would never know. But she'd know. In the end, it had been about making a choice to stop punishing herself. Marian could make the same choice.
None of us can change the past, she told Marian gently, no matter how badly we wish we could.
But we can forgive. We just need to decide to. You can forgive Hemi, and you can forgive yourself for keeping Zachary from him. Accept that at the time you made a decision you believed was right for your family, even if that isn't the decision you'd make today. Let myself off the hook, you mean? No, that isn't. Before Ashlyn could explain further, Ethan reappeared. Sorry, that took longer than I expected. Lita came to just as we got to the room and decided I needed to tuck her in. Then I needed to read to her, though she conked out after 1 page of Goodnight Moon. What a sweetheart. To Ashlyn's surprise, Marian pushed to her feet, gesturing to the nearly empty dining room. I didn't realize it was so late. I think they'd like us to get out of their hair so they can clean up and go home. And you two have a long drive back. I believe it's a school night for Ethan. Ashlyn picked up her purse and stood, wishing there had been time to say more. She had learned only recently the power of forgiveness, and had come to understand that the choice to forgive was as much about self-healing as about absolving another of their guilt. Perhaps more. She only wished she had more time to persuade Marian. She managed a smile. Thank you so much for dinner, Marian. It was kind of you to include me. I'm afraid the night isn't ending on a very bright note. And now that you know all my secrets, the two of you probably wish we'd never connected. Ethan shot Ashlyn a quizzical look, but summoned a smile. Don't be silly. 6 weeks ago, I had no family. Now I have an aunt and a whole passel of cousins and an invitation for Hanukkah. Just try getting rid of me. Marian patted his arm, beaming. If anything changes and you can make it tomorrow night, you're welcome to come. It'll be deadly dull, but the food should be good. They walked out together, then stopped in the lobby, lingering when it was time to separate. Marian surprised them by wrapping them both in a hug. Do take care of this girl, Ethan. I suspect she's a treasure. Ashlyn was surprised by the sharp pang of emotion Marian's words induced. She was afraid she'd overstepped, spoken frankly, perhaps even impertinently, about something that was none of her business. But she suddenly found herself hoping she'd given Marian something to think about. Ethan shot Ashlyn a crooked grin. It's a promise. I mean it. She took his face between her hands, looking directly into his eyes. I'll tell you what I told your father all those years ago. Don't let anything come between you. She stepped back then and shot Ashlyn a wink. And now I'm off to get my beauty sleep before my big night tomorrow. It seems to take more and more these days. Ashlyn couldn't help marveling as Ethan's fingers wound through hers, and they watched Marian cross the lobby and head toward the elevators. Despite everything, all the heartbreak and loss, Marian Manning hadn't stopped believing in love.
20. Marian. Reading brings us Unknown Friends. Honoré de Balzac. November 2nd, 1984. Boston, Massachusetts. I pat my hair again, finger the single strand of pearls at my throat, wishing I felt steadier. Last night's conversation with Ashlyn kept me tossing and turning until the wee hours, not what one needs before an ordeal of this sort. It would seem my great-nephew has chosen a woman with a head on her shoulders, and one whom I suspect has endured her share of heartache. After 43 years, my secret is out. I have deprived a man I once loved of his son. There was no judgment in her face as I told my story, only sincere empathy. A rare quality, that, but what she asked of me is impossible. To forgive after so many years, to simply let go. For my sake, she said. But how can it be for my sake? After so many years of clinging to my grief, I'm not sure I know how to live without it. Still, her words linger in a rather inconvenient way as I join Elise and the girls at our table near the stage. I feel the beginnings of a headache coming on. The ballroom is uncomfortably warm. thick with miasma of liquor, hairspray, and designer perfume. Or maybe it's the restless hum of conversation filling all that space that has my nerves strung so tight. It sounds like a hive of angry bees ready to swarm. My instinct is to flee, but it's too late for that. Dinner has been cleared away and the dessert served, a sign that the speeches are about to begin. A banner with the words Children's Welfare Network honors Marion Manning hangs above the stage. I reach for my wine, then think better of it and sip my water instead. I'm going to need all my wits if I'm going to get up there in front of everyone. My hands are hot and sticky. I hate these things. Having to truss myself into an evening dress so I can be paraded about as some sort of saint. But it's good exposure for the foundation, so I put up with it when I have to. I hear my name echo through the mic. There's a startling burst of applause. I push to my feet and mount the steps to the stage. A woman in gold lame is standing at the podium, Gwendolyn Halliday, president of the CWN. She smiles and presses the award into my hands. It's surprisingly heavy, a globe fashioned of frosted glass meant to look like the earth, with my name inscribed on a square of polished blue marble. There are flashbulbs, the sound of shutters clicking, clicking. The press, always the press. I look out at the sea of faces, all waiting for me to say something profound. I wish I had written something out on cards, but I never seem to use them when I do, or I get them all out of order, and so I decided not to bother. Oh well. Elise and the girls are smiling proudly. They look beautiful in their new dresses with their hair pinned up in little curls. Lita is waving up at the stage excitedly. I wave back and blow her a kiss. "Hello, Lita." The audience laughs. I feel myself relax, and I open my mouth to speak. I hate the sound of my voice in the high-ceilinged room, but I smile and say the right things. I thank them, and they beam. I make a self-deprecating remark about my failings as a public speaker, and they titter. I speak earnestly about the importance of finding families for displaced children around the globe, and they nod vigorously. And then a face jumps out at me from the crowd. A man standing against the back wall. Tall, angular, dark. He isn't nodding, isn't smiling, but his eyes are locked on me. All these years later, I would know him anywhere. The room sways and narrows to a pair of dark pinpoints. For a moment, I think my legs will give way, and I imagine the headline in tomorrow's social section, Philanthropist Marion Manning collapses at dinner held in her honor. I manage to stay on my feet long enough to wrap up my remarks. There's the dull thrum of applause as I leave the stage, but it's strangely muted, as if I've been plunged underwater. Elise frowns as I sink down into my chair and dab delicately at the sheen of perspiration along my upper lip. She asks me if I'm all right, remarks that I look shaky. I nod and make myself smile. But all I can think is thank God Zachary couldn't make it tonight. Thank God. Thank God. The girls want to see my award. I hand it to Mila and let them pass it back and forth until Elise hisses for them to sit back in their chairs and behave. There's a woman talking now, a tall woman in a ruffled yellow dress that reminds me of daffodils. I pretend to listen, but her words are garbled, indistinguishable. I clap when the others clap, nod when the others nod, and sneak a look now and then to the back of the room. Still there, still watching me. The girls are antsy, ready to go now that Mimi, they call me Mimi, has finished her talk. The women are beginning to gather their handbags and wraps. The men are folding their napkins and glancing toward the exits. Things are wrapping up. I'm relieved. I'm terrified. There's a final round of applause, then a rush of people are heading in my direction. They surround me, offering congratulations and shaking my hand. Elise leans in and kisses me on the cheek, says the girls have had enough and she needs to put them to bed. She'll see me for breakfast in the morning. And then she's gone, leaving me to my crowd of well-wishers. I manage to smile and say the right things, to be gracious and grateful, but all the time I'm peering over their heads and between faces, praying he'll be gone. 3 glimpses later, he's still there, waiting me out as the crowd steadily thins. Eventually, it's just a handful of hangers-on. The waiters have begun to clear the tables. There's nothing to do but get it over with. I tuck my handbag under my arm, pick up my award, and head for the doorway. He takes his hands out of his pockets and squares his shoulders as I approach. Still lean, but with a new brand of confidence, the kind born of success rather than hubris. I'm suddenly self-conscious, wondering if the blue velvet gown I chose for tonight makes me look frumpy. How is it possible that he hasn't aged since that night in the St. Regis ballroom? He's wearing a dark suit, impeccably cut with a faint chalk stripe, the kind he used to make fun of my father's friends for wearing. In his 60s now, and still breathtakingly handsome. Zachary will look just like this one day. The thought nearly knocks the breath out of me. "Congratulations," he says when I'm standing in front of him. His voice sends the years spooling backward to that very first night. His eyes have lost none of their blue, but there are fine lines fanning out from the edges now, and his hair is threaded with silver at the temples. His mouth has changed, too, harder, less generous, less prone to smile, I think. He's smiling now, though, if one can call it a smile. The expression doesn't reach his eyes and sharpens his already sharp features. "Come now, no need for modesty. I've been reading up on you since I saw the announcement about tonight's event in the Globe. You're rather impressive." "Why are you here?" I say, finally finding my tongue. How could I pass on the chance to have a drink with an old friend and talk over old times? I don't know what to make of him. His words don't match his flinty smile, as if he's got a trick card up his sleeve. "We caught up, remember? You wrote me a book. And you wrote one back. Which about wraps things up, wouldn't you say?" I would have, once. But I've had time to think about things since then, to reflect a bit, and it strikes me that you left a few things out of your version of events. Plot holes, we call them. I stare at him, my heart caught in my throat. How could he know? Did he see Zachary somewhere? On tour, perhaps? Surely one look would give the game away. Or maybe he's read something. Zachary is always turning up in this or that paper. Or perhaps he's known all these years. I think of the words inscribed on the title page of Regretting Belle. How, Belle, after everything, how could you do it? Perhaps that's why he's come to ask, but in person this time. "There's a bar in the lobby," he tells me smoothly. "What do you say we have that drink?" I don't want a drink. It's been a long day and I want to go to my room. "You stood me up the last time we were in Boston." "I didn't stand you up, I stood Dickie up. We didn't have anything to talk about then, and we don't have anything to talk about now." I step to my left then and try to push past him. He blocks my path. "I think we do. I think it's time we hash it out once and for all. You owe me that, don't you think? 40 years is a long time to keep a man in the dark, no matter what you believe him guilty of." I can only nod. 40 years is a long time, long enough to actually trick myself into believing my own carefully crafted narrative, to convince myself I could keep such a secret without consequence. "So, the bar," Hemi suggests again. I nod because there seems to be no way out of it. "I'll need a minute to ring my daughter's room so she doesn't worry." "Here," he says, "let me free up your hands." Before I can protest, he relieves me of the glass globe, assuring my return. "Shall I order you a drink? I won't be staying that long." I step past him then, out into the hallway, and head for the alcove where the house phone is located. I don't have to call Elise. I just need a moment to compose myself, and I know the ladies' room is here. I step inside, then sag against the closed door. I've dreaded this moment for so long, and yet I've never once thought how I might handle it, what excuse I might offer for what I've done. Probably because there isn't one. Not for something like this. It occurs to me, as I stand trembling at one of the black marble sinks, that Ashlyn might be behind Hemi's sudden appearance tonight, that she may have taken it into her head to try to broker a truce between us, like Dickie did. I want it not to be true, but the timing is suspect, particularly after last night's heartfelt speech about forgiveness, and she knew exactly where I'd be tonight. Another ambush, only this time I walk straight into it. I catch sight of myself in the mirror above the sink, dressed to the nines and perfectly coiffed for my big night, an elegant updo and flawless makeup. I wonder what he made of me when he walked into the ballroom tonight, whether he thought the years had been cruel or kind, as if any of that matters now. Still, I fish around in my evening bag for my lipstick, and with shaking hands touch up my mouth, then dab a bit of powder on my nose. I stand there another moment and study my handiwork. This is how he will remember me, I think. And then I think, no, this is not what he will remember. He will remember what I did and what I didn't do. I find him at the bar already sipping a gin and tonic. There's a glass of white wine on the black marble bar top and an empty stool beside him. I slide up onto the gray velvet seat and immediately reach for the glass. I look around the bar, wishing there were more people, wishing there were music. It's so terribly empty, so terribly quiet. "You look wonderful, Belle," he says in that low, faintly feline tone that used to make my pulse rush. "Still beautiful." "Don't," I want to scream at him. "Don't sit there and toy with me." "Don't call me that," I say instead. "I haven't been Belle for a long time now, and you were never quite as charming as you thought you were." "I seem to remember you finding me a little charming. Not for long, I'll grant, but for a while. Surely you haven't forgotten." My face flames. I reach for my wine again, my eyes fixed on the rows of liquor bottles lined up shoulder to shoulder, like jewel-colored soldiers behind the bar. "Say what you came to say." "I didn't come to say anything. I came to listen. I thought you might have something you'd like to say to me, something you'd like to explain." I hide behind my wine glass, watching his face out of the corner of my eye. I have no idea how to make such a confession, which words to use, what order to put them in. Instead, I decide to start with why. "I couldn't trust you. After what you did, I could never trust you again. It didn't matter that I was alone. I did what I had to do. I got on with my life. Because of the story. Because of everything, but yes, mostly because of the story." The ice tinkles in his drink as he upends it. He sets down the empty glass and signals the bartender for another. "After all these years, you still blame me." "Who should I blame? I went to that bloody station 2 hours early, dragged both suitcases down there, and waited for you to show. Do you know what it felt like standing on the platform, watching that train pull away?" I stare at him, stunned that he can sit there and talk about hurt to me. Has he forgotten his part in all of it? The promise he made in the breaking of it? His disappearance from my life without a word? I imagine it felt a lot like walking into your apartment the next day and finding it empty. "I went to the station as agreed. You didn't come. I sent you a note." "Yes, your note was quite clear. I'm sorry your wedding plans fell through, by the way. Though I still say you dodged a bullet. Teddy was never good enough for you." Teddy? I haven't thought of my ex-fiancé in years, and the name catches me off guard. Why bring up Teddy now? He shrugs. "If you must know, it's a question of pride. It still baffles me that you could have chosen that buffoon over me. Even now I can't quite wrap my head around your words, or the fact that you thought I could be pacified by such unmitigated tripe." I put down my glass and look at him squarely. Either I've lost the thread of conversation, or he has. Which words are we talking about? We wrote so many. I'm referring to the letter you had Dickie deliver to my apartment. The letter? That's what he's talking about. Relief prickles through me. None of this has been about Zachary. But what he's saying doesn't make sense. I never mentioned Teddy in my letter. The bartender appears with a fresh gin and tonic and takes the empty glass away. Hemi nods his thanks and turns back to me. No, you didn't mention him by name, but I got the gist. What gist? What are you talking about? He studies me a moment, his blue gaze so intent I'm almost relieved when he finally speaks. Why the gaslighting? We both know what the letter said. Why does it even matter now? I'm not gaslighting you. I snap, annoyed with whatever game it is he thinks he's playing. The bartender's eyes slide in our direction. I throw him an awkward smile and lower my voice. I know what I wrote. Hemi reaches into his jacket pocket. I assume he's reaching for his billfold to pay, to leave. Instead, he produces a square of blue paper, unfolding it with an almost delicate care and places it in front of me on the bar. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I stare at the page, sharply creased along its folds, as if it has been opened and refolded many times. It's been crumpled at some point, too, but the wrinkles have smoothed over time, and I realize the letter has been carefully preserved. The ink has faded, but the words are mine. How does one write such a letter, knowing the pain it will cause? To end things so bluntly after so much planning seems unthinkable even to me. You'll think me hard and selfish. Perhaps it's true. Yes, I'm certain it is. But we would never have been happy, you and I, not in the end. I care for you, will always care for you in my way, but it never would have worked. We're not matched in the things that really matter, which is why I must now end what should never have begun. If you look at it squarely, as I have, you'll see that it's for the best. In fact, one day I believe you'll be glad I came to my senses. I'm to blame, of course, for letting it go on as long as I did, for letting it happen at all, I suppose. And this is hardly a brave way to end things, a few words scribbled on a scrap of paper. But when your pride has recovered from the sting of this note, you'll realize I've spared us both. The truth is I've promised myself to another, and despite my misgivings, I'm not strong enough to break that promise. I'm going away. Will already be gone when you read this, too much of a coward to face the mess I've created. Please don't try to contact me. My mind is made up. I beg you to forgive my selfish and fickle heart. Marion. I look up at him, baffled. He's waiting for a response. Quite pleased with himself, too, as if he's caught me in a lie of some kind. But the letters all wrong. Familiar, yes, but all wrong. How on earth? Hemi, why do you have this? A chilly smile settles at the corners of his mouth. What can I say? I'm sentimental. Please don't tell me you're going to pretend you didn't write it. No, I wrote it. To Teddy. How did you get it? The smile drops away, and for a moment his face goes blank. You sent it, with Dickie. I blink down at the page, unable to make sense of it. This is the letter he brought you that night? You know damn well it was. No, I say, shaking my head emphatically. I didn't send you this. I wrote 2 letters. One for Teddy to explain why I couldn't marry him, and one for you. The one I wrote to you was short. 8 words to be precise. This is Teddy's letter. He picks up his drink and lifts it to his lips, then puts it down again without sipping. He's silent for a time, eyes locked straight ahead as he registers what I've just told him. The one meant for me, he says at last, his face unreadable. What did it say? I look away, recalling the discarded drafts that had ended up in the wastebasket that day. Failed attempts to tell him goodbye, all torn to shreds. Because in the end, I realized I couldn't say it. It said, I'm coming. Wait for me. That's 5 words. What else did it say? It doesn't matter now. No, but I'd like to know just the same. I make the mistake of looking at him then. Our eyes hold a moment, a chilly clash of wills. I don't remember, I say finally, and reach for my wine. But I do know it didn't say this. I can't understand it. I put a stamp on Teddy's letter the minute I sealed it and told Dickie to drop it in the mailbox. Couldn't have mixed it up with yours. There was no stamp on the envelope he left. A blade of cold slices through me as the truth dawns. Terrible yet inescapable. They were switched. Somehow Teddy's letter wound up in the envelope meant for you. He looks skeptical now. You're saying Dickie opened your letters and read them, then mixed them up when he put them back. I don't know, but something happened. Look, I point to my name, my real name at the bottom of the page. It's signed Marion. I pause, swallowing past the sudden threat of tears. I was only ever Belle to you. If this was meant for you, why would I sign with my actual name? He glances at the signature but shows no sign of being swayed. What you're suggesting makes no sense. I can't see Dickie risking his hide for a peek at his aunt's letters. The poor kid was scared to death. In fact, when I asked him to relay a message to you, he said he wasn't allowed to talk to me and bolted. Was the envelope torn when you got it? Do you remember? He eyes me with astonishment. Do I remember? I drop my gaze. I just meant... No, the envelope wasn't torn. I don't understand how... I stop mid-sentence as thought occurs. What were you going to ask Dickie to tell me? There's a long beat of silence. Finally, I think he's about to answer. Instead, he looks down at his glass, giving the ice at the bottom a shake. I can't remember. Fair enough. I pick up the letter again, scanning the lines I penned so long ago, the vague phrasing and carefully chosen words meant for another man, and I imagine Hemi reading them for the first time. My throat aches as I realize how easy it would have been to believe they'd been meant for him, and the gut-wrenching pain they must have caused. I tried to wrap my head around it. How could it have happened? And then I remember Corin coming into my room while I was writing the letters, and how she was still there tidying up when I returned from the bathroom. My sister, I say, knowing it's true. She did this. I feel his eyes on me as he waits for more, but I'm incapable of speech. The emotion's too much to process all at once. I should be stunned, horrified to learn my own flesh and blood would be capable of such deceit. But I'm not. That kind of sabotage is right up Corin's alley. But I'm angry with myself for not having realized it sooner and for not having been more careful with the letters. The repercussions of her treachery hit like a fist. What's been stolen from me, from us, the life we should have shared, the son we would have raised together, the ache of it nearly doubles me over. Tears blur my vision, and I reach for a cocktail napkin to blot my eyes, aware that Hemi is waiting for me to go on. Corin came to my room while I was writing the letters. She must have gone snooping while I was in the bathroom and realized I was breaking it off with Teddy. I don't know how she did it, but she must have switched them. Her expression is guarded as he studies me, distant, impervious. I submit to his scrutiny, wondering what he sees and why it should matter after so many years. But it does. Suddenly it matters too much. Has he grasped the fallout from my sister's actions, or am I the only one lamenting what might have been? Say something, I say at last. He looks down at his hands, fisted on the edge of the bar. What is it you want me to say? I want you to say you believe Corin switched the letters, and to acknowledge what that means. It was a lifetime ago, Marion, and at this point I don't think it matters. The use of my real name, so foreign on his tongue, is like a dash of icy water, but his cavalier response cuts to the bone. I blink at him, stunned. You came all the way to Boston to crash an awards dinner because you claimed you wanted an explanation. Now it doesn't matter? I didn't come all the way to Boston. I live here now, at least part-time. This is news, unsettling news. You live here? 2 years now. I split time between here and London, more here than there lately. You said you read about the awards dinner in the paper. Is that how you knew I'd be here tonight? Yes. It wasn't Ashlyn? He frowns. Who's Ashlyn? Never mind. It isn't important. We fall silent for a time. Hemi nurses his gin and tonic while I stare at my reflection in the bar mirror. I should never have agreed to come. But now that I have, I can't just leave it like this. You don't believe Corin switched the letters, I say when I can no longer bear the quiet. You still believe I meant those words for you. Whether you did or didn't isn't the point, not anymore. Hell, maybe it never was. We were both ready to believe the worst about the other. That doesn't say much for what we had, does it? Maybe we saved ourselves a lot of heartache. Saved ourselves a lot of heartache? I echo, incredulous that he could say such a thing, let alone believe it. Is that what you've been telling yourself all these years? That you disappearing from my life saved me a lot of heartache? That I simply moved on? Never wondering where you were or if I'd ever hear from you again? Tell me you don't actually believe that. He looks away, his face so steely I barely recognize him. Sometimes it's easier to see a thing in the rearview mirror, when there's a bit of distance between it and you. No, whatever happened that day, whatever place we've come to now, I won't let him remember us that way, as a pair of reckless young lovers who had narrowly escaped disaster because I got cold feet and ran back to Teddy. Come with me to talk to Corin. We'll go together. Tomorrow. He arches a brow, looking faintly amused. After more than 40 years, you think you're going to just stroll into her parlor and get her to confess. You don't know, Corin. She'd love nothing more than to take credit for coming between us and to gloat about it to my face. I'm sure she sees it as one of her crowning achievements. Then why drive all the way to New York to give her the satisfaction? Because I need you to know I'm telling the truth, and because I need her to know I know. If we leave by 8, we can be there by noon. He empties his glass and sets it down firmly. No. I see it clearly then, the flinty layer he's acquired since we parted, an icy detachment he wears like armor. You'd rather just go on hating me, is that it? He's silent for a time, as if weighing his next words. When he finally does answer, his voice is flat, almost weary. I've been bitter for a long time, Marion. A very, very long time. I'm not sure I could take knowing I've spent the last 40 years in purgatory for no damned reason. You'd rather remember it wrong? I'd rather not to remember it at all, thank you. But anger is easy. It's also familiar. My default position, you might say. I blink at him, experiencing an eerie sense of déjà vu. Didn't I say something similar to Ashlyn last night? And yet the cool response stings. So I'm still the villain, because it's easier. How is that fair? It isn't, I concede that. But tonight was a mistake. I should never have come. I wait for him to say more, but I can see by the set of his jaw that he said all that he means to. So that's it? We're finished? He nods, eyes fixed straight ahead. All finished. I signal the bartender, then open my purse and poke through it for some money. I'm desperate to be away from him, but I refuse to let him pay for my wine. Except there's no cash in my evening bag, only a lipstick, my compact, and my room key. Could you please charge the wine to my room? I ask the bartender when he makes his way over. Marion Manning, room 412. I'm about to slip off the bar stool when Hemi touches me, the merest brush of his fingers against the back of my hand. For what it's worth, I had nothing to do with the story. I never gave Goldie my notes. I threw them away like I said I would. But in my haste to empty out my desk, I left an old notebook behind. Goldie found it and handed it off to Schwab. Schwab admitted it to me when I confronted him. I can't prove it. Both he and Goldie are dead, but it's the truth. I stare at him, wondering if it's true, wanting so very badly for it to be true. But then I realize he's right. It won't change anything. The die was cast more than 40 years ago. You're right, I say, turning away. None of it matters now. I expect him to call after me, to stop me from walking away. It's only when he doesn't that I realize just how badly I want him to. 21. Marion. Environment must always be considered. Books, like people, absorb what they're around. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. November 3rd, 1984, Boston, Massachusetts. It's nearly 8, and my things are packed. My train case, a small suitcase, and a nylon garment bag are on the bed, waiting for the bellman to carry them down. I've called Elise to let her know that something's come up and I need to get back early. The girls will be disappointed, but I'll see them in a few weeks for Thanksgiving. I've had little sleep and dread the drive ahead of me. Not home to Marblehead, but to New York and Corinne. Strange now that after 40 years this day feels somehow inevitable, as if my sister and I have always been on a collision course. Despite lying awake most of the night, caught between grief and rage, I still haven't decided what to say to her, but I'll have time in the car to choose my words. I've just swallowed the last of my orange juice when there's a knock at the door. I set the empty glass on the breakfast tray and go to let the bellman in. Instead, I find Hemi standing in the hall, cradling my award in the crook of his arm. "What are you doing here?" He hands me the glass globe. "Good morning to you, too. You left this at the bar last night." I stand stiffly in the doorway. I'm not prepared to do battle again, at least not with him. "I was just on my way out," I say brusquely. "In fact, I thought you were the bellman." "The bellman isn't coming. I told him I'd take your bags down." "What? Why?" "Because I'm driving you to New York." I stiffen, caught off guard by his change of heart. "I have my car here." "I'll bring you back when we're through. If you're actually going to have this conversation, I'm damn sure going to be there to hear it." In the car, Hemi and I barely speak, perhaps because I'm preoccupied with what I'm going to say when I finally have Corinne in front of me. I haven't laid eyes on my sister in 35 years, nor have I set foot in my father's house in all that time. I have missed neither. Aside from the memories of my mother, there is nothing I remember fondly from that part of my life, and certainly nothing I look forward to revisiting today. Thankfully, what I have to say won't take long. The silence is numbing, heavy with unsaid things, so that I'm almost relieved when the house finally comes into view. Smaller, somehow, than I remember it, despite its imposing granite facade. My stomach knots as Hemi pulls into the service alley behind the house and cuts the engine. I get out of the car and go around to the front, holding my breath as I ring the bell. It isn't Corinne who finally answers, but a doughy, middle-aged woman in nursing whites. She runs an eye over us, already preparing to close the door in our faces. "I'm sorry, there's no soliciting here." "We're not soliciting," Hemi explains, turning on the special smile he reserves for members of the opposite sex. "This is Mrs. Hillard's sister. We've come all the way from Boston as a surprise." He says it with such conviction that I feel a bubble of laughter catch in my throat. I imagine Corinne will be very surprised to see me again. Her posture is still rigid, but some of the wariness has left her eyes. "Mrs. Hillard isn't well. She's waiting for the doctor and can't be disturbed." I register this news with some surprise. I've never known Corinne to succumb to so much as a cold, always indomitable, always in control. "We won't stay long," I assure the nurse, but there's a rather pressing family matter I feel she'd want resolved immediately, in light of her health, you understand. I feel Hemi's eyes skim my way and sense what feels like admiration. "If you just tell her Marion is here, I'm sure she'll want to see me." The nurse nods grudgingly and ushers us into the foyer. I'll just go up and check. Please wait here. I watch as the nurse hurries away in her thick-soled white shoes. When she's out of sight, I wander toward the parlor. Hemi trails slightly behind, maintaining his prickly silence. The house is a sad echo of itself, dreary and faded, filled with dated relics from a time when the Mannings boasted one of the finest homes on Park Avenue. Little is familiar save a few antiques and some of the art on the walls. Even the new furniture, if it can be called new, has seen better days. Tired-looking armchairs and settees with slumping cushions. The carpets are worn to the jute in places, and the once gleaming floors are dull from lack of care. It gives me a perverse sense of pleasure to see how far down the Mannings have come in the world. All their careful machinations come to naught. My father's ill-gotten empire smashed. I steal a look at Hemi and see it in his face, too. The rhythmic hiss of thick white stockings alerts us to the return of the nurse. We meet her at the base of the staircase. She says to go up. She's in her room. It's the last door on the right. Yes, thank you. I know where it is. We push past her up the staircase and then along the gallery, and I'm briefly reminded of the night of that fateful dinner party when Corinne and I hovered at the top of the stairs while my father made excuses for my mother's unseemly behavior. I shove the memory away as we move past my old room, and then my mother's. And then I'm standing in front of Corinne's door. It's open. I look around for Hemi and see that he's standing a few steps behind. He nods reassuringly, and for an instant I glimpse the old Hemi behind his smile. My stomach churns as I step through the door. The room is overly warm and smells musty, like dirty clothes and unwashed hair. I take a quick inventory of my surroundings. Like the rest of the house, its best days are behind it. The cabbage rose wallpaper has long since lost its bloom, and despite numerous repairs, is peeling in several places. The draperies are familiar too, though the once fine brocade is limp now and rusty with age. Corinne is seated in a high-backed chair beside the bed. The bed itself is unmade, the covers thrown back as if she's just gotten out of it. She was always lean, but she's reed-thin now, and her dressing gown hangs on her, exposing a length of pale collarbone and sallow, crepey skin. Her hair is thinned and lost its color. She wears it in a coil pinned to the top of her head like a messy crown. Suddenly I'm reminded of Norma Desmond in Sunset Boulevard, the aging maven holding court in her crumbling mansion. The thought fills me with revulsion, and what might become pity if allowed to take root, but I won't allow it. Her eyes settle on me, pale and strangely dull. Well, well, look what the wind has blown to my door. Were you homesick, my darling? Her voice is harsh and phlegmy, her words slightly slurred. She feigns a little pout. Have you missed me terribly? The nurse said you aren't well, I say, ignoring her sarcasm. Is it serious? The pout falls away, leaving a wan, strained countenance in its wake. Brain tumors generally are. Whatever you come to say, I suggest you say it fast. I'm expecting the doctor. A brain tumor. I absorb the news, wondering briefly where her children are and why they're not here to look after her. Perhaps she's driven them away too, and has no one but a paid nurse to see to her needs. Perhaps I'll feel sorry for her when I've had time to process it. Perhaps not. For now, I need to focus on why I've come. I don't intend to stay long. Corinne's eyes flash dully. No, of course not. You're so awfully busy, aren't you? Awards to accept, accolades to receive. It seems that bleeding heart of yours has served you well after all. To hear the papers tell it, you're bucking for sainthood. I'm startled to learn she's kept track of me and feel a pang of unease about what else she might know. I see you've managed to keep the house. Only just, she says, running slow eyes around the room. I suspect they'll pull it down the minute I'm gone. Not long now, but not on my watch." Her eyes snap back to mine, suddenly alert. "What do you want? I hope it's not money, because that's all gone." "No, I didn't come for money. I brought you a visitor, an old friend of the family." Her eyes skittered to the empty doorway, alarmed and then wary. "I don't want to see anyone, and certainly not any friend of yours." "But this was a friend of yours, too," I say, glancing out into the hall. "Let's see if you remember." As if on command, Hemi steps through the door, wordless, and waits. Corinne scowls at him, brows knitted over her pale eyes. And then it's there, the recognition I've been waiting for. "You," she growls, a low, feral rasp. "You." "Yes," Hemi says with a languid smile. "It's me." Her head snaps in my direction. "How dare you bring him to this house? Get out! Both of you!" I stare at her, unmoved. "We have something to discuss." "Out! This instant!" "The letters, Corinne, what did you do with them?" Her eyes cloud briefly before sliding away. "I don't know anything about any letters." "You switched them. How did you do it?" She stares at me, her face a careful blank. She's as smug and unrepentant as I remember, still convinced she can control everyone and everything. But she's wrong. She was wrong then, and she's wrong now. "We came for answers, Corinne, and we're not leaving until we get them. So unless you're prepared to throw us out bodily, you might as well tell us what we want to know." She runs her eyes over Hemi, slow, appraising. "So it's we now, is it? You and the paper boy together at last. Have you come for my blessing?" "There is no we," I tell her coldly. "You saw to that. It's the how we can't figure out. Tell me how you switched the letters." Corinne leans forward in her chair, an attempt to look menacing. Instead, she looks sullen and childish, and the tiniest bit shaken. "You've got some nerve waltzing in here and making demands, as if I owe you something. I don't owe you anything. Now leave, both of you, or I'll call the police." "Call them. Call the papers, too, while you're at it. I'm sure they'd love to hear all about this. New Yorkers can't get enough of the Mannings' dirty laundry. I have all afternoon." Corinne eases back in her chair, arms stretched out beside her, an aging queen on her threadbare throne. She closes her eyes and draws a long breath, her lips blanched of color. "Leave me alone." Hemi takes a step toward me, shaking his head. "Let it go, Marion. She can't tell you because there's nothing to tell. Though I do applaud your attempts to badger a confession out of a dying woman. Not even your sister could have pulled off what you're alleging." Corinne sits back in her chair, silent a long moment, as if sizing up her opponents. "And what precisely is she alleging? What is this thing I couldn't possibly have pulled off?" "She thinks you got your hands on the letters she wrote before she left New York, one to me and one to Teddy, and that through some clever sleight of hand you made sure the letter she wrote to Teddy ended up in my hands rather than his. I told her she'd been watching too many movies and that no one was clever enough to pull off what she was talking about." Corinne sniffs dismissively. "And does she say why I might have done such a heinous thing to my own sister?" "Jealousy," Hemi replies simply. "Jealousy?" The words seem to astonish Corinne. "Me? Jealous of her?" She laughs then, a shrill, grating peal that suddenly brings all her scornful words flooding back. How she never wanted to be a wife or have a house full of children. How she was tired of dancing to everyone else's tune. How it was my turn to do my duty. "But you were jealous," I remind her, feeling a strange calm flood through me, an understanding that's been far too long in coming. "I used to think it was about what Father wanted, about being obedient to him. But it was more than that. You resented the fact that I wouldn't just roll over and marry Teddy the way you did with George. You hated me for believing I deserved to make my own choices. You wanted me to be as unhappy as you were, and you knew I would be with Teddy." Corinne's expression has turned brittle, her careful denial suddenly falling away, replaced with an almost venomous glee. And what if I did? Why shouldn't I resent you? When I was never allowed choices and only ever expected to do what other people wanted. You talk about being clever. What do you, either of you, know about being clever? She glares at us now with over-bright eyes. You go sneaking off to some seedy apartment and think no one will know what you're up to. I knew. And you, Mr. Garrett, you may have managed to bring us down with your disgusting little story, but that wasn't what you really wanted, was it? She pauses, jabbing a finger at me. She was what you were really after, my pretty little sister. Well, I took care of that, didn't I? She beams, triumphant at last, as she whips her head around to look at Hemi. Who's clever now, paper boy? Hemi catches my eye with the barest of nods. I do beg your pardon, Corinne. It seems I underestimated you. You most certainly did. She aims her sickly sweet smile at me then. And you silly fool. You certainly helped. She tips her head back, sending a fresh peal of laughter into the air. You should never have left me alone with your letters, sister dear. It didn't take long to figure out you were planning to run off with the Brit. There was a problem earlier that day, though, wasn't there? A missed appointment of some kind, hence your note asking him to wait. What I didn't know was how you planned to get the note to him. I knew you must have a plan, or why write it at all? So I kept an eye out. And who should I catch slipping down the back stairs with his coat under his arm but my little sneak of a son? How lucky for me that you chose such an inept spy. She smiles, then clearly pleased with herself. I followed him to the kitchen and saw him take a pair of envelopes from beneath his shirt and slip them into his coat pocket. Poor clumsy boy, I nearly scared him to death when I came up behind him. I scolded him for having his good shoes on. It had rained earlier and everything was muddy. I took his coat and ordered him upstairs to change his shoes, then told him to put on a scarf while he was at it. I needed to make sure I'd have enough time to get the envelopes open. The last part, delivered so casually, as if she's discussing how to remove a wine stain from a blouse, is faintly shocking. How do you happen to know how to open sealed envelopes? She looks at me, plainly amused. What a silly question. But then you've never been married, so I suppose you're to be excused. It's easily done when the envelope is freshly sealed, which these were. A few seconds over the tea kettle, a carefully applied letter opener, or in this case a butter knife, and it's done. Initially I only meant to read them, to learn the extent of your plans. But after reading what you wrote to Teddy, I had a better idea. I knew how it would read to the paper boy. He'd think he'd been given the push. So I swapped them and put the envelopes back into Dickie's coat. Voila. She's so proud of her resourcefulness, like a bank robber bragging about pulling off the perfect heist. Hearing it sickens me, but there are still things I need to know. What happened to the other letter? You mean the one he was supposed to get? Her gaze flicks to Hemi, and she shrugs. I wrapped it up with the potato peelings from dinner and tossed it into the compost can. Compost. The thought makes me vaguely queasy. My words meant for Hemi, decaying, liquefying, seeping into the dark earth. I slide my eyes to Hemi, vindicated at last, but there's no joy in the moment, no sense of relief or absolution, only a fresh sense of loss and a terrible reminder of what was stolen from me, from us. And Teddy's envelope, I ask dully. What happened to it? I resealed it, empty, and slipped it back into Dickie's coat. I assume he got it, though I can't say for certain. Lord knows what he thought when he opened the thing, and poor Dickie never had a clue. She's smiling again, a sharp, vicious little smile. Happy? Am I happy? I stare at her, incredulous. It's as if some part of her, the warm-blooded part, is missing, and I wonder that we can be related at all. You've broken my heart all over again, Corinne. Reminded me how close I came to the life I wanted, and how it felt to lose it. But I'm glad it's over, glad to be finished with you and this house, glad to hear they'll pull it down the moment you're gone. I'm going now. I won't be back. Hemi and I are nearly to the door when she calls out my name. I turn, surprised to see her slumped in her chair now, as if all the air has gone out of her. "Go into the closet," she says flatly. "There's a box there with some things in it. Take them with you." My first reaction is to keep walking, to get as far away from her as possible, as quickly as possible. But something new has crept into her voice, a blend of resignation and defeat. Against my will, I find myself experiencing a pang of sympathy for the sister I know I'll never see again. Grudgingly, I do as she asks. In the closet near the back, I find an old hat box. I open it right there, feeling my breath catch as I lift the lid. Her things. My mother's things. The silver-backed hairbrush that used to sit on her dressing table. A pearl and diamond brooch. A strand of garnet beads. A packet of old letters postmarked from France. And at the bottom, a brown leather album with my mother's initials, embossed in faded gold. The leather is dry and scarred, the spine completely split with a pair of large rubber bands employed to secure the pages that have come loose over the years. The sight of it stirs so many memories, beautiful and bittersweet, and for a moment I'm certain I can hear her, smell her, feel her all around me. Maman. I'm overjoyed, but angry, too. I glare at Corinne. When I asked you about the album, you said you threw it away. You said you threw everything away. And all this time, you've been keeping these things from me when you knew she would have wanted me to have them. Why? You've answered your own question, she replies stonily. You did it to spite a dead woman. No, to spite you. Her words knock the breath out of me. I was a child when her mother died, lonely, lost, and she purposely withheld the very things that might have offered some comfort. What have I ever done to you, Corinne? Please help me understand this kind of hatred. She's silent a moment, frowning as she studies the backs of her hands, as if they belong to someone else. Finally, she drops them to her lap and looks at me. You weren't born when Ernest died. It was just me. She had a bad time of it. She would shut herself up most days, but when she was having a good day, she would call me to her room. She would brush my hair and sing to me. I was her darling girl. Then you came, and I became an afterthought. And when Father sent her away, I was expected to look after you, the sister I couldn't stand the sight of. I was 16, on the verge of having a life of my own, or so I thought. But I did what was expected of me. I've always done what was expected of me, including marrying George Hillard, who made my skin crawl. But not you. You were too good to marry the man Father chose for you. You wanted the paper boy. Yes, I say quietly, not daring to look at Hemi. I did. That was all that mattered as far as you were concerned. What you wanted. You needed to learn your place, to do your duty as I was made to do, and you would have, with him out of the way. Instead, you slipped the hook when the story broke and left me to clean up the mess. Again. Her eyes flick to Hemi with open disgust. You brought him to us, helped him dredge up all that filth and drag Father's name through the mud. He was ruined. We were all ruined. And you can stand there and ask what you ever did to me? If I could hurt you in even the tiniest way, I was glad to do it. She says it all without shame, without batting an eye, and suddenly I understand just how her hatred has warped her. I look down at the contents of the box with fresh eyes, personal items grudgingly hoarded like trophies from a battlefield. But why keep them at all, and then lie about it? It strikes me suddenly that Corinne's withholding of our mother's things hasn't been about a grudge against me, but about something else entirely, something she refused to admit even to herself. You wanted them, I say softly, understanding at last. You wanted them for yourself, because they were hers. She turns her face away. Do you want them or not? Yes, I want them. Take them, then, and get out. I scoop the box up into my arms. Then before I can change my mind, I lift out the hairbrush and lay it on Corinne's pillow, a gift she doesn't deserve. She doesn't see me do it, but Hemi does. Our eyes touch briefly as he relieves me of the box. I pick up my purse from the bed and head for the door. I don't say goodbye. I don't look back. I've gotten what I came for, and now want only to be away from Corinne and out of my father's house. 22. Marion. Books are the quietest and most constant of friends. They are the most accessible and wisest of counselors, and the most patient of teachers. Charles W. Eliot. I feel a dull sort of closure as we climb into Hemi's car, a sense of loose ends being tied up. The fall of the Mannings is all but complete, but our story, Hemi's and mine, isn't over. We're silent for much of the drive back. I stare out the window at the passing cars and blurring landscape, trying to process everything that's happened in the last few weeks. Ethan and Ashlyn discovering the books, Hemi showing up out of the blue with a 40-year-old letter in his pocket, Corinne's admission that she'd purposely thwarted my hopes for happiness, and soon, the last piece of the puzzle, the one I've held back, that 4 decades of secrets have unwound themselves in so short a time seems impossible, but inevitable, too, in some tiny part of my consciousness. Haven't I always been braced for this day? When Hemi's book arrived and I saw what he'd written, How, Belle? Wasn't I already preparing for this inevitability? I was. Of course I was. Ashlyn's words have been festering all day. Closure. Is such a thing possible? When anger and loss have been your companions for so long that you can't imagine waking up without them burning in your chest. When the face that has haunted you for so many years is suddenly before you, threatening to reopen wounds you believed scarred over. Ashlyn seems to think so. A belief I can't help feeling comes from personal experience, though she never said so. She claims it's a matter of deciding, and so I've decided. But before closure, there must first be a reckoning. Mine. And yet I'm not quite ready to shoulder all the blame. Beside me, Hemi broods behind the wheel, his expression carefully shuttered as he navigates rush-hour traffic. I feel his eyes strayed at my side of the car now and then, and sense that he might be about to say something, but when I turn to look at him, he looks away. Are we not going to talk about any of it? I ask when I can no longer bear the quiet. What she said and what it means. He keeps his eyes fixed on the road, his hands wrapped tight around the wheel. What is there to talk about? His response stuns me. Perhaps we could start with the fact that we've both had it wrong all these years, and that I was telling the truth last night when I told you the letter you showed me was meant for Teddy and not you. I think I deserve at least that. He says nothing for a time, pretending to be interested in something in the rearview mirror. I wait, watching him. I used to know his face so well, every plane and shadow, but the years have hardened him, making him unreadable. And then what? He says finally. After 43 years, we're both sorry. Then what? The bitterness in his voice cuts me to the quick. Then, we forgive, Hemi. We stop all the blaming and who hurt who first. It won't change what we've lost. Nothing can change that. But it might pave the way for some kind of closure, for both of us finally being able to let it go. I hold my breath, waiting for him to respond, to give some sign that he's heard me at all, but he remains mute, unreachable. I turn my face to the window, staring at the highway blurring past. Forgiveness, closure, such pretty words, but they felt false as I uttered them, because I know there's more to come, much more, and much worse, perhaps the unforgivable. And yet I must say it. Confession, they say, is good for the soul. But not here, with horns blaring and cars whizzing past. I need to be on my own ground when I tell him. Hemi, I say abruptly before I lose my nerve, I need you to come back to the house with me. When we get back to the hotel, to my car, I need you to follow me home. He looks at me, finally, his face slightly softened. Are you not feeling well? I'm fine, but there's something we need to discuss. We've been in the car almost 3 hours and we're still an hour from Boston. Is there some reason we can't discuss whatever it is now? There is, I reply evenly. There's something I need to show you. At your house? Yes. His expression is suddenly wary. What? Not here. I turn my face to the window. Not yet. My hands are hot and sticky as I pull up into my driveway. Hemi parks behind me and gets out. I wrestle with my suitcase and the hat box full of my mother's things from the trunk. The rest will have to wait. And then suddenly Hemi is there, relieving me of the suitcase and box. I murmur an awkward thank you and head up the drive, leaving him to follow. In the foyer, I barely look at him as I peel off my coat. He sets down the suitcase and hat box, then peers over my shoulder into the parlor. There's no one here, I tell him, and hold out my hand for his coat. We're alone. He takes a step back, shaking his head. I'm fine. In the parlor, he runs his hands over the artwork, the furniture, the piano with its collection of framed faces. I hold my breath, waiting for him to see it, but he doesn't. Very nice, he says dryly. Not quite what I expected, but nice. He wanders to the windows. The drapes are open, offering a glimpse of the pebble-strewn beach. The sun is going down, and the water is a deep shade of pewter. I leave him to admire the view and go to the kitchen for ice. When I return, he's still at the window, but his coat is off and draped over the arm of the sofa. I pour us both several fingers of gin, then reach for the tonic. He turns when he hears me break the seal on the bottle. Your own beach, too. I should have known. There's a whiff of reproach in the words, reminding me of those early days, how he used to set my teeth on edge with his criticism of my privileged childhood and posh lifestyle. I'm briefly tempted to remind him of his Back Bay townhouse, but decide to let it pass. It's shared, actually, but the other family is hardly ever here, so I have it to myself most of the time. His eyes hold mine for an uncomfortable moment. We used to talk about living by the sea. We talked about a lot of things, I want to say, but I can't say it. I can't even think it, or I won't be able to get through what I need to say. I put a drink into his hand. I know you usually take it with lime, but I'm afraid you'll have to do without. I wasn't expecting company. He shrugs. I've learned to do without a lot of things. Hemi, what shall we drink to? I look at the floor, at my glass anywhere but at him. To your success, I say dully. How many books now? 21 at last count, and most of them bestsellers. Congratulations. He bunches his shoulders, uncomfortable with my praise. The quiet yawns as we stand staring at each other across the distance of 43 years. You're in all of them, he says finally. The remark catches me off guard. His voice has gone deep and raspy, plucking at nerves I haven't acknowledged in a very long time. I don't know what that means. It means you are every protagonist I ever wrote. No matter what I called them, they were all Belle. All you. Hemi, have you read any of them? No. It started with Regretting Belle. It was the first good thing I ever wrote. Maybe the best thing I'll ever write. He takes a pull from his drink, grimacing as it goes down. Whatever happened to it? Do you know? I have it, I say quietly. I have them both. This seems to surprise him, and perhaps to please him. You kept them? No, Dickie did. After he died, his son found them in his study. I'm not sure I knew he had a son. Ethan, I supply. Until a week ago, I'd never laid eyes on him, but he looks just like Dickie. Am I to assume he read them? Yes, I say, dropping my eyes. He recognized Rose Hollow and figured out the rest. That must have been interesting, having your love life read by a stranger. Your love life, too, I remind him coolly. And yes, it was very interesting. They know it was me, that I was Hemi, that we... There's a new scar just below his left eye, at the apex of his cheek. I haven't noticed it until now, and I wonder briefly how he got it, and when. I fight the urge to touch my fingers to it, to touch him. They know everything, I say instead, things even you don't know. Belle. He takes a step toward me, then another, his chilly resolve crumbling as he draws near. I don't know where to start. About last night, about this afternoon. For 40 years I've been carrying this pain in my gut, blaming you, believing a lie. And all the time, I'm so bloody sorry. For not trusting you, for not believing you. And most of all for the business with the damn story. I should have told you what I was working on. If I had, none of this would have happened. It was a stupid and selfish thing to do, and I absolutely own that. But I swear to you, Belle, I didn't have anything to do with it showing up in the review. That was Goldie and Schwab. Saboteurs, I say softly. What? The life we were supposed to have was derailed by saboteurs. My sister, Goldie, both had their own agendas and both got what they wanted. What we wanted didn't matter. Are you happy, Belle? Now, I mean, are you... Is there someone? I take a pull from my drink, then set the glass on the bar. Those are two very different questions with two very different answers. Yes, I'm happy. I've built a life. I have things I'm passionate about, as I'm sure you do. But no, there's no one. He puts down his glass and studies me a moment, as if trying to read my thoughts as he weighs his next words. In my life, I never thought I'd say these words, but God help me, here I am. Here we are. There has never been anyone but you, Belle, before or since. When you didn't come that day, and I was left standing on that platform, I was devastated. And then that damned letter. When I read it and thought you'd gone back to Teddy, something in me died and I just stopped caring about anything. I had dreaded it for so long, and there it was in my hands, proof. Only it wasn't. And now we've lost so much time. But I've never forgotten Belle. I never stopped wishing. I should resist when he reaches for me, pull back before this goes any further. But I've waited so long to hear those words. The weight of his hand on my arm is achingly familiar. The stony mask he's been hiding behind suddenly fallen away. Here is the Hemi I knew all those years ago, the man I've never stopped loving. The realization makes my throat ache. How can I deny what this moment means? To feel the years spooling backward, to remember how it was with him, how we were together. When his lips touch mine, it's as if no time at all has passed, like we never lost one another. It feels like coming home, I think, realizing with a shock just how much I've missed the taste of him, the feel of his arms around me. But how is that possible? How could I have forgotten this heaven? An image flickers behind my closed eyes, of tangled limbs and rumpled blue sheets, of bodies fitting close, straining and sheened with sweat. It's been so long, it's been forever, and yet it's been no time at all. Only yesterday. I melt against him, surrendering to the familiar, aware that it's a mistake, that in a moment it will all come apart, again. And this time there will be no confusion about who's responsible. The thought hits me like a dash of icy water, and I push away from him. Hemi, wait. He steps back awkwardly. I'm sorry. I shake my head. Please don't say that. I don't want you to be sorry. And I'm afraid you will be. There's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago. He says nothing, his expression guarded as he waits for me to continue. Before, when you asked if Ethan knew about us, I said he knew everything, even things you don't. You didn't ask what things. I pick up his glass and put it back into his hand, then move to the piano. Zachary looks back at me from his heavy black frame. I wish there had been time to tell him this was happening, but I didn't know myself. I trust he'll forgive me. Hemi is beside me now, his eyes full of questions as I turn to face him with the photo. I search for words to prepare him for what he's about to hear, but there aren't any words, not for this. Instead, I put the frame into his hand and wait. He stares at it, his face blank at first, uncomprehending. What is this? Is this... His name is Zachary, I say quietly. Zachary. He says the name slowly, rolling it around in his mouth, testing it for familiarity. He's ours, I say at last. Yours and mine. The truth seems to dawn then, as if he's just been shaken from a long sleep. You're saying... I'm saying we have a son, Hemi, and that I kept him from you. I told everyone he was adopted, but he's mine, and yours. I brace for the wave of outrage I know is coming. Instead, all expression drains from his face, replaced by the awful blankness of incomprehension. He says nothing, his eyes locked on me as he struggles to process my words. I square my shoulders, forcing myself to hold his gaze as I go on. I didn't know I was pregnant until I got to California, and by then I had no idea where you were or how to find you. His expression hardens, gelling into something smooth and impervious. Did you even try? How? You were off playing war correspondent. The words leave my mouth before I can check them, an excuse I have no right to make. He's not wrong. I could have found him if I wanted to. I chose not to look. And later, after the war, he's bristling now, his words gathering force as he registers the enormity of my transgression. Dickie knew how to find me. You had him send me a book, remember? One I'd point out that omitted any mention of my son. I nod, blinking back tears, the lump in my throat too large to allow a reply. And the day you and Dickie were meant to have lunch, I suppose we know why you bailed the minute you found out I was at the restaurant. And to top it all off, there's the fact that for nearly 2 decades my face has been in just about every bookstore window in the country. Please don't tell me you didn't know how to find me, Marion. You've had 43 years to find me. All you had to do was pick up the phone. I prepared myself for his anger, but not for the raw anguish I hear in his voice, the pooling of tears in his eyes. Hemi, he turns away from me, stalking to the other side of the room, then wheels around to face me. You really hated me that much. I never hated you. I wanted to, I tried to, but I couldn't. You kept a child from me, our son. How could you? And there it is, the question he posed to me all those years ago, scribbled on the title page of Regretting Belle. Only now it means something different, something unfathomably worse. You broke my heart, I reply raggedly, knowing it isn't enough, knowing there will never be enough words to fix this. When you left, and then when the story appeared in the review, I couldn't believe you'd actually done it. I hadn't. I didn't know that then. How could I? So you felt justified in depriving me of my child. He raked his fingers through his hair, the gesture so familiar it makes my chest hurt. Christ, he's 42 years old. A grown man, and I missed it all. I blink at him through a scrim of tears, searching for something else to say. I'm sorry, Hemi. So incredibly sorry. From the moment Zachary was born, every moment of every day for the last 42 years, I've looked at him and seen your face. The man who promised to love me forever, then disappeared without a word. I told myself, a man who could do that... My voice breaks, and I gulp back a sob. You would have come back, Hemi, but you would have resented me for it. Enough to eventually leave us both. It's one thing to walk out on a grown woman. It's another to do it to a child. I couldn't risk that happening to Zachary. That's who you thought I was, a man who'd turn his back on his own child. I had no idea who you were or what you would do. As far as I knew, you had betrayed my confidence and gone back on your word. But I would have forgiven all of that. What I couldn't forgive was you walking out of my life without a word, as if I'd been nothing to you. I've seen what happens when a man loses interest in his wife, and what happens to the children when he does. I close my eyes as a fresh round of tears threatens. I didn't know how to trust you again. The silence that settles between us is unbearable, as if all our memories together have been swept away, leaving only this terrible new reality. Hemi stands with his shoulders bunched, his face a mix of shadow and sharp angles, as he stares at the photo of our son. Finally, he looks up, pinning me with his sharp blue gaze. Last night, at the bar, when you said you did what you had to do, that you got on with your life, this is what you were talking about. Raising our son without me. I force myself to meet his eyes so filled with pain they tear at my heart. I'm so sorry, Hemi. Did Dickie know? I nod. Zachary has always been you to a T. We fought about it constantly. He thought you should know. I thought it was none of his business. We had it out once and for all after the business with the lunch. We never spoke again. You were so determined to keep him from me that you severed ties with your favorite nephew, because he thought I deserved to be a part of my son's life. How can I make him understand what I felt, what I feared, not just for me, but for my children and the life I'd carefully built for them? I couldn't let you back into our lives, Hemi. Not like that. Weekends and holidays and every other summer, splitting the cost of music camp and bumping into one another at recitals, polite strangers who happened to share a son. And there was Elise to consider. What would it have meant for her? His face goes blank. Elise. My daughter. Zachary was 2 when I adopted her. They grew up as brother and sister, and I let everyone think that's what they were. Zachary suddenly turning out to have a father would have been awkward. As awkward as finding out I have a 42-year-old son. I tell myself I have no right to defend myself, that after what I've done I should simply stand here and take whatever he throws at me. But I can't bear the thought that he thinks any of it was easy for me, that there was a single day while Zachary was growing up that I didn't question the choices I made. That isn't what I meant, Hemi. By the time I did know how to find you, so much time had passed. It was just the 3 of us for so long. I was afraid. He holds up a hand, cutting me off. I don't want your excuses. There are no excuses for this. That isn't what I'm doing. I'm saying I was wrong. No matter what I believed you'd done, I had no right to keep Zachary from you. Tears blur my vision, tears I have no right to. I don't know how else to say it, or what else to do. He stands with his arms crossed, legs braced wide, unyielding. What is it you want? I stare at him. What do I want? What do you see happening? Surely you had some sort of endgame in mind when you asked me to come here. What was it? I wanted to make things right between us. To tell you I know I was wrong. Terribly and unforgivably wrong. And to ask for forgiveness anyway. I wait for a response, unable to tell if my words have had any impact, but his expression remains blank. Say something, please. A muscle pulses at his jaw. What would you like me to say? Anything. I don't know. Tell me where we go from here. We don't go anywhere, Marion. Not now. I nod, closing my eyes. Yes. All right. For what it's worth, Zachary is a concert violinist with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, and he's getting married in June. Well, then at least I didn't miss everything. His face so stony a moment ago, seems to shatter before my eyes, and I feel my heart shatter with it. I don't know how many times I can say I'm sorry, Hemi, but I'll say it as many times as you ask me to. I'll say it forever. He shakes his head, his eyes bleak and hollow. All these years I've wondered if it could have ended differently. I'd remember how it was between us, all the things we were going to see and do, and think maybe there was a way to get that back. That's why I showed up last night, to see if there was a chance. And then today, for one mad instant, when I kissed you and you kissed me back, I thought there might be. Now I see that we've missed it. Zachary was our chance. After all the what-ifs, all the years apart, he was our way back. We might have salvaged something of the life we'd planned, but not now. And the worst part is this time there's no one else to blame. The letter, the story, someone else did those things. Saboteurs, you called them. But you did this. You were the saboteur. He grabs his coat from the arm of the sofa and heads for the foyer without turning back. I watch him walk away, wishing I knew how to make him stay, but I've used up all the words I know for I'm sorry, and he doesn't want to hear them anyway. Stillness descends as the front door closes behind him, the echo of nothingness threatening to undo me. So complete, so final. I retrieve the photo of Zachary from the bar where Hemi left it and stare down at our son's face, his father's face. I had hoped for closure, but all I feel is the opening of old wounds. 23. Marion. I've always imagined that closing a book is like pausing a film mid-frame, the characters frozen in their halted worlds, breath held, waiting for the reader to return and bring it all back to life, like a prince's kiss in a fairy tale. Ashlyn Greer, The Care and Feeding of Old Books. The sun porch has always been my favorite part of this house, a sanctuary at the sea's edge, even at night. I've been sitting here since Hemi left, with the lights switched off and the sound of the sea all around me. There's not much moon tonight, and the dark feels heavy, empty, and yet too full of the past. I've called Zachary and told him about his father, told him everything, or as much as a mother can comfortably tell a grown-up son. I kept to the facts, to names and places. He took it like I thought he would, like he's always taken everything, by asking if I was all right. I told him I was. A lie, but sometimes that's easier. I tried to call Elise, too, but there was no answer. I'll try again tomorrow, but by then her brother will have told her everything. They've always had a kind of connection, always able to sense when the other needs a shoulder. But it's done now. The final shoe has fallen. No more secrets festering, waiting to be exposed. There's a peculiar sense of closure to it all, a sense of things ended, if not truly finished. On the table in front of me are the books, Hemi's and mine. I don't know why I've brought them out here with me. Certainly not to read. Perhaps it's so I can see them together one last time. Tomorrow I'll lay a fire in the parlor and do what I told Dickie to do all those years ago. Burn them. My past and Hemi's up in smoke. It seems fitting that a thing once burned so brightly, too brightly perhaps, will finally be extinguished. A closure of sorts. But will it be? For more than 40 years I pretended it already was, shutting myself off from that time, those memories, so very careful. And then in the space of 24 hours, less than that, actually, I forgot to be careful. I saw his face and let myself remember, felt his arms, his mouth, and let myself hope. I've clung so voraciously to my anger, steeping myself in blame and bitter memories as a way to keep from feeling what lay beneath all of it, the unquenchable ache of missing him, feeling him when I'm alone and the house is quiet, gone but a part of me yet. The hollow place the lost years have carved in me. Grief for what might have been, for what nearly was. Perhaps if I'd told him all of it, how badly losing him had broken me, how much I've ached for him all these years, still ache. But no, he made it clear that any window there might have been closed when I decided to keep Zachary from him. He had it right. I was the saboteur. I gaze out toward the shore, imagining the horizon stretching beyond it, and wonder if I'll ever be able to put the genie back in the bottle, to forget again. I'm certain the answer is no. This is what I have to look forward to now, remembering the us that could have been, the family we could have been, had I chosen differently. I should go in now and get on with whatever comes next, supper, bed, tomorrow. But I don't want to think about tomorrow. Not yet. I stare at the pebble-strewn beach below, the small crescent of sand where land meets sea, and remember Elise and Zachary there as children, building castles and collecting smooth, shiny stones in a blue plastic pail. I've made good memories here. They're enough, I tell myself. They'll have to be. The tide is out, and in the meager moonlight the shore seems to give off a pale, almost unearthly light. I close my eyes, listening to the hypnotic rattle of the waves against the stones, the hushed push and pull like breathing. I breathe with it. In, then out. In, then out. Better. Yes, a little better. I can go in now. I've just opened my eyes when I catch a small flicker of movement along the sand, a blur of dark against bright. It lasts only an instant, but I'm sure I've seen it. I watch, wait, but all is still. A trick of the moonlight, I tell myself. Then it happens again. I peer into the darkness, willing my eyes to adjust. I can't make out anything at first, but eventually I pick out an unfamiliar shape propped against the rocks that separate the beach from the road. Perhaps my neighbors have come back and opened up the house. Unlikely at this time of year, when many of Marblehead's coastal homes have already been shut up for the season. Besides, it's much too cold for an evening on the beach. Curious, I go to the porch door and push it open. The sound of the sea rushes in on a gust of briny air. The shape, whatever it is still there, unmoving but clearer now. I step out onto the deck. My hair catches on the wind, streaming into my eyes. I shove it out of my face, my gaze still fastened on the rocks. I see it then, moonlight caught and reflected back in a brief, bright arc. There, then gone, but familiar somehow. A flicker of memory. Fingers long and lean, scraping back a wave of unruly dark hair. A wristwatch catching the candlelight. My heart does a little gallop. It's madness, of course, the figment of wishful imagination. And yet I find myself moving to the stairs, taking them carefully in the dark, clinging to the wooden rail until I'm finally standing on the beach. The shadow is still there, an eerie presence silhouetted against the rocks. A man, I realize, with a dizzying jolt of recognition. My heels bite into the sand as I begin to walk, my progress awkward and halting. I feel rather than see him turn to look at me. There's another glint of moonlight, a moment's hesitation, and then he's climbing down from his perch. He stands with his hands at his sides, legs braced wide, watching me approach. Even in the dark, I would know him anywhere. "Hello," he says when I'm finally standing in front of him. The word gets lost on the wind and sounds strangely disembodied in the darkness. "What are you doing out here?" "It's my beach. Have you been sitting out here all this time?" "Not all. I sat in the car for a while." "Why?" His shoulders bunch, then fall heavily. "I couldn't make myself leave." I tell myself it doesn't mean what I think it means. what I want it to mean, but the thrum of my pulse and the rush of the sea eclipse all thought. It's freezing. Where's your coat? The car. Hemi, you can't stay out here. You want me to go? No, but you can't stay out here. Come inside. We walk back to the stairs, silent and a careful distance apart. Inside, I flip on a lamp and turn to look at him. His mouth is pinched and bluish, and there's a whiff of cold clinging to him, a briny chill that seems to emanate from his clothes. Without thinking, I touch his face, grazing his cheek with the back of my knuckles. You're freezing. He stiffens slightly at my touch. I'm fine. Your lips are blue. What were you doing on the beach? It seems an odd question after I've just found him sitting on the rocks. I wasn't on the beach. I was sitting up here looking out, and I saw something move down by the rocks. It turned out to be you. You were sitting in the dark? I shrug. So were you. He's about to respond when he notices the books sitting side by side on the table. He makes no move to touch them, but his eyes flick to mine, and I read the question there. I pulled them out after you left. I was trying to decide what to do with them. And did you? Do you want them? I ask, sidestepping the question with one of my own. No. The answer comes so quickly, so decisively that I nearly flinch when he gives it. I nod and step back. I'll get the tea. He follows me to the kitchen, watching silently as I put the kettle on and prepare 2 mugs. For a moment, I'm back in his tiny kitchen in New York, preparing a meal while he reads the paper or pecks away at some story, and it's as if no time has passed. But when I look across the counter at him, I'm reminded just how far we've come from the young lovers we once were. His face is lined in new ways, though handsome still, God help me. I wish I didn't see the old Hemi when I look at him, but he's there, watching me with those guarded blue eyes, that damn hank of hair hanging over his forehead. Not quite so dark now, but wonderfully and terribly familiar. I pull out the tea bags and add a splash of milk to Hemi's, the way he used to take it. This will help, I say, holding the mug out to him. He takes it and immediately sets it down. Before I can step away, he captures my wrist. I don't want tea, Belle. All right, then. No tea. What do you want? His eyes cloud, and he drops my wrist. I want it to be 1941 again. I want it to be the day before I left New York, the day before you found my story notes. I want it to be before. But it can't be, Hemi. No, it can't. It can only be now. But you asked me what I wanted. I've spent the last 2.5 hours trying to figure it out. And what did you decide? We never said goodbye. My throat aches as I look up at him. Is that what you want? To say goodbye? I never wanted to say it. Then, what? I don't want to be angry anymore, Belle. I have been for so long. Because I thought it was a way to insulate myself from the memories. It never worked, though. It just made me too proud to do what I should have done a long time ago. Belle, not Marion. I dropped my gaze, afraid to hope. Which was? To swallow my bloody pride and come find you. If I had, I would have known Zachary, been a part of his life and yours. Instead, I wallowed and drank too much and wrote books that turned out the way I wish we had. He wanders away then, hands pushed deep into his pockets. Hemi. When he turns back to face me, his eyes are red-rimmed and raw. We've lost so much time, spent so many years blaming each other for things other people did. I'm still angry that they took so much from us, the time we can't get back. I'll always be angry about that. But I'm through being angry with you, and with myself. But I'm scared blind about what comes next. I don't want to be the only one. His words trail off, and he clears his throat. Anyway, that's why I showed up last night, because I had to know if there was a chance. I hoped that there would be. Then I saw you in the ballroom. I knew the exact instant you spotted me. 1 minute you were all smiles. The next you looked like you were going to throw up. That's when I knew I'd made a mistake. The anguish in his voice brings tears to my eyes. I was afraid, I say softly, because of Zachary. I wasn't prepared to have that conversation yet. But coming last night wasn't a mistake, Hemi. I'm the one who made the mistake. What I did was unforgivable, and I deserved everything you said. It wasn't unforgivable. When you told me about Zachary, it was like I'd been kicked in the gut. I never thought anything could hurt worse than you not showing up that day, but I was wrong. All I could think about when you told me about Zachary was what I'd lost, not what I'd gained. A son, and perhaps a second chance. I never imagined that kind of ending. But here I am, Belle. Here we are. We. My heart is suddenly thrumming so loudly I can scarcely hear myself think, and yet I'm afraid to let myself hope. Is this about Zachary? About being part of his life? It's about everything, Belle. About Zachary and you and me. About finally having a life. Because up to now, I haven't. Everything. The war stuff, the books, the awards. It was all just killing time, until I could get back to you. We're different people now, older, changed. But some things are the same, at least for me. And I hoped, that maybe there was room for me in your life. There's no mistaking the plea in his voice, and suddenly I'm afraid that it's moving too fast, that what we feel in this moment isn't enough, that after everything we've lost, nothing will be enough. We don't know each other anymore, Hemi. You said it yourself. We're different people now. We could be making a huge mistake. He nods. You're right, we could. But it's a chance I'm willing to take. However slowly, you need to take it. You were Belle then, and you'll always be Belle, but you're someone else now, too. We both are. And I'd like the chance to know who you turned out to be. I know we've left it a bit late, but I think it's worth finding out if there's a future for us. He reaches for my hand then, searching my eyes. Is it asking too much? I look down at our joined hands, those warm, familiar fingers winding through mine, and recall the advice I gave Dickie all those years ago, the same advice I gave Ethan a few nights ago, to let nothing come between them and love. Can I do this? Risk my heart again? I've made a good life for myself, a full life by almost any standard. I've raised good children and done good work. It should be enough. But I've always known there was a piece missing, and that missing piece is Hemi. No, I say at last. It isn't asking too much. It's asking just enough. I open a bottle of wine and put together a makeshift supper of fruit and cheese, then carry it all to the parlor. Hemi builds a fire and we sit on the sofa to begin the business of picking up the loose threads of our lives. Now and then his hand wanders to mine, as if to reassure himself that I'm real, just as mine wanders to his cheek for the same reason. The connection we once felt is still there, like a current running between us, and each touch brings with it the temptation to abandon our stories and tumble into bed. How easy it would be to give in to those temptations, to consummate our reunion in the safe and wordless dark. But there are still too many years yawning between us, too many blank spaces that need to be filled. And so we keep talking. He tells me about the war and the things he saw, some too horrifying to write about, and about his mother's death, how he went home when she got sick and was there when they buried her beside his father, on what would have been their 33rd anniversary. How in his grief he had married a woman who reminded him of me, only to realize on the night of their wedding that he'd made a terrible mistake. I tell him about California and how it was without him, about how scared I was when I realized I was going to have a baby. I show him Johanna's picture and tell him her story, how we became friends and then sisters, how when she knew she was going to die, she had gifted me with a lease and with a new name for the son I had borne out of wedlock. The hours slip past as our glasses empty and the fire burns low. Over a second bottle of wine, I tell him about Ethan and Ashlyn, how they came into my life because of the books we'd written, and already feel like a part of my family, how Ethan is the spitting image of Dickie, right down to the size of his heart, and how Ashlyn pushed me to seek closure, and finally tell him about Zachary. And then suddenly, inexplicably, we seem to be out of words. There's more to tell for both of us. 43 years is a lifetime, 2 lifetimes in this case. But for now, we've said enough. I go to my room, drag the comforter from my bed, then return to Hemi. I say nothing as I extend my hand. He says nothing as he takes it. We head to the sun porch and down the back stairs to the beach below. We perch on the rocks, silent as we watch the sun rise up out of the sea. The morning air is biting cold, sharp against our cheeks, but beneath the comforter we're fitted snugly, shoulder to shoulder and limb to limb, each other's shelter. We stay until the sun is well up, the sea a slick of mercury blue, and the sand golden beneath our feet. Eventually, we climb down and stand face to face. I had convinced myself that I was seeking closure, a tidy end to a messy past. But as Hemi pulls me into his arms, it doesn't feel like closure. It feels like a beginning. And I'm suddenly reminded of another kiss, one that happened a lifetime ago, on a rainy day in a stable. That had been a beginning too. Hemi smiles, as if reading my thoughts, then pulls me into the circle of his arms. This is what it's supposed to be like, I think, as his mouth closes over mine. This.
Epilogue. Ashlyn. December 7, 1985. Marblehead, Massachusetts. It was well past 3, the afternoon sun slanting through the blinds, painting the walls with soft amber light. Ashlyn ran a careful eye over her handiwork, packages wrapped in blue paper and decorated with curlicues of silver and white ribbon spread across the vintage quilt. Hanukkah gifts to be handed out during the first night's festivities. It was her second Hanukkah with Ethan's new family, but her first time participating in the gift-giving, and she was just the tiniest bit nervous. They'd been wonderfully welcoming, treating her like one of their own. And soon she would be. They'd been keeping the secret since just after Thanksgiving, because Ethan wanted to make the announcement when the entire family was together. It was still hard to believe how much her life had changed in a year and a half, all because a pair of books had found their way into her hands. A seeming coincidence. But was it? Of all the shops in New England, Regretting Belle and Forever and Other Lies had ended up in Kevin's shop, and because they had, everything had changed. Not only for herself and Ethan, or even for Hemi and Belle, but for an entire family separated by a decades-old secret. She thought of the books, now shelved side by side in Marion's office, and recalled the last time she'd run her hands over them. Hemi's first, then Belle's, then both books together. How they had hummed beneath her fingers with the same curious energy, cool and quiet, and gloriously aligned, like notes resonating in perfect harmony. They had changed their echoes. That moment had been a kind of revelation for her, a reminder that the echoes a person leaves behind are the byproducts of the choices she makes, and perhaps more critically, that changing those echoes is always possible. Now, seated on the edge of the bed, she opened her palm, tracing a fingertip along the puckered line of flesh bisecting her lifeline. before and after. It was another reminder, one she vowed never to forget, that people's lives were defined not by the scars they acquired, but by what lay on the other side of those scars, by what's done with the life they have left. She'd been given a second chance at love, a second chance at family, and she intended to make the most of both. She stood when the mantel clock struck 4. She should go now and join Ethan and the rest of the family. The sun would be down soon, nearly time to light the menorah. She gathered her armload of gifts from the bed, then added one more to the pile. A special gift meant for Marion.
Marion. The sun is nearly down, and the menorah gleams brightly, waiting to be lit. I run my eyes around the parlor, my heart near bursting at the sight of our blended family all gathered in one place. It's our second Hanukkah together, but this one feels different, whole at last. The house is fragrant with the mingled aromas of holiday cooking, brisket and latkes and sugary jelly-filled sufganiyot. I smile at the girls, flitting anxiously around Elise and Jeffrey. In their matching blue sweaters, they look like something straight off a Hanukkah card, eagerly awaiting the opening of presents and after-dinner games. Zachary and Rochelle have come up from Boston to spend a few days. It's good that they've moved closer. The twins are due in March, and while they don't know it yet, they're going to have their hands full. Zachary and Hemi are discussing plans to assemble the cribs and hang the nursery wallpaper. Being a grandfather wasn't something Hemi ever expected, but he's absurdly happy about the idea of being called Saba, grandfather in Hebrew. We were married in August. We waited until after Zachary's wedding was over, then snuck off to the courthouse like a pair of young lovers. 43 years later than we planned, but we finally made it. I watch him now, on the other side of the room, so like his son. He rakes the hair back off his forehead, then glances up as if he suddenly feels my eyes on him. He throws me a wink and sets my heart skittering. After all this time, he can still leave me dizzy. On the opposite side of the room, Ethan and Ashlyn are in a huddle. Unless I miss my guess, I'll soon be giving them a honeymoon. To France, perhaps, to meet the cousins. Zachary clears his throat and announces that it's time to light the menorah. Hemi comes to stand beside my chair, his hand warm on my shoulder. We stand, and everyone goes quiet, watching as Zachary places a candle in the far right branch of the menorah, then lights the shamash, the helper candle. The girls hold their breaths as the shamash is held to the wick of the first candle. There's a faint, collective sigh as it catches. We sing the blessings, then, 3 on the first night, and I smile at the sound of all our voices blending together. My eyes slide to Ethan, sober and respectful in his borrowed yarmulke. He and Ashlyn know all the words this year, and my heart swells with gratitude that they've become part of our family. Finally, it's time to eat. Elise hurries the girls to the powder room to wash up for dinner. The parlor empties, but I linger, relishing the rare moment of quiet. I'm tired, but happy as I take in my surroundings. The menorah reflected in the darkened window, the stack of gifts wrapped in pretty paper waiting to be opened, the carpet littered with abandoned Barbies and coloring books. How could anyone want for more than this? Hemi appears suddenly. As if in answer to my question, he holds out a package wrapped in shiny silver paper. Hanukkah Sameach. I frown as I take the box, wondering why he's giving me my present before supper. There's a curious weight to his gaze as he watches me tear at the silver paper, a sense of expectation that makes me self-conscious. I lift the lid from the box, then peel back several layers of tissue. For a moment, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. It's a book bound in smooth brown leather. I stare at the letters stamped in gold on the front. H.L.T. Hélène Louise Trèves. It can't be. But as I lift the book out onto my lap, I see that it is. My mother's album beautifully and painstakingly restored. I run my hands over it, astonished. The leather is supple and buttery soft, the once broken spine seamlessly mended, the pages intact with no sign of the ghastly rubber bands. It's Ashlyn's work, of course, and the transformation is nothing short of miraculous. I hold my breath as I turn back the cover, my throat tight with threatening tears. And then suddenly she's looking up at me, the woman I remember from those special afternoons, young and fresh and beautiful, the maman of my memories. My hands tremble a little as I turn the pages, slowly, wonderingly. From the dining room, I can hear them gathering around the table, the clink of plates and silverware, the trill of girlish laughter and the hum of conversation, the sounds of family. They'll be calling us soon, wondering where we've gotten to. I close the album reluctantly and return it to its box. There'll be time later to savor my gift. Right now, supper is waiting. I push to my feet, smiling at Hemi through a shimmer of tears, grateful for the memories he's given back to me, and for the new memories we'll make together.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Echo of Old Books by Barbara Davis, performed by Vanessa Johansson, Steve West, and Sarah Zimmerman. Performance copyright 2023 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please visit our website at www.brilliancepublishing.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49410.